The story begins in a classroom. While Teacher Chiu was wishing the whole class good luck on their exam, this young man was down below, fast asleep, even mumbling curses nonstop in his sleep. Teacher Chiu had originally planned to ignore it, partly because he was already used to this sort of thing, but the boy's swearing was even louder than his lecture. In the end, Teacher Chiu finally snapped. He poured all his anger into a piece of chalk and hurled it straight at Dike's head. The moment the chalk struck him, a strange voice suddenly rang out. Welcome to our company's service. Please choose the system that belongs to you from the following 3 options. After that voice spoke, 3 virtual windows appeared before Dike. He also noticed that with this bizarre occurrence, time around him had come to a complete stop. Proof of that was Teacher Chiu still frozen in the exact pose of throwing the chalk at his head. The 3 choices before Dike were the super lottery system, the wealth like flowing water system, and the god tier skill system. Dike swallowed hard. He felt that this was all pretty unrealistic, but he still wanted to try his luck once, because what if it was real? Cautiously, he reached out and tapped the virtual window, choosing the god tier skill system. After successfully binding with the system, he immediately received a beginner gift pack. Inside was a beginner-level skill called Who Goes There, Protect Me. Its effect was that, upon chanting the incantation, he could forcibly summon a creature within a 1-kilometer radius to his side. The summoned creature would be unable to move for 3 seconds. He could either designate a target or let it be random. However, it also had a small limitation. Both sides had to exist in the same space for the skill to take effect. At that moment, Dike suddenly felt a powerful surge of energy flowing through his body. Was this real? A passerby class nobody like him, someone who could never learn any skills, now actually had a skill of his own? Dike was itching to test out this new ability. So as soon as the frozen time ended, he loudly provoked Teacher Chiu. That throw just now was way too weak. Teacher, didn't you eat today, or what? Homeroom Teacher Chiu's fury was instantly triggered. You brat, fine then. Today I'll just have to broaden your horizons. Seeing Teacher Chiu roll up his sleeves and charge at him, Dike immediately shouted the incantation. Who goes there, protect me? He thought someone would rush over to defend him. But no, Teacher Chiu only stared blankly for a moment at Dike's bizarre reaction, while the classmates covered their mouths and burst into laughter, feeling that he had probably been scared stupid. You little punk, how dare you mock a teacher? Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. The ruler in Teacher Chiu's hand was already close. Not wanting to get beaten, Dike muttered the incantation again. This time it worked. A beautiful girl in the class, with a voluptuous figure and long legs, suddenly rushed over and threw herself into Dike's arms. The close contact with such a soft, beautiful body nearly made his nose bleed, but most importantly, she took the hit for him. Teacher Chiu was fuming, smoke practically rising from his head, and raised the ruler in his hand again. Dike chanted once more. This time, another beautiful girl appeared and took the blow for him. Both great beauties were furious, unable to understand what force had dragged them here, just to get beaten on behalf of this problem student. Teacher Chiu, why don't you hit me a few more times? Dike hugged one girl in each arm, looking unbearably smug as he continued provoking the homeroom teacher. This time, Teacher Chiu did not attack rashly. He pushed up his glasses and stared at Dike with the detached gaze of someone who had seen through worldly affairs. Have you awakened a skill? Yes. I woke up from a nap and suddenly awakened. Dike puffed out his chest and raised his head proudly as he answered. Teacher Chiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even the class's biggest deadweight had awakened a skill. He completely lost interest in punishing Dike. Forget it. You'd better prepare properly for tomorrow's exam. The one paying attention to Dike's newly awakened talent was not just Teacher Chiu, but also a buzz-cut boy in the class. Dike, have you really awakened a skill? That's right, Dike replied confidently. Then tomorrow, are you willing to team up with me? After school, Dike returned home. Now, there was another matter giving him a huge headache. How was he supposed to tell his parents that he had suddenly awakened a skill? If he bluntly said that he had accidentally obtained a system, then with their personalities, Dike would definitely be treated as a lunatic. He pushed open the door and walked in, seeing his mother mopping the floor. After going back and forth in his mind, he decided it was best to just be direct. So Dike honestly said, Mom, I awakened a skill. Dike's mother was so shocked that she dropped the mop at her hand. Then she grabbed both his shoulders and shook him nonstop, so hard that Dike got dizzy and felt like he was seeing his ancestors. Son, you can't have gone crazy. I was still hoping you'd graduate and work at the same office as your father. Just then, Baidike's father happened to come home from work. Baidike repeated the same sentence again to inform his father of the important news. Dad, I awakened a skill. This time, Baidike's father was shocked as well. The reason both of them reacted like this was because, ever since childhood, their son had been branded as a useless passerby who could not learn any skill. They had gradually come to accept this as an unchangeable fact. Yet today he came home and suddenly claimed he had awakened a skill. Not only did Baidike's parents refuse to believe him, they were even alarmed, afraid their son had hit his head somewhere and become stupid. Fine then. Since neither of them could believe it, Baidike stopped trying to explain. He returned to his bedroom. In truth, there was something even more worrying right now. Tomorrow was the college entrance exam, but he had only just awakened today. If he recklessly entered the exam with such pitiful stats, it would be no different from throwing away his life. So Baidike tried checking his skill again. He suddenly noticed the line saying that the summoned creature would be unable to move for 3 seconds and that the target could be designated or random. If this ability were paired with a powerful weapon, then wouldn't Baidike be able to attack freely while the opponent was immobilized? Thinking of this, he could no longer lie still on the bed. Baidike wanted to quickly find a weapon that could save his life tomorrow. By coincidence, he spotted the fruit knife on the table. And by another coincidence, his father was standing outside the door at that moment. His parents were both afraid that something was wrong with their son's mind and that he might do something crazy. So his father wanted to come in and talk some sense in him. And just by chance, the exact moment Baidike picked up the knife and pointed it at himself was when his father pushed open the door and walked in. However, the place the knife tip was pointed at was a bit sensitive. Baidike's father reacted faster than a missile. He instantly kicked the knife, flying away. Damn it, son, even if you're crazy, don't go that far. You're the only heir of our family. Don't make us go extinct with your own hands. After that, he rushed over and hugged his son tightly. Dad, I'm fine. I was just testing my new skill. How could you be fine? Baidike's father flatly refused to believe him, only thinking his son was mentally unstable and spouting nonsense. Baidike didn't know what to do. Suddenly, a wicked idea flashed through his mind. Baidike immediately shouted out to his mother that his father had been hiding a private stash of money inside the third ceiling panel in the bathroom. This was truly the one move capable of turning touching father-son affection into a boiling hot fatherly rage. Baidike's father flew into a fury and was about to beat him up. Baidike didn't even try to dodge, only calmly shouting the 4 words, "Who goes there, protect me." As a result, his mother, who was busy in the kitchen, was instantly pulled into the room. On top of that, she took the full punch from her husband in Baidike's place. The force wasn't very strong, but this scene alone was enough to tell what Baidike's father's fate would be. After being beaten black and blue by his wife, and after the matter of his secret funds had been settled, Bai Tung Hone and his wife finally believed that their son had suddenly awakened a talent. By then, Baidike had also had enough time to think up a suitable story. He said that a few days ago, he had relied on his all-knowing, omnipotent talent to discover a treasure, and only then had he exchanged it for this skill. The two of them had just witnessed their son's ability with their own eyes, and Baidike's mother in particular had personally been summoned by his skill, so she believed it completely. Gradually, they accepted that Baidike had not gone crazy, but had really awakened a skill. Fortunately, these two parents were fairly generous. As soon as they saw that their son had ability, they eagerly wanted to invest in a weapon suited for him, which happened to be exactly what Baidike wanted. Bai Tung Hone let him browse online by himself to look for the weapon he needed. After all, Baidike's all-knowing, omnipotent talent could be put to best use in this kind of situation, since it could help him see through all the information about a target. In the end, Baidike took a liking to a saber. It looked like a failed product just like him, but hidden deep within it was a secret and a power that no one had discovered. Whenever it attacked, it could steal the opponent's attribute points and temporarily turn them into his own for use, up to a maximum of 20 points. The moment he finished reading this precious information, Baidike immediately placed the order. He did not even bother asking his parents' opinion and quickly hit confirm purchase. And just like that, Bai Tung Hone's account was lighter by 25,000 gold coins thanks to his unfilial son. His heart ached as if being cut apart, tears streaming down his face. Yet he could do nothing about his precious son. The weapon Dike bought was called the Rusty Embroidered Spring Saber, bronze quality, durability 100 out of 100. The seller enthusiastically advertised that the blade was 2 chi and 2 cun long and incredibly sharp, and that failing to buy it would truly be a huge loss. But no matter how Dike looked at it, those flowery words did not match that scrap metal worth 25,000 gold coins at all. Early the next morning, the students had already gathered at the Profession Users Plaza in Dongwu City. Teacher Chiu kept repeating that once the teleportation array opened, they had to rely on their own strength to choose a suitable dungeon. No one was allowed to blindly pick a high-difficulty dungeon on a whim. In addition, after entering the teleportation array, every student would find an extra teleportation stone in their backpack. Whenever their life was in danger, they could crush it and leave the dungeon within 5 seconds. Although this was an exam, the students all chose to form teams to clear the dungeon together. Only Dike's team and that buzzcut boy to Tien's team were left completely unwanted, with no one willing to join them. Dike had long expected this would happen, but he was not particularly worried. How about this? In a bit, let's just go straight for hell difficulty. Tien gave Dike a doubtful look. Just the two of us? Can we really do that? Before Dike could answer, someone else cut in. Haha, you really are in a hurry to get yourselves killed. I think you two are seriously tired of living. An A rank dragging along an F rank. Is this a suicide mission? The ones who had just arrived were Tan Ba, a C rank archer, Tran Tung, a C rank warrior, and Vong Bak, a C rank mage. Although none of their talents were especially high, their team composition was complete, allowing them to support one another in battle. Compared to Dike's two-man team, they did indeed look much more standard. Ever since awakening his talent, Dike had long since gotten used to the mockery of outsiders. They had gradually accepted that Dike had not gone brain dead, but had truly awakened a skill. Fortunately, his parents were generous, and the moment they saw he had ability, they were eager to buy him a handy weapon, which suited Dike just fine. Tung Hone let him search online by himself for the weapon he needed. After all, Dike's all-knowing, omnipotent talent worked best in situations like this, where it could help him see through every bit of information about the target. So no matter how much Tan Ba's group mocked him, Dike felt neither sad nor angry. However, Tien could not swallow that insult on his friend's behalf. If he had still been doubtful earlier when Dike insisted on choosing a hell-level dungeon, then now, thanks to those 3 idiots provoking him, Tien had made up his mind to choose the hardest dungeon and steal all the monsters from them. No sooner said than done. Tien immediately went to sign up. He chose the man-eating Demon Forest dungeon on hell difficulty, and only then did Dike feel a little regret. Hey, Tien, I was just bluffing earlier. Can the two of us really handle this difficulty? What are you scared of? We have to believe in ourselves. As soon as he said that, Tien grabbed Dike by the collar and dragged him into the teleportation array. The sight of their two-man team, one person with an A-rank profession, Earth Warrior, and the other an F-rank passerby profession, choosing such a devilish level of difficulty caused a wave of astonishment among the students. Of course, that so-called astonishment was mostly ridicule, mocking them for being crazy and stupid, especially Dike. Ever since awakening his profession, his passerby class had already become famous, because everyone considered this F-rank profession the most useless in the world. The students outside all agreed that Tien was pitiful. This time, he had been dragged down by Dike and turned into the laughingstock of the crowd. Even Teacher Chiu was so angered by them that tea nearly went up his nose. All the warnings he had just given had clearly been wasted breath. These two little brats were plainly rushing off to throw away their lives. Not long after, the two of them officially set foot inside the dungeon. After checking the map for a while, Tien finally let out a weary sigh. Sure enough, acting on impulse really is self-destructive. Fine then, hide behind me. In a bit, I'll use brawn, and you use brains. Maybe we'll still have a chance to survive. Dike silently shot Tien a disdainful look. Which bastard was it just now who shouted so loudly about picking the hardest dungeon and stealing all the monsters from Tan Ba's group? And now he was acting like they should just do whatever they could to stay alive. Well, since they'd already gone this far, they could only keep going. Dike then pulled the rusty embroidered spring saber out of his inventory. In front of them was a level 5 man-eating monster. Bai Dike struck first with lightning speed and successfully killed it, gaining 250 experience points and 500 divine power points, jumping straight from level 1 to level 3. All his attributes increased by 2 points. The Tien looked like a fangirl seeing her idol for the first time. Oh my god, is this really Bai Dike? My friend, the guy once known as the most useless person of all time, who supposedly couldn't even hold a weapon. Dear heavens, Bai Dike, from today onward, you are my great god. Come on, let's go. I'll take you to broaden your horizons. Now it was hard to tell who was supposed to be hiding behind whom. The moment Bai Dike gave the word, the Tien nodded wildly and then hid behind him. Just now, the system had informed Bai Dike that on the road to the left, there was a man-eating monster cooking hot pot. The two of them carefully crept toward it. Once he had clearly identified the target, Bai Dike loudly shouted the 4 words, "Who goes there? Protect me." That man-eating monster had been happily cooking hot pot, utterly clueless as to why its body was suddenly being dragged away. Taking advantage of the moment it lost control, Bai Dike rushed forward and slashed down with his saber. The man-eating monster was instantly cut in half. Its hot pot wasn't even finished cooking before it lost any chance to eat it. Bai Dike rose another level, and all his attributes increased by 1 more point. So hell difficulty was only this much after all. Bai Dike was extremely satisfied with this feeling of being in control. But when he turned around, he saw that the Tien's face had gone deathly pale. "Oh, our ancestors, behind you." Before Bai Dike could even look in the direction the Tien was pointing, a roar nearly shattered his eardrums. At some point, another enormous man-eating monster had appeared. It seemed to be on the level of a boss compared to the first 2. Most importantly, it looked ferocious no matter how you looked at it. And even more importantly, it was attacking the 2 of them with a gigantic log as a weapon. The worst part was that Bai Dike was currently in cooldown. He could not use "Who goes there? Protect me" at that moment, while the wooden club in the monster's hand was already smashing down. At that instant, Bai Dike bitterly regretted being so arrogant. He panicked so badly that he even forgot to crush the teleportation stone. Was his first day in battle really about to become his death anniversary too? Bai Dike closed his eyes, almost accepting his fate. But just as the giant log was about to crush him, the man-eating monster was split in 2 by a terrifying force. Following the direction the slash had come from, Bai Dike saw a beautiful girl with short platinum hair appear in his field of vision. This life-saving benefactor of Bai Dike's looked strong no matter how you looked at her. As for him, he had yet to recover from his near-death scare, so it took him a long while to steady his breathing. In the end, it was the beautiful girl who spoke first. "Are you the one with the F-rank passerby class?" Thanks to his omniscient, all-knowing talent, Bai Dike was able to quickly identify the other party. This young woman was Nuoc High, level 5, and she possessed the SSS-ranked talent Child of Thunder, which made her immune to all lightning attribute attacks. On top of that, whenever the Nuoc High used lightning attribute skills, their damage increased greatly, their cooldowns were shortened, and their energy consumption was reduced as well. Besides that, all 4 of her basic attributes were sky-high. She was exactly the kind of heaven-chosen prodigy people only heard about in legends. At that moment, Bai Dike had only one thought in his head. Maybe he should try clinging to the Nuoc High's coattails. They were both already level 5, yet the gap between their attributes was as vast as heaven and earth. Even though he didn't know whether cozying up to a beauty would actually help him clear the dungeon, Bai Dike was still determined to leave an impression onto Nuoc High. So after clearing his throat a few times to build momentum, he tried his best to show off his most polished appearance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai Dike, the most famous passerby in all of Dongwu City. Main character logic really was something ordinary people couldn't hope to understand. Bai Dike had the most useless talent on Earth, yet he still proudly swaggered in front at the Nuoc High, and even quickly handed her his contact information. Under the phone number was a tiny line of text that Nuoc High almost missed. "Pretty big sister, please carry me." She was left speechless by Bai Dike's shamelessness. If you're really F-rank, then why did you even come here? Who knew why? Wasn't it all because the Tien had one impulsive moment, and now the 2 of them were stuck cleaning up this mess? Nuoc High didn't have the time to worry about other people's business. She advised Bai Dike to leave this place as soon as possible, because in this dangerous dungeon, he wouldn't always be lucky enough to be saved like he had been just now. Seeing that the beautiful lady was about to ride off into the wind, Dyke decided that if he was going to be shameless, he might as well go all the way. So he threw himself onto the ground, abandoned all dignity, and grabbed Nuok Hai's leg. "Pretty big sister, you can't just leave like this. If you go, what am I supposed to do? I have an elderly mother above and young children below. I'm the only son in my family. If I die, my family line will end." Dyke's pitiful display made all the hairs onto Nuok Hai's body stand on end. Though it was a little humiliating, he really had stirred her sympathy. Nuok Hai felt that Dyke was weak as a snail, and if she really left him here alone, he probably would die for real. Saving a life was better than building 7 pagodas. After all, fine, you can follow me, but don't cause trouble. And first, let go of my leg, Nuok Hai said helplessly. Dyke looked as if he had just struck gold, his eyes shining like headlights. "Understood, goddess." At this moment, Tien truly wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it, or else just stop being friends with Dyke altogether. But in the end, he still had to trail after the two of them. Otherwise, Tien alone probably wouldn't survive this dungeon either. As he followed Nuok Hai, Dyke became even more convinced that hitching a ride with her had been the right choice. The monsters couldn't even touch a single strand of her hair. He might not be able to outfight her, but accidentally stealing her monsters was still within Dyke's capabilities. Even though she had warned Dyke earlier not to cause trouble, whether by accident or on purpose, just as Nuok Hai was about to deliver the finishing blow to a gigantic monster, Dyke activated his skill. "Where are you? Your escort has arrived." That monster became the chosen target, instantly slipped out of Nuok Hai's attack range, and fell right into Dyke's hands. That scene drove Goddess into a rage. She immediately rushed over and fiercely grabbed Dyke by the collar. "So it was you causing trouble, wasn't it? Pretty big sister. I didn't want this either, but that's just how my skill works," Dyke said, putting on a pitiful expression again, looking as if he were about to cry. Beside him, Tien nodded frantically in his defense. "That's right, I can testify. Dyke really can pull all the monsters right in front of himself." Nuok Hai withdrew her fist and began thinking. She felt that if Dyke could snatch a monster out of her hands, then his strength must surely be greater than hers. So, right there in the middle of this monster-infested dungeon, Nuok Hai made a decision. "I want to challenge you." Wasn't he following the goddess so he could freeload off her? How had it suddenly turned into the two of them facing off against each other? Considering the vast difference in our strength, as long as the number of magical beasts you kill exceeds mine, it will count as your win. If I lose, I'll grant one request of your choosing. Dyke originally didn't want to accept this bet, but the moment he heard Nuok Hai say that if he won, he could ask her for anything, he agreed at once. No one knew what exactly he was planning, but only Tien felt that the two of them were about to get themselves killed for provoking this demoness, Nuok Hai. After that, they split up and each started farming monsters on their own to decide the winner. Honestly speaking, defeating Nuok Hai would be extremely difficult. Dyke felt that Tien was right. He had to raise his own strength before thinking about anything else. It just so happened that he had already collected quite a few divine power points by now, so he could draw one of 3 new skills. The 3 skills were as follows. The first was Good Looks Makes Sense. After activation, the person with the better looks would receive boosted attributes, and their damage would also double. Meanwhile, the uglier side would have their attributes reduced and their damage cut in half. It sounded a bit ridiculous, but against a beauty like Nuok Hai, this skill was actually pretty overpowered. The second option was No Retreat Allowed. After activation, it could bind a target to carry through with whatever they were determined to do. The final option was Escape a Calamity. When struck by a fatal attack from someone whose name contained the character Jia, the user would take no damage and would automatically be teleported to a safe place. Before Dyke could even choose, another notification popped up. If the host wanted to lock in one option, meaning it would continue to appear in future draws, it would cost 2,000 divine power points. Wow, so this system even had a feature that amazing. In that case, Dyke could make his choice right away. After selecting his skill, Dyke turned to do a bit of mental preparation with Tien. "Buddy, in a moment, for the safety of both of us, you absolutely have to believe that I'm the most handsome man alive. Don't ask me why. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle the truth." That also meant Bai Dike had chosen skill number 1, which made sense. Out of the 3 options, it seemed to be the least absurd. The beast hunting competition against a Nuok High began again. Bai Dike now possessed 2 skills, so his monster farming path became much smoother, since while waiting for one skill to cool down, he could still use the other. The Tien also coordinated with him quite well. Just as Bai Dike had predicted, as long as his teammate killed a monster, he would also receive divine power points, though a little less than when he fought independently. At this time, outside the dungeon, the live broadcast screen had already appeared. Besides paying attention to the top students, the crowd outside was also especially interested in Bai Dike, the number 1 loser of Dongwu City, and they all gaped in shock when they saw him plowing through so many monsters all the way. Oh my god, this Bai Dike kid is insanely strong, but aren't his attributes kind of weird? How exactly is he doing this? Can someone explain it to me? Even Teacher Chiu was astonished to see Bai Dike using a defensive skill as if it were control ability. Moreover, even though he had only awakened the skill yesterday, he was already able to use it very skillfully. Sitting next to Teacher Chiu at that moment was someone whose identity was still unclear, but that person seemed very interested in Bai Dike. Hey, old Chiu, awakened ones also receive a talent when they awaken, right? What's this Bai Dike kid's talent? When Teacher Chiu answered that Bai Dike's talent was omniscient and all-knowing, the other man seemed a little disappointed. What a pity. I thought he might have had some better talent. His disappointment was understandable. Although omniscient and all-knowing allowed Bai Dike to see a great deal of information, it had a huge limitation. He could only see the data of people at a level lower than or equal to his own. So against opponents, even just 1 level above him, omniscient and all-knowing was useless. Bai Dike had no idea that so many people were discussing him at that time. He and Tien were both drenched in sweat, continuously cutting down monsters. Although Bai Dike's Where Are You? Your escort has arrived skill allowed them to gather monsters in one place to fight. Its cooldown was long, so their speed was still rather slow. The Tien advised him to hold on a little longer, because as long as they killed 5 more monsters, they would be able to clear the stage. But Bai Dike's goal wasn't simply to clear the stage. He wanted to surpass to Nuok High, and more importantly, he wanted to take first place. As for that, the Tien felt his friend was boasting a little too hard. Bai Dike, how could you and I possibly beat those geniuses and take first place? In theory, that was true, but ever since awakening his skill, Bai Dike had been eager to prove himself. So he came up with an idea, dragged a Tien along to search for some elite monsters. Compared to ordinary monsters, those were worth much more. Bai Dike and a Tien had exactly the kind of friendship where one dared to suggest it and the other dared to go along. So even knowing it was dangerous, the Tien was still persuaded by Bai Dike, and the two of them went deeper into the forest together. They hadn't gone very far when the system warned Bai Dike that 6 elite man-eating monsters were fighting up ahead. This was truly a heaven-sent opportunity for him to show what he could do. Monsters obviously wouldn't fight each other on their own. That meant awakened ones had to be up ahead. Bai Dike and Tien slowly approached the area, only to discover people they knew. The 3 Serankers, Tan Ba, Tran Tung, and Vong Bak. As if they understood each other's thoughts at the same time, both of them broke into sly grins. It's time for revenge, the Tien said with a gleeful laugh. The Tien, do you know what the next line for someone who wants to accomplish great things is? Bai Dike's smile looked even more shameless than Tien's. Seeing that his friend couldn't figure it out, Bai Dike answered himself. It means using any means necessary, idiot. The moment Bai Dike said that, the Tien immediately guessed that he planned to launch a sneak attack while Tan Ba's group was busy fighting the man-eating monsters. At that point, the flat-top kid looked a little hesitant because deep down he still felt that sneak attacks were a bit undignified. But that was only to Tien's concern. As for Bai Dike, he had no idea what shame was. He even felt that for someone constantly called trash like him, bending the rules of honor a little didn't matter at all. After some discussion, the Tien was still ultimately led astray by his best friend. And so Bai Dike began using his Where Are You? Your escort has arrived skill to steal monsters from Tan Ba's group, just like he had done earlier with Nuok High. The 3 of them were completely baffled as they worked themselves to the bone, only for the monsters to disappear at the last second. With one move, Bai Dike snatched several man-eating monsters at once, and his experience and divine power points shot upward. Watching that scene, the Tien could only honestly give him a thumbs up in admiration. When it comes to being underhanded, I only respect you. This entire scene was being broadcast live outside. The viewers immediately split into 2 camps. Some felt Bai Dike was truly skilled, since even when other people had beaten the monsters down to a sliver of health, he could still summon them over and land the killing blow. Others felt Bai Dike's methods were despicable, arguing that stealing other people's monsters violated the exam rules. Haha, it's been a long time since I've seen such an interesting student. A hearty laugh rang out, and through the crowd appeared a tall, lean man with sharp features. He was Wang Riqian, here this time as a representative of the admissions office of Tienfu University, a top 2 university in the nation. Wang Riqian kept laughing like that, clearly very interested in Bai Dike. Then he slipped his hands into his pockets and leisurely walked toward the teleportation gate. Not only the outsiders, but even Teacher Chiu felt that Bai Dike's actions were a little unscrupulous. Still, they didn't violate any rules, so as long as Bai Dike could clear the stage, Teacher Chiu would be happy even if he acted a bit more underhandedly. While the people outside were in a turmoil of emotions, Bai Dike inside the dungeon was thoroughly enjoying the feeling of swiping Tan Ba's prey out from under him. After wiping out their monster nest, the two-man team had raised their total score to 10 kills, ranking 3rd in hell difficulty. But Goddess 2's farming speed was just too fast. Bai Dike and Tian working together had only managed to kill 10 monsters, while she alone was still 3 ahead of them. Meanwhile, Tan Ba's group seemed to realize that monsters suddenly vanishing right before their eyes was far too strange. They quickly figured out that someone outside had to be interfering, and just as that thought crossed his mind, Tan Ba spotted a sneaky figure behind a large tree nearby. Ignoring Vong Bak's attempt to stop him, he raised his bow, aimed straight at that figure, and fired an arrow brimming with power. From Bai Dike's current position, if he didn't dodge, he would definitely be hit by the arrow. However, the original nature of "Where are you? Your escort has arrived" was a defensive skill. This time, Bai Dike used it on Tien. Tien was shoved right to the front lines, but he didn't panic in the slightest, because he was, after all, an Earth warrior. Faced with Tan Ba's arrow, his sturdy shield did not budge in the least. In the end, although the arrow created a huge shockwave, it still couldn't injure Bai Dike or Tien at all. After blocking the attack, Tien rudely raised 2 middle fingers and shouted, "Are you trying to kill us? Why are you attacking other awakened ones instead of fighting monsters?" Tan Ba was just as sharp-tongued and refused to back down. He only hated that he didn't have 4 hands, so he could raise 4 middle fingers at them. "You people are the ones going too far, and now you're playing the victim after robbing us?" Even after being accused by Tan Ba's group, Bai Dike not only felt no shame, he boldly argued back. He knew full well that nowhere in the exam rules did it say students weren't allowed to steal monsters from other students. So at most, what the two of them had done was make reasonable use of the rules. Besides, from a certain point of view, you should actually thank my brother here, Tan Ba, because if it weren't for Tien, you'd already be a murderer. Bai Dike deliberately emphasized the 3 words "a murderer" to provoke him. At the time, Tan Ba really had been blinded by rage when he shot that arrow. But even if he were given the chance to choose again now, he might still do the same. His teammates, however, seemed much calmer, especially the blonde-haired young man named Vong Bak. While Tan Ba was busy jumping around and cursing, Vong Bak used an appraisal skill to check the other side's information. After that, they discovered that Bai Dike had reached level 5, yet his attributes were still pitifully low, just like an ordinary passerby's. Wait, Tan Ba suddenly realized something. It's you. You're that loser with the passerby class who was in such a hurry to reincarnate, aren't you? Tan Ba hadn't expected that after casually mocking Bai Dike and Tien a few times before the exam, the two of them would hold a grudge all the way until now. Moreover, if it really was Bai Dike just now, then it truly was Tien who had saved Tan Ba from utter disaster. Tan Ba's arrow might not have killed other awakened ones, but against someone like Bai Dike, whose passerby class attributes were miserably low, it absolutely could have. And if Tien's shield hadn't been there, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The title of murderer of another awakened one was something Tan Ba wouldn't want to bear even in his worst nightmare. So although he was furious, he had no choice but to lower his head and apologize to the two of them, then quietly run off to find another area to farm monsters. The people watching the live broadcast kept booing and calling Bai Dike shameless. saying he had stolen other people's monsters and then even forced them to bow and apologize. But Dyke inside the dungeon felt an overwhelming sense of achievement. To him, battle couldn't rely only on comparing attributes. You also had to use your brain. He had once been a piece of trash despised by everyone, but now he could make those people lower their heads and apologize despite having higher stats than him. Wasn't that something worth being proud of? Having already dealt with Tan Ba's group, Dyke impatiently dragged Tien off to continue farming monsters, because the system had just tipped him off that in a cave 300 meters to the left, there was a super elite monster. Its strength surpassed the 6 from earlier combined. It had already reached level 7. After going through several brushes with death and witnessing Dyke's absurdly high IQ, Tien had now completely placed his trust in him. So whether it was an elite monster or a super elite monster, he wasn't afraid anymore. The two of them followed the map and found their way to the cave. Inside, the cave was pitch black. Dyke only dared to scout from outside for a while and still didn't dare make a move. That super elite monster should be inside. If we fight it head-on, we're no match for it. Tien, do you trust me? What kind of question is that? Of course I trust you completely. Good. Then let's try something a little thrilling. Dyke nodded. After that, he told Tien to use his power to seal the cave entrance shut. Tien was momentarily unable to process what his buddy was asking. To him, this was hardly some simple, thrill-seeking stunt. Dyke was clearly trying to throw his life away. Relax. I'm not going to joke around with my own life. Dyke seriously reassured Tien, then kept hauling over huge boulders to block the cave entrance. The reason he was doing this was to make sure that only the two of them remained inside this cave space. That way, the accuracy of his skill, where my men escort me, would also be guaranteed. Seeing how determined his friend was, Tien could no longer stop him. His strength was far greater than Dyke's to begin with. After compromising, he also began carrying over large stones one by one to help seal the cave mouth. Once that process was complete, Dyke repeatedly reminded Tien of one thing. In a moment, he absolutely had to remember that Dyke was the most handsome man around. The requirements of that skill were rather troublesome, but the attack power it produced was truly impressive, so Dyke had no choice but to overlook the hassle. After the two finished discussing things, a strange smell appeared inside the cave. Tien took a few sniffs, then ended up vomiting up all his breakfast. What the hell is this smell? Did that monster grow up eating shit or something? Dyke wasn't doing much better either. His stomach was already empty after he'd puked everything out because of the stench. Quite a while later, the two finally stabilized a little. Somehow, Tien found a gaudy floral cloth and tied it over his nose. They began moving deeper into the cave. Inside, it was filled with skulls, bones, and all kinds of disgusting filth. No wonder the overpowering stench had rushed over the moment they sealed the entrance. Their earlier nervousness had long since been smothered by pure disgust. Dyke calculated carefully. A level 7 super man-eating monster. His new skill, looks are justice, should be enough to let him take the gamble. He hadn't had time to think through the exact details when the monster had already appeared. It had a face that could only be described as spectacularly ugly, and a skill called Savage Collision. In the monster's hand was an enormous wooden club. If it hit them, they would definitely be done for. Dyke and Tien quickly steadied themselves. This time, Tien would make the first move. He used the skill Surging Qi and Blood, holding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other as he charged forward. The monster took Tien's attack head-on, but that still wasn't the end, because Tien's only job was to strike first and set Dyke up for the finishing blow. With the skill Looks are Justice, Dyke easily overwhelmed the opponent in terms of visuals. As a result, both his attributes and damage were greatly boosted. While the monster was still dizzy from Tien's whirlwind slash, Dyke rushed straight in and followed up with another strike. And that strike was a fatal one. That rusty embroidered spring blade actually managed to cut the huge monster clean in two. It crashed to the ground with a bang, making the whole cave tremble. After killing this super elite monster, Dyke immediately received 1,200 experience points and 8,000 divine power points. On top of that, a skill stone dropped from the monster's corpse. Tien's eyes lit up, sparkling as he hurried over, wanting to grab that stone. But before his hand could reach it, the cave shook violently once again. The stone wall the two of them had piled up at the entrance had been smashed apart by an uninvited guest. TCH, and here I thought it was something impressive. So there were only 2 grasshoppers inside. Bai Dike had already dealt with the super elite monster, so that wall was no longer necessary anyway. It was just that this newly arrived guy truly had a talent for making people angry. His name was Su Zedong, a student from the same year as Bai Dike, though from a different school. The difference was that Bai Dike was an F-rank waste, while Su Zedong was an SS-rank genius famous for his flaming fist skill. His potential was only slightly below to Nuoc High's. Su Zedong's purpose in barging into the cave was obvious. He wanted to snatch the skill stone that had just dropped from the boss corpse out of the Tien's hands. Of course, Bai Dike had no intention of letting him get what he wanted. Although he had always been famous as a good-for-nothing, he was the kind of good-for-nothing who feared absolutely no one. So he once again began using his signature skill, ready to have a real fight with the young man in front of him. At the same time, the beauty to Nuoc High was still busy killing monsters. In front of her were originally 2 man-eating monsters, and she was just about to deal the finishing blow. But at that exact moment, she was dragged away by an absolute invisible force. The punch that should have landed on those monsters ended up smashing straight into Su Zedong's face. At that moment, all 4 people on the scene were dumbfounded. Nuoc High had no idea why she was here. Su Zedong couldn't understand why Nuoc High had appeared like some British ghost and suddenly socked him in the face. As for Bai Dike and Tien, they also hadn't expected Bai Dike's, where my men escort me to pull over Goddess to instead of some random monster. All anyone knew was that Su Zedong took a painfully solid punch, and tears and nosebleed burst out at the same time. He wiped the blood from his nostrils, then ferociously pointed at Nuoc High and demanded an explanation. "You dare to hit me just now?" There were many people in this world who weren't swayed by beauty, and Su Zedong was one example. No matter how beautiful the girl before him was, all he cared about was that she had just punched him in the face. As for Goddess, too, she was utterly flustered. She hurriedly waved her hands and said she had not intentionally hurt him and didn't know why she had done that. But intentional or not, Su Zedong couldn't just let this pass. He immediately brought out his flaming fist to demand justice from her, not giving to Nuoc High even a single chance to explain. While the 2 of them rushed in and started fighting, the mastermind behind all this was hiding in a corner. The 2 of them tearing each other apart was the best possible outcome for him, so the longer they fought, the better. Returning to the matter of rewards, Bai Dike felt that the skill stone from that monster was useless to him, so he gave it to the Tien. After they finished dividing the spoils, Nuoc High also noticed his presence in the cave. Since he had already faced Bai Dike's skill before, she knew immediately that this whole thing was his doing. A sense of irritation she could not suppress swallowed Nuoc High whole. So she ignored Su Zedong and rushed over, wanting to teach Bai Dike a lesson. But in terms of defense, Bai Dike's "where my men escort me" was indeed highly effective. Just as Nuoc High was preparing to attack, he summoned Su Zedong over in time and used him as a shield. And so he accidentally took another full kick from Goddess too. By now, Su Zedong's cheeks were swollen, and with tears streaming down, he complained bitterly, "The 3 of you ganging up on one person. How shameless can you get?" Nuoc High fell into confusion once again. She had always valued what people called martial virtue. First, she didn't want to hit someone who hadn't offended her. Second, she would never bully the weak with numbers. "Sorry, I really didn't mean to." Nuoc High hurriedly explained herself to Su Zedong, then pointed at Bai Dike and to Tien, who were trying to use the chance to slip away. It's all because of his skill. He's the one playing tricks. Su Zedong had already wanted to beat the 2 of them up and steal the skill stone. Now that Nuoc High said that, his anger flared up like a volcano. Su Zedong's fiery punch came flying over again. But Bai Dike only calmly stood there picking his nose, then leisurely uttered 4 words. "Where are my men? Escort me." By now, he had become proficient with this skill, so there were practically no mistakes. Poor Nuoc High was therefore turned into Bai Dike's tool once again. After being smashed by her 3 times in a row, Su Zedong no longer believed Goddess 2's words at all. "Damn it, and you still dare say you're not in league with them? Just you wait, I'll deal with you later too." Bai Dike was only an F-rank awakener, yet in one go he had offended 2 SS and SSS-rank geniuses, and still he remained perfectly calm, seemingly not knowing what fear was. It was all thanks to that overbearing forward skill. Outside, the audience's reactions were extremely varied. Some thought Bai Dike's ability was quite interesting and wanted to recruit him to their school. Others felt his methods were despicable and not worth paying attention to at all. Inside the dungeon, seeing how bewildered Sue and to both were, Bai Dike kindly gave them a bit of an explanation. Allow me to humbly introduce myself. I'm Bai Dike, and my skill is that I can pull over someone to be a punching bag and block attacks for me at any time. Although he said, allow me to humbly, neither Bai Dike's tone nor expression contained even a trace of humility. Su Zedong and Nuoc Hai both looked shocked, as if this were the first time they had ever heard of such an ability. But before either of them could say anything, a string of numbers suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a countdown clock, showing the seconds remaining until this year's college entrance exam ended. As the countdown to the end of the exam began, the students became even more anxious. Bai Dike was no exception. The system had already pointed him toward one final man-eating monster stronghold. Inside that lair was a level 10 boss, 3 level 7 elite man-eating monsters equal to the one from the previous cave, and 20 ordinary man-eating monsters. After arriving, Bai Dike and Ten only dared to crouch in a corner and observe carefully. Back when he was still a useless nobody, not even in his dreams would he have imagined a battlefield this brutal. But even though he had now awakened to skill and become overpowered, Bai Dike still felt that more than 20 monsters here was a bit too much. However, Bai Dike was not the only one who had found this lair. Several other students had followed him here as well. The other monsters Bai Dike could yield, but that level 10 boss, he had to go all in and get it no matter what. Bai Dike did not hide this goal of his either, but those students were unwilling to let him have his way so easily. Who the hell do you think you are? Why should the boss be handed to you? They immediately started clamoring and cursing at him. Bai Dike neither argued nor explained. He simply turned and silently looked toward Su Zedong, who was standing nearby. That glance made Su Zedong's whole body turn cold. Even though he disliked Bai Dike greatly, he truly did not want to be forcibly turned into Bai Dike's meat shield again. Therefore, Su Zedong decided to step in and speak up for him, just to keep Bai Dike from directly confronting those people. I agree to let Bai Dike have the final boss. If any of you have objections, you can fight me, Su Zedong, first. Almost everyone was shocked to see the famous blazing fist master, Su Zedong, speak up on Bai Dike's behalf. Of course, they couldn't possibly understand his suffering. Su Zedong could win against others, but not against Bai Dike, and he wasn't the only one to speak. Nuoc Hai also voiced the exact same opinion as Su Zedong. Her standing on Bai Dike's side caused an even greater shock, because compared to Su, Goddess was far more famous, and her innate profession was ranked a level higher as well. With two such big names speaking up, the other students naturally found it inconvenient to object further. Bai Dike happily turned back and said thanks to Nuoc Hai, but she did not even bother to glance at him. No need to thank me. You have 10 minutes left. Only after Nuoc Hai finished speaking did Bai Dike realize that there were only a little more than 600 seconds left before the exam ended. Their earlier wager was still in effect, and Bai Dike had no intention whatsoever of losing to Goddess 2. Tien was also somewhat wary as he looked at that pack of man-eating monsters. But if Bai Dike had already made up his mind, then he had no reason to run either. The students swallowed nervously and, one by one, began moving deeper into the camp of the man-eating monsters. With their keen senses, the monsters quickly discovered the intruders and came swarming over, including that level 10 boss. It was also much more ferocious and crazed than the others, and in its hand was a huge iron mace, far more terrifying than the ordinary wooden clubs used by those level 7 monsters. As for Bai Dike, he had already prepared himself mentally with nerves of steel and a plan for fighting it. In contrast to the fearful look of the other students, he alone swaggered out onto the open path and loudly called out to the level 10 boss, "Hey, you useless big lump, your opponent is your daddy right here." The man-eating monster Lord heard Bai Dike's provocation and immediately charged this way, but more than 20 ordinary monsters were trailing behind it. Bai Dike had not expected them to stick together so tightly. He immediately signaled for the people behind him to scatter, to minimize casualties as much as possible, and also to make it convenient for Bai Dike to use his "where are my men, escort me" skill. In the blink of an eye, the boss-level monster had already reached him. When the mace in its hand came crashing down, Bai Dike panicked and summoned over an ordinary man-eating monster to use as a shield. Luckily, it was just in time. Otherwise, he would have been turned into a lump of minced meat beneath that boss's weapon. Right now, his skill needed 5 seconds to recharge. It sounded short, but in a fight like this, it was actually very long. For the moment, Bai Dike had to fight while running, waiting until he could use "Where are my men?" escort me again. He ran as fast as he could. But that Lord-class boss also ran extremely fast, chasing Bai Dike while continuously launching attacks. Bai Dike tried to run as far away as possible until he reached an area where the only 2 living beings left were the man-eating lord and himself. His skill was available again, and now was the time to show off his power. First, Bai Dike activated Looks Are Justice. In an area with only 2 living beings, the system immediately determined that Bai Dike was the one with the superior looks. All of his attributes were instantly enhanced, and the damage of his next attack would also take effect at double power. Taking advantage of that, Bai Dike began to counterattack. After his attributes increased, he could move as fast as a squirrel. Combined with the agility granted by his smaller body size, Bai Dike could easily approach the vital points on the man-eating lord's body. A beautiful sword strike flashed out and severed the tendons in all 4 limbs of that level 10 boss. It was the first time those students had seen Bai Dike really display his abilities, and every one of them stared in shock. What the hell? This has to be cheating, right? A passerby class user with all attributes at 14 can actually wound a man-eating monster lord? Is he the reincarnation of a sword immortal or something? The boss had already collapsed to the ground, but it was not dead yet. Bai Dike once again put on that calm, unhurried posture of his. All right then, let me finish everything. But right at that moment, some lunatic suddenly dropped from the sky, along with a burst of hearty laughter. Haha, that monster boss is mine now. With his own rich experience in kill stealing, Bai Dike immediately understood what this guy's purpose was. He shouted in panic, "Stop! Get away from it!" The one trying to sneak in was Mo-een, a genius night assassin. Mo-een landed on the boss's back at lightning speed, then pulled out a dagger and drove it down in a vicious stab. He thought that after this strike, the credit for killing the boss would belong to him. But no, the instant his dagger pierced the flesh of the man-eating monster lord, it sprang back up as if it had never been injured at all. Mo-een was seized tightly in that boss's hand. The difference in size and the absolute disparity in strength left him unable to breathe. "No, save me," he screamed as the man-eating monster lord opened its mouth wide, but no one could save him. They could only watch as the monster tossed Mo-een straight into its mouth, then began chewing noisily, looking thoroughly pleased. That scene made every student who witnessed it break out in goosebumps. The one suffering most was still Mo-een's grandfather, who was outside the dungeon watching the live broadcast. Seeing his own grandson get devoured by a monster with his own eyes, even the strongest person would shed tears. Teacher Chiu and the others didn't know how to comfort him either. They could only let out long, helpless sighs. Bai Dike also felt conflicted at this moment. Even though Mo-een had brought it upon himself, Bai Dike still felt very uncomfortable. Omniscient Know-It-All could help him learn information about this monster, but those 2 offensive skills were not suitable to use in such a crowded place. In this situation, perhaps they could only rely on strength in numbers. Bai Dike drew his blade and started shouting, "That monster has eaten a human and become even more frenzied. We have to attack together. Otherwise, we'll all be in danger too." The Tien, Nuoc Hai, and Su Zedong were the first to respond to Bai Dike's call. Although they had never worked together before, those strangers now raised their weapons and fought side by side. All 3 of them had decent talent, and Nuoc Hai and Su Zedong in particular were genuine prodigies. Under their relentless assault, the monster gradually began to weaken. Bai Dike was not taking it easy either. The embroidered spring blade in his hand danced like madness. In the end, he successfully brought down the man-eating monster lord, gaining 2,400 experience points and 14,000 divine power points. On top of that, this monster was the biggest boss in the dungeon. So after Bai Dike successfully cut it down, a pile of high-quality equipment dropped as well. When the ordinary man-eating monsters saw that their boss was dead, they immediately tucked their tails and ran. Watching his smooth, flowing string of moves, Tien could only clap loudly and praise Bai Dike for being completely different from before. just basic stuff. Bai Dike put on a modest act as he spoke. These two young men were truly masters of the whole. A child's performance always looks great to his own mother routine. The Tien had originally been about to heap a few more compliments on his friend when he received a notification saying that their two-man party had successfully killed the boss, so the teleportation gate to clear the stage had opened. The two of them strode proudly into the portal. Outside, the younger students were nervously waiting for Bai Dike to come through. Everyone looked excited, especially the younger girls, who had been completely captivated by Bai Dike's performance just now. Hey, if he's that strong, why did I hear before that he awakened the passerby class? No way. Someone must have spread some ridiculous rumor. Senior Bai Dike must have awakened a high-level class to be this strong. The spotlight now belonged almost entirely to him, and everyone was waiting for the moment Bai Dike stepped out of that teleportation gate. At last, he emerged, with the Tien following behind him in equally proud fashion. Bai Dike let out a sigh of relief. At last, he could breathe normal air again instead of enduring that suffocating feeling of danger lurking on all sides inside the dungeon. But he had never expected that simply taking the college entrance exam would earn him such a huge number of fans. The moment the younger girls saw Bai Dike, they swarmed toward him like bees spotting honey. Senior Bai Dike, what you did just now was so cool. That's right, Senior Bai Dike. Do you have a girlfriend? Surrounded by the sweet scent of young girls, Bai Dike was momentarily unable to process what was happening. But when they brought up whether he had a girlfriend, Bai Dike instinctively looked toward to Nuok Hai, who was standing nearby. By coincidence, she was looking at him too. It wasn't just these young girls eagerly waiting for Bai Dike to come out. Teacher Chiu had also been waiting all this time just to congratulate him and praise his outstanding performance in the dungeon. Bai Dike scratched his head and laughed sheepishly, then thanked Teacher Chiu as well. In order for him to awaken his skill and clear the dungeon successfully, the teacher had apparently spent quite a bit of effort. After this wave of enthusiastic congratulations, the universities began making their moves to recruit students. Someone like Bai Dike, who had successfully slain the boss, naturally became the #1 target for admissions representatives. He had gone from an ignored F-rank good-for-nothing to a prize catch fought over by top universities. Even though he had only risen to fame recently, this young man was not humble in the slightest. Faced with so many offers, Bai Dike bluntly turned them down and even said outright that he had no interest in any school outside the top 3. As soon as he finished speaking, a bright laugh rang out beside him. Haha, what a line. No interest. Kid, I'm Wang Ritien, admissions representative for Tienfu University, one of the top 3. Today I'm here on behalf of my university to recruit you. What do you say, student Bai? Wang Ritien was not the only one. Li Bin from Qingbei University also joined the race to recruit talent. The benefits Li Bin offered were even more tempting. He promised that the school could arrange a personalized training program for Bai Dike with one-on-one instruction from senior lecturers, while also opening all dungeons below gold rank for his practice. Those benefits really were enough to make Bai Dike waver. But when the principal of Madu University personally stepped in, the benefits rose to a whole new level. He even promised that Bai Dike would be allowed to use any materials below gold rank as he pleased. Seeing his rivals come on so strongly, Wang Ritien naturally refused to lose. Done talking, all of you? Then it's my turn. Tienfu University can offer everything they just mentioned. And on top of that, we'll let Bai Dike freely use gold rank materials. Wow, that was literally an offer worth its weight in gold. Bai Dike felt that he had no reason left to refuse Wang Ritien. Still, he had one more condition. They also had to admit to Tien. Wang Ritien readily agreed and even praised Bai Dike for being a loyal and righteous young man. The Tien was so moved that he was practically crying his eyes out. In the end, Bai Dike chose Tienfu University. As for the Nuok Hai, whether by coincidence or on purpose, she made the same choice. From then on, the two of them will be classmates. Now that choosing a university was settled, Bai Dike still had something more important to do: unbox the equipment he had obtained after defeating the man-eating monster lord. Among the loot was a scroll that could unlock a secondary profession. Before opening it, Bai Dike clasped his hands and prayed in every direction, begging the heavens not to give him another F-rank profession. Maybe he had suffered enough lately that heaven finally took pity on him. When he opened the scroll, Bai Dike's eyes nearly popped out. Inside were 3 secondary professions in succession: breeder, pharmacist, and appraiser, all with SSS rank potential. With that being the case, he would choose carefully and pick the profession that suited him best. First was breeder, which was basically the chef of the summoned beast world and could help pet beasts develop better. Dyke had no interest in raising beasts. As for pharmacist, although its potential was excellent, choosing it would require a great deal of both time and energy. After careful consideration, Dyke decided to choose the appraiser profession, since it would help him identify weapons. The moment he made his choice, the system immediately unlocked the corresponding skill for him, appraising eyes. With this skill, Dyke could appraise items without profession restrictions. Each use of appraisal only consumed 5 spirit points. While Dyke was grinning from ear to ear in delight, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but when he answered, the person on the other end quickly introduced herself as to Nuok Hai. Dyke was so excited that he sprang to his feet. "Oh, Goddess Tu, what wind blew you my way? Are you interested in going to the Awakeners Association to take on missions with me?" Dyke was only mildly interested in missions, but he was very, very interested in Nuok Hai. So the moment she proposed it, he agreed without hesitation and rushed out of his room in a hurry, not even caring that his pants zipper was broken. Dyke sped all the way to the Awakeners Association. Aside from dungeons, this was the only place where he could earn free attribute points. He had no idea what mission Nuok Hai was planning to take, but Dyke felt that as long as he followed her, everything would be fine. Dyke. A gentle voice sounded from behind him. He turned around and saw Nuok Hai approaching from the distance. Wow. Looking closely, she was even prettier than she had been in the dungeon. The passers-by in the association also stirred at the sight of the two of them, but Nuok Hai's beauty was only a secondary reason. The main reason was that Dyke had become far more famous after winning the title of national top scorer. Even though the two were walking side by side, almost all the attention was focused on Dyke, especially from the younger girls. Some of them even boldly stepped forward to ask for his autograph, and more importantly, one of them wanted him to sign her, but Dyke, who had a natural weakness for girls, of course wanted to agree to this bizarre request right away. But he could feel the bullet-like glare from Miss too. So in the end, he could only dejectedly change targets and sign the girl's sleeve instead. After that girl, many more cute girls also wanted his autograph. This sudden drastic change left Dyke unable to adapt in time. In the past, if he had any fame at all, it was only for being useless and having the passerby class. Yet after one night's sleep, he had suddenly become a top student, an idol admired by everyone. Dyke signed for all of those girls, and it took a lot of time. It even exhausted him more than farming monsters in the dungeon. Nuok Hai, walking beside him, also seemed rather pleased by the situation. She knew that Dongwu City had not produced a top scorer in a very long time, so it was only natural that everyone admired Dyke after this exam. And so, Nuok Hai was not in a hurry. She waited until Dyke had dealt with his fans before taking him to accept a mission. Before doing that, though, she wanted to check their combat power first, because missions had to match one's own combat power. Otherwise, it would just be suicide. Dyke had never thought that far before, but if it was Nuok Hai speaking, he obeyed every word. The combat power test was quite simple. It simulated real combat, and Dyke could use both his weapons and his skills as usual. After confirming his participation, he took out his new weapon, a silver dagger, and the surrounding space was quickly digitized. The plain, empty room disappeared, replaced by a bleak and perilous mountain wilderness. Dyke's opponents in this test were level 8 three-eyed, sharp-fanged wolves. Their stats were much higher than monsters of the same level. On top of that, these wolves moved in packs. Dyke's all-knowing, omnipotent talent gently reminded him that if this were not a simulated battle, he might very well end up as a meal for these wolves. Once Dyke finished preparing himself, the wolf pack detected his presence and lunged at him. Their fierce barrage of attacks was almost completely ineffective once Dyke used his signature skill, Guardian. Those savage three-eyed wolves instantly became as useless as pet huskies at home. And in the blink of an eye, Dyke had wiped them all out. The compact silver dagger in his hand was even more powerful than the rusty embroidered spring blade, leaving Dyke extremely satisfied. It was also thanks to his appraiser's secondary profession that he had been able to pick out such a good item from the hundreds of weapons being sold on the market. while Bai Dike was immersed in the feeling of victory. Elsewhere in Dongwu City, Mo Yin's grandfather still could not escape the grief of losing his grandson. Sitting at home, he was seriously watching the news about Bai Dike, and the more he watched, the more displeased he became. Clearly, in the dungeon, Mo Yin had been the one trying to ambush others and steal their monsters, and he had died only because he overestimated himself. But his grandfather believed it was all Bai Dike's fault. Blinded by his love for his grandson, he wanted revenge. Bai Dike, your mistake is being too dazzlingly gifted. A genius like you must be eliminated by our evil god cult. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Mo Yin's grandfather immediately sent an assassin to kill Bai Dike. The assassin hesitated at first. Do you know what it means to assassinate him? But Mo Yin's grandfather was unbelievably stubborn, as if killing Bai Dike would somehow bring his grandson back. I'll speak with the organization. Your only job is to do as I say. That genius of the Ta family, Nuok Hai, is also with that brat. As long as you complete this mission, there will only be profit and absolutely no loss. Bai Dike and Nuok Hai had no idea that someone was plotting against them. They had just finished their combat power tests. Nuok Hai took 5 minutes and 58 seconds and received an overall A+ rating, while Bai Dike only took 5 minutes and 32 seconds, with a final rating of S-. The two of them were so tired that they collapsed onto the floor, drenched in sweat. You beat me. Nuok Hai said this while panting heavily. Because she had sweated so much, she had taken off her outer jacket. Haha, just luck, that's all. Bai Dike replied, but blood was already streaming from his nose because his restless eyes were staring fixedly at somewhere they shouldn't. After finishing the combat power test, they moved on to the main event, the mission hall. There were many missions here, and Bai Dike was too indecisive to know what choice he should make. Nuok Hai, on the other hand, had already made up her mind before coming. This time, my target is a murderous fiend from the evil god cult. He specializes in targeting outstanding students. 5 students have already died at his hands. Bai Dike felt a chill run down his spine when he heard that. Was this girl seriously planning to use the two of them as bait to lure the enemy out? He had only been the top scorer for one day. He had not even enjoyed standing at the peak of glory yet. He did not want to die. In contrast to Bai Dike's unease, Nuok Hai looked rather calm. That was because this time she had even brought along her family's personal bodyguard. Following the direction she pointed, Bai Dike saw a stern-looking man sitting nearby drinking coffee. He was Tienfu, a level 48 martial artist. Nuok Hai said he was her personal bodyguard, but Bai Dike's all-knowing talent tattled on her and revealed that this man was actually his future father-in-law. Dear God, meeting his future father-in-law for the first time made Bai Dike feel more pressure than facing 2 major bosses. Bai Dike looked at the man sitting over there, frowned slightly, and hesitantly asked, "He really is our dad?" At that moment, Nuok Hai still had not realized the problem and casually replied that they really did not look alike. But very quickly, she reacted and glared at him. "What do you mean our dad? He's only my dad." Bai Dike shrugged and smiled, declining to comment. "You said it yourself." After saying that, he took another sip of tea, then reminded her that even if they were blood siblings, this mission would still count as a mission for 2. Hearing that, Nuok Hai sighed and said she was going to the restroom for a moment. Bai Dike did not stop her. Instead, he checked his system off to the side and asked whether he could learn a new skill yet. The system quickly replied that he still had 15,900 divine power points, and that it would automatically choose a suitable skill for him. Not long after, the system gave him a new skill, Dad, level 1, which could summon all fathers to appear before him, but only once per day. Looking at this utterly useless skill, Bai Dike was left speechless. But then he suddenly thought of his own violent father and broke into a smile. Just then, Nuok Hai came back, saw his grin, and curiously asked what he was smiling about so happily. Bai Dike jolted slightly, looked at her, and casually said it was nothing before urging her to get going. Then he lifted his foot to walk ahead, but after only a few steps, Nuok Hai called him back. At that moment, her expression was a little shy. She stretched out her hand and softly said that right now they were supposed to be lovers, so they should at least pretend properly. Bai Dike froze for a moment and turned to look at her. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he took her hand. A girl's hand was that soft and that pleasant to hold. Only a fool would refuse. The two of them walked out together so sweetly that neither realized someone was secretly watching them. After they had gone far enough, the man in black made a call and informed his accomplices to begin Plan B. Bai Dike and Nuok Hai strolled all the way to a clothing store. Nuok Hai happily tried on a dress and asked Bai Dike whether it looked nice. Bai Dike perfunctorily said it looked beautiful, but in his hands he was holding a large bra, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at her. The moment Nuok Hai saw this, she angrily scolded Bai Dike, but Bai Dike suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He hurriedly grabbed Nuok Hai's hand and pulled her toward him, then wrapped her tightly in his arms. At the same time, he glanced behind himself, and the other person's information appeared before him. The man's name was Fan Jinxiang, level 5, a follower of the evil god cult who had just received orders to eliminate him. Seeing that information, Bai Dike cursed inwardly, knowing things were bad, and quickly threw out a smoke bomb, filling the store with smoke and dust. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Bai Dike dragged Nuok Hai and ran. If they let themselves get surrounded, they would be trapped like turtles in a jar. The two of them immediately ran out of the clothing store, but after not going very far, they were forced to stop. There was nowhere left to run. They had already been completely surrounded by followers of the evil god cult. Biting his lip fiercely, Bai Dike said with a grave expression that they were surrounded and that the people all around them belonged to the evil god cult. Bai Dike thought for a moment, then shouted and told Nuok Hai to unleash her ultimate move toward one side of the store. Nuok Hai nodded slightly, then drew her sword and used Thunder Burial, slashing down with force. Sword light carrying thunder instantly shot toward the direction Bai Dike had suggested. This move drew the assassins' attention and made them gather in that direction. Without even looking at the result, Bai Dike knew he had won. He smugly mocked them inwardly. Trying to play with him? They were still far too green. Taking advantage of the chance, Bai Dike originally intended to lead Nuok Hai away and escape. But in the hazy smoke, a figure suddenly appeared, making both Bai Dike and Nuok Hai take a startled step back. Nuok Hai stared warily at the person slowly emerging from the smoke, then moved in front of Bai Dike and demanded harshly to know who it was. A moment later, the figure finally became clear. A red-haired young man with shining eyes. The information displayed clearly showed that this person was So Luong, level 25 class, Jianghu Warlock, all-around specialist, and an A-rank wanted criminal. He clapped and looked at the two of them in admiration. You young people are truly promising. Nuok Hai, however, could not see So Luong's information. She looked at him warily and asked once again who he was. So Luong chuckled and calmly admitted that he was the very person they had been working so hard to find. He even asked whether they were happy to see him. The moment she heard that, Nuok Hai immediately understood who he was. It really was So Luong. At that moment, So Luong drew his weapon. Murderous intent filled his eyes as he lightly licked the blade in his hand. With a lewd grin, he said he would take very good care of Nuok Hai's pretty face. Nuok Hai stared at him nervously, her expression growing grave. But So Luong had already lunged forward viciously, saying he wanted to get rid of Bai Dike behind her first. Although Nuok Hai was worried, she still instinctively stepped in front of Bai Dike and told So Luong to keep dreaming, because she knew that if it weren't for her, he would never have ended up in this situation. Seeing this, Bai Dike was moved as well, but he couldn't let Nuok Hai protect him, so he told her to step back. So Luong curled his lips in disdain and told him to hand over his life. In the next instant, his blade was already slashing toward Bai Dike's face. At the critical moment, the surroundings suddenly churned with wind and clouds. A furious gale howled, and a gigantic saber wrapped in black energy blocked the attack in front of Bai Dike. Bai Dike hurriedly retreated, his face turning serious. Nuok Hai was no different. She was frightened too. She looked worriedly at Bai Dike in front of her and asked if he was okay. Bai Dike let out a light laugh and said smugly that this little cat-scratch kung fu of his couldn't hurt him at all. Hearing this, So Luong did not get angry. He withdrew his saber, lightly licked the blade, and snorted coldly, saying Bai Dike was truly arrogant. Bai Dike refused to back down and met his gaze. He told him that now that he was done showing off, it was his turn. So Luong was so angry he was speechless. Bai Dike had actually said he was just showing off. Even he was surprised that the boy dared to talk like that. Provoked by Bai Dike to the point of laughing in anger, So Luong said the boy was kind of interesting. He even praised his courage and suggested he join the evil god cult. As soon as those words came out, Bai Dike snorted coldly. What benefits are there in joining the evil god cult? If it's enough to move me, I might consider it. Nuok Hai stared at him in shock from the side. Had he gone crazy? So Luong smugly tried to win him over with promises of benefits, saying that whatever he wanted, he could have it all, even eternal life. But Bai Dike didn't care in the least. He picked at his ear with his hand, raised a brow, and provoked him, saying it sounded pretty good, but he would have to ask his dad first. The moment those words were spoken, So Luong looked at him in confusion. He had no idea what Bai Dike meant, but Bai Dike was already moving, shouting loudly, "Dad." In an instant, a violent gust swept in, startling both So Luong and Nuok Hai. At the same time, Bai Dike's system chimed. The skill had been successfully activated. Bai Dike's father was now being summoned and would arrive after a short wait. Bai Zongheng had originally been in the bathroom when he was suddenly sucked away by some invisible force, making him scream in alarm. By the time he regained his bearings, he had already appeared in front of Bai Dike in a rather disheveled state, still dazed and not knowing where he was. He was even still holding a roll of toilet paper in his hand. The moment Bai Dike saw him, he felt a little embarrassed, but he was still delighted and asked, "You really came?" Hearing that, Bai Zongheng immediately turned his head in surprise. He had never expected to see Bai Dike here. Without another word, Bai Dike immediately complained to him that someone from the evil god cult wanted him to join them, then said he had deliberately called him over to ask for his opinion. Watching the father and son pair from the side, So Luong felt a powerful sense of death approaching. He was certain this man was a super expert. He forcibly suppressed the urge to curse, but in the end still did. What the hell was this? If the little one couldn't win, then he called in the big one? Wasn't that supposed to be the villain's signature move? He bit his lip fiercely, then immediately turned and ran. But at that moment, he felt a gust of wind pass by, and a man appeared right in front of him, telling him to stop. So Luong cursed angrily, "Stop my ass." Then he swung his saber down at Bai Zongheng. Bai Zongheng got angry after being cursed. This guy was far too rude. His mother had been dead for many years already. At this moment, So Luong glared at him with deep hatred. He wanted to finish him off quickly and get out of here. Unfortunately, he was nowhere near as fast as Bai Zongheng. With a single dodge, Bai Zongheng avoided his slash. In the next instant, he directly used the toilet paper roll in his hand, intending to bind So Luong tightly with it. By the time So Luong realized what was happening, he had already taken a punch from Bai Zongheng that made blood spurt from his nose. Bai Zongheng swiftly pinned him to the ground, then wrapped him up like a mummy with toilet paper, knocking him unconscious just like that. Seeing this scene from the side, Bai Dike was utterly shocked. Just like that, it was over? Bai Zongheng smugly brushed back his hair and raised a brow at Bai Dike, asking if he wasn't incredibly cool. Bai Dike, however, only laughed and told him to take a look at himself first. Nuok Hai covered her mouth, her eyes blank with disbelief. She had no idea how to describe her feelings right now. So Luong had actually been wiped out in a single move. Only then did Bai Zongheng notice that Nuok Hai was there too. He quietly asked whether she was Bai Dike's girlfriend. Bai Dike gave him a perfunctory laugh and said his time was almost up, so he should hurry to the parking lot and help Nuok Hai's father. Hearing that, Bai Zongheng was somewhat dissatisfied. What did he mean almost out of time? Just as he was about to scold Bai Dike, the boy pushed him away and said he would explain later. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Bai Zongheng really did hurry off, though he didn't forget to tell Bai Dike that he had better explain everything to him. In no time, he disappeared. Bai Dike watched his retreating figure and let out a sigh of relief. If not for the dad, help, skill, he would have been finished today. Nuok Hai looked deeply into Bai Dike's eyes. The more time passed, the harder he was for her to understand. She had even been mentally prepared to die there. Yet Bai Dike had resolved it all. Slightly displeased, she asked why he hadn't used such a powerful skill earlier. Bai Dike froze and looked at her, his eyes darting around as he searched for an explanation. Then he suddenly pulled her into an embrace and asked whether she found him mysterious and was attracted to him because of it. Nuok Hai's small face instantly turned red. She turned her head away, not daring to meet Bai Dike's eyes. Then she suddenly swung her fist and punched Bai Dike in the face. Completely unprepared, he took the blow head-on. Bai Dike looked at her aggrievedly and accused her of domestic violence. Too lazy to bother with him, she merely snorted and turned her face away. 5 minutes later, Bai Dike and Nuok Hai both sensed someone approaching them. Sure enough, when they turned around, Bai Zongheng and Tienfu had returned. Tienfu was badly injured and was being supported back by Zongheng. Nuok Hai worriedly asked if he was all right. He shook his head and said that fortunately, Bai Zongheng had arrived in time to help. Then he looked at Bai Dike and praised him, asking how he had managed to call his father over here. Bai Dike let out a light laugh and honestly said it was his secret skill. Hearing that, Tienfu was a little surprised. There was actually a skill in this world for summoning your own dad. Bai Zongheng, on the other hand, looked extremely proud and boasted about his son. At that moment, Nuok Hai suddenly remembered So Luong, who was lying on the ground wrapped up like a mummy, and asked what they should do with him. Tienfu told her not to worry. They had already arrived. Just as he finished speaking, police sirens sounded. A man in uniform walked over, and the moment he saw Tienfu, concern immediately appeared on his face as he asked if he was all right. Tienfu snorted coldly in anger and blamed him for only showing up after the fight was over. Chief Wang apologized and said there had been a traffic jam. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mo Yin's grandfather quickly received word that the plan had failed and furiously cursed them as a bunch of trash. They had failed to deal with just 2 kids and had even exposed their identities. Now he had been forced to flee this place as well. But just as he was trying to run, his face immediately turned ugly. Chief Wang held an arrest warrant in front of him and said coldly that he was under arrest. After the battle with the evil god cult ended, Bai Dike said goodbye to Nuok Hai and went home. By the time he got back, it was already dinner time. But the moment he walked through the door, he smelled an incredibly strong stench of feces. Bai Zongheng was also sitting in the living room in a daze, his expression incomparably ugly. He looked for his mother and found her in the bathroom, busy doing something. He asked suspiciously what had happened. Looking at the disaster in the bathroom, the toilet broken, feces splattered everywhere. It was too disgusting to bear looking at. He frowned and asked his mother why the toilet had exploded. Zheng Ping glared at Bai Dike angrily and gritted her teeth as she said that was exactly what he should be asked. Her words left Bai Dike completely confused. What did this have to do with him? Zheng Ping asked whether he had summoned Bai Zongheng. Then she began explaining that after he got back, with one punch he had blown up the toilet, and even the drainage pipe had suffered the same fate. And then what was bound to happen happened. Feces splashed straight into his face. He had already showered 20 times and rinsed his mouth 50 times. It was too miserable to look at. The corner of Bai Dike's mouth twitched. In his heart, he observed a minute of silence for his pitiful old dad. Then he quickly opened the cabinet, took out a can of beer, and went to make amends with him. It was all because he had almost lost his life today that he had no choice but to do it. After hearing that, Bai Zongheng did not pursue the matter further. With a serious expression, he asked Bai Dike what exactly had happened. Bai Dike roughly recounted the whole process, from the Nuok Hai inviting him out, to running into the evil god cult's ambush, to finally learning the new skill and summoning his father. The more Bai Zongheng listened, the graver his expression became. Only afterward did the whole family finally sit down to dinner. Half an hour later, Bai Dike was finally able to return to his room. He couldn't help rubbing his sore shoulders and sighing that he had finally managed to get through everything. He was exhausted. At that moment, however, he received a notification from the system saying that he had completed the A-rank commission mission and should check his mission reward. Hearing the notification, Bai Dike immediately widened his eyes in shock. The reward was pretty good. He muttered to himself, then without hesitation used the Starstone reward. His body immediately changed, and his muscles became much stronger. His stats also rose significantly. He had reached level 6. Strength, constitution, agility, and spirit had all increased to 59, and his divine power and skill points had also gone up. Feeling the strength surging through his body, Bai Dike burst out laughing. He had struck it rich. Who said a passerby was just trash? Right now, he could completely defeat an S-rank genius. After thinking for a moment, Bai Dike decided to go and finish advancing his secondary profession as well. That great mutation back then had greatly expanded the surface area of the entire Lin Tin, causing the territory of every country to increase by several hundred times. From then on, human transportation had changed from high-speed rail, cars, airplanes, and ships to teleportation arrays. But using teleportation arrays required a huge amount of money and materials. Distance had never been the obstacle, money was. Bai Dike got dressed properly and went downstairs, yawning from exhaustion. Last night, he had appraised 5 silver weapons. It hadn't been for nothing that he had stayed up until dawn. He wanted to tell his parents that he was preparing to go on a trip, but the moment he stepped downstairs, he overheard his parents talking about him going out into the world to gain experience. A surge of emotion rose in Bai Dike. He had thought the two of them would be reluctant to part with him. He ran downstairs excitedly, wanting to hug them both. But their next words made him slam on the brakes. Bai Zongheng actually said in an excited tone that after 18 years, he was finally leaving. His mother nodded in agreement and happily added that they could finally open that bottle of 82 wine to celebrate. After hearing that, Bai Dike collapsed straight onto the floor. Hearing the sound, Bai Dike's mother immediately got up and ran over to check. When she saw him lying on the ground, she couldn't help sighing, worried that before he had even left his parents, he already couldn't take care of himself. Just like that, 3 days passed, and Bai Dike's group finally set off. There were 4 people on this trip: Bai Dike, Nuoc Hai, Decien, and Wang Ritian. Decien asked excitedly where they would be teleporting from. Wang Ritian replied, while driving, the military base. Every teleportation gate is managed by the army. That way, no matter which city is hit by a beast tide, reinforcements can arrive in time. Very quickly, the 4 of them arrived at the military base. They took out their credentials, and the guards did not stop them, allowing them to enter. Soon after, the 4 of them came to a structure covered in intersecting, strange patterns. Bai Dike's eyes lit up as he stared at the pile of spirit stones inside the structure. How much money would something like that cost? Wang Ritian smiled at him, let everyone inside, and reminded them that the first teleportation might make them a little dizzy, but they would be fine once they got used to it. And just like that, the 4 of them entered the teleportation space and headed for their destination. It wasn't long before Bai Dike opened his eyes. The scenery around him had already changed. Not just him, Nuoc Hai and Decien were also curiously looking around. Only Wang Ritian remained calm. They had arrived, and he even asked whether they were all right. Bai Dike scratched his head in confusion. They were already here, just like that? Wang Ritian nodded lightly, then handed each of them a handbook and suggested that they go register as new students first. They should try their best to get a better dormitory area, because here, everything was based on points. Along the way, everything went smoothly. Nothing unexpected happened as the 3 of them followed their guide. He brought them to the student registration area, where the place was packed because everyone was lining up to register. After noticing Bai Dike's group, the other students were full of envy and began whispering among themselves. Bai Dike and Nuoc Hai, with their striking appearances, along with strength greater than everyone else's, attracted a great deal of attention. Decien also leaned in curiously, wanting to hear whether anyone was saying good things about him too, since his abilities were pretty decent as well. Contrary to Decien's expectations, what he heard were not compliments, but unflattering remarks criticizing him. He was so angry he couldn't speak, while Bai Dike grinned happily, as if this were some delightful entertainment. After lining up for quite a while, it was finally their turn. At the freshman registration area, a senior student handed Bai Dike a stack of papers to fill out. This senior had pink hair and a pair of slender long ears, so she was probably mixed blood. She smiled warmly at Bai Dike and told him to fill in his personal information there. Seeing such a pretty senior, Bai Dike blushed and stared at her shyly for quite a while. Then he sat down and filled out his profile, also making room for the rest of his group. After he finished, the senior started reviewing it carefully to see whether there were any mistakes. But what first caught her eye was Bai Dike's rather funny-looking photo. When the senior saw that Bai Dike's potential was F rank, she was so shocked that she cried out loud enough for everyone around to hear. The other students who heard it were stunned as well. So the top scorer with F rank potential, the one the school had exceptionally admitted directly, was actually Bai Dike. Not disappointing everyone, Bai Dike slowly ran a hand through his silver hair and struck a roguish pose. That's right, he was Bai Dike himself, and everyone could call him Student Bai. Seeing his friend act like that, Decien felt it was really too embarrassing to watch. Nuoc Hai was no less direct. She walked over, smacked Bai Dike flying to the side, then cleared her throat. Unlike Bai Dike, she did not waste words and simply placed her own profile sheet on the table. Suddenly, Decien froze after reading something in the freshman handbook, and it also drew Bai Dike's attention. Decien leaned close to Bai Dike's ear with a serious expression to tell him what he had just learned, but Bai Dike reacted completely differently. He laughed as though nothing had happened. with his hands in his pockets. He turned back and gave Bai Dike a wicked grin before moving closer to where Nuok Hai was standing. Then Bai Dike suddenly shouted, "No way, no way. Decien, don't tell me you're assigned to a 6-person dorm room." This made Decien feel embarrassed and also drew Nuok Hai's attention. Bai Dike leaned close to Nuok Hai with a shameless look on his face and said that they were family, and since they were family, they should stay together. He asked her if that was right. Nuok Hai felt both shy and annoyed and told him that if he didn't get lost while she was still holding back, she was really going to get angry. Seeing that Bai Dike seemed interested, Decien figured this was a good chance to earn more points. So he asked whether their group should join too, since the competition seemed to start tomorrow. Hearing that this was a good opportunity to gain points, Bai Dike confidently declared that not only would they enter the competition, they would also take first place. At last, the day of the competition arrived. The arena was already packed with participants registering for the event. When people saw Bai Dike and his teammates, many contestants were surprised that he had signed up for this competition as well. They knew Bai Dike currently had terrible odds, so betting on him to take the top spot could bring back 20 times the stake. Someone who happened to overhear the conversation was stunned that the return could be 20-fold. Wouldn't that mean that if you bet 10 points, you could win back 200? None of that escaped Bai Dike's ears. The moment he heard there was a chance to make points, his eyes lit up. He hadn't expected such a good thing to exist. A girl with pink hair and a pair of slender beast ears looked at Bai Dike in surprise, not understanding what he had come here for. Bai Dike turned around, and the moment he saw who had called him, his face darkened. The one calling him was Ha Kalap. She belonged to the demi-human race, level 26, SSS potential, with the talent One Touch and It's Over, which increased her arrow firing speed by 50. Her class was Thunderfire Archer. Her attributes were Strength 205, Constitution 176, Agility 225, and Spirit 182. Though she looked like a tiny lowly, she possessed tremendous power. She walked over and waved at Bai Dike. Bai Dike stepped in front of Ha Kalap and asked if she was the student council president. But what he really wanted to ask was how on earth her parents had even managed to get together. Ha Kalap admitted that she was indeed the student council president and asked what Bai Dike wanted with her. Scratching his head awkwardly and looking away, Bai Dike said he just wanted to know whether he could place a bet on himself. Hearing Bai Dike's question, Ha Kalap thought about it for a moment. Normally, that sort of thing wasn't allowed, but Bai Dike was rather special. She moved a little closer and said that using the new student privilege, he could place a bet on himself, so she could make an exception for him. Bai Dike looked concerned and asked how many points this privilege could be changed into. Though he was talking about points, his face had turned red because Ha Kalap was leaning in too close. She raised 2 fingers and said she could count 200 points for Bai Dike. Hearing that number, he was overjoyed again. It was simply too much. She took out a contract and told Bai Dike to sign it. He only needed to put his name on it. Delighted, he signed immediately and praised how formal the competition was. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from somewhere, telling everyone to look. A support class? Is this the pinnacle of human strategy? Hearing that, Bai Dike quickly turned around to look. Up above stood a huge man, calming everyone down. Then he introduced himself as Qin Tienfu, the founder of Tienfu University. He now announced the rules of the competition. This time, it would use an individual arena format split into 2 stages. The first stage would be a large-scale elimination round lasting 2 hours, while the second stage would use random draws for battles to determine the champion. Everyone listened quietly as Qin Tienfu explained the competition. The 100 arenas in the contest area represented 100 slots, and what everyone had to do during these 2 hours was continuously attack and defend in order to decide the top 100. After saying that, he declared the competition officially open and signaled everyone to hurry to the arenas. The contestants moved at once, pushing and shoving their way forward. Someone shouted, "Don't block my way. I'm the man who's taking first place." Seeing everyone rushing to seize an arena, Decien told Bai Dike that their group had to move quickly too. But Nuok Hai thought that if they started scrambling for arenas right away, injuries were bound to happen. The important thing was to preserve their strength. Bai Dike agreed with her. Decien went along with them, but he was puzzled. If they weren't going to fight for an arena now, then what were they supposed to do? Nuok Hai took out the recovery medicine she had stored away, while Bai Dike checked his equipment. Seeing how thoroughly prepared his teammates were, Decien had no idea when the two of them had secretly built up such coordination without him. Decien reached into his backpack, pulled something out, and told everyone to take one. Bai Dike asked what it was. Decien said it was food he had made last night. Although it wasn't as effective as recovery medicine, it could still be used in an emergency. Bai Dike praised Decien for doing well, so he had come prepared too. Receiving praise, Decien's ego swelled, and he proudly replied that of course he had. The time had come, and Nuok Hai called for everyone to set out. Bai Dike, Nuok Hai, and Decien prepared to enter the battle, fully confident that they would win first place. The lights came on, and unbelievably, in just a few short minutes, every arena had already been completely occupied. Bai Dike and his teammates could hardly believe their eyes. Decien even thought it had to be some kind of mistake, but this was the reality before them. So what were they supposed to do now? Calmly, Bai Dike reassured them that it was fine, since according to their plan, they hadn't intended to go up first anyway. Decien still asked how they were supposed to proceed, because if they didn't get up there, they wouldn't make it through this round either. Bai Dike gave a sinister smile and said that of course they were going up. He braced himself and put on a solemn look, telling everyone to step aside because he was about to cheat and use some kind of special skill, leaving Decien and Nuok Hai stunned. Bai Dike reminded them to remember the key point of the first stage. It wasn't about challenging the strong. What mattered was avoiding the strong. Decien misunderstood him and thought that meant they should avoid the people already standing on the arenas. But Bai Dike said that wasn't exactly it. Draping an arm over both of them, he whispered 1, 6, 9, 12, 24. Those are all new students with SSS potential. Stay far away from them and attack the other arenas. Nuok Hai asked which arena they should make a move on. After observing for a while, Bai Dike answered that arena number 3 was the best choice. Right after that, he and his teammates prepared to act. He reminded the group to split up, and before the light turned gray, they had to slash it down. Below the arena, people were lined up neatly, waiting for their turn. Bai Dike poked his head out from behind them and politely asked whether everyone could do him a favor and let him go first. Some people recognized him, and others realized he was a heavyweight opponent. Everyone advised each other to leave, because there was no way they could beat Bai Dike. It would be better to challenge someone else instead. Immediately afterward, everyone gave up and headed for other arenas. Bai Dike grinned brightly, thanked them all, and wished them smooth sailing. On the stage, the two contestants were still seriously fighting, while Bai Dike slowly walked in from the outside. He somehow pulled out a mat, and just as the judges came onto the platform, Bai Dike lounged on it, sucking on candy with one leg crossed over the other. He advised a red-haired contestant to put in a little more effort, or how could he possibly defeat his opponent? Perhaps because he had waited too long, he was getting impatient, so he told the two rookies to stop fooling around already, since just watching them fight was making him tired. The blue-haired and red-haired contestants were annoyed at being disturbed by Bai Dike and accused him of lacking martial ethics. Suddenly, a brick flew out of nowhere and smashed straight into the blue-haired guy's head, shocking both of them. The blue-haired one angrily assumed the red-haired one had done it, cursing him for not having any martial ethics either. Since it wasn't his doing, the red-haired one denied it. After knocking the red-haired one down, the blue-haired contestant looked around to find out who had pulled that stunt. It turned out the culprit was Bai Dike. He was now up high, holding a brick in his hand. The blue-haired contestant couldn't understand how, in just a brief moment, Bai Dike had gotten up there. Before he could react, Bai Dike hurled another brick straight into his face, leaving him no time to dodge and forcing him to take the hit full on. His face swelled up instantly, and blood kept pouring from his nose. The blue-haired guy shouted that Bai Dike had no martial ethics and was shameless, despicable, and lowly. Sure enough, no style of martial arts could compare to 1/3 of a brick. Bai Dike proudly held the brick in his hand, delighted as he proclaimed that this was still the most effective weapon. One strike alone could leave someone dizzy and dazed. Standing confidently on the arena, Bai Dike loudly called for everyone to hurry up and challenge him. At that moment, Bai Dike was thrilled, thinking he was about to gain more points. But contrary to his expectations, after everyone had watched the match, they all thought only an idiot would challenge Bai Dike. Rather than challenge him, they might as well try their luck somewhere else. Seeing everyone leave because they were afraid of losing to him, Bai Dike hurriedly tried to stop them, telling them not to go and that he could go easy on them too. But no matter what he did, not a single person came back. Bai Dike burst into tears and lamented. Is this the loneliness of being a champion? Bai Dike shouted up at the leadership, hoping they could change the rules a little. He promised that if anyone beat him, he would give that person all of his points. Hearing Bai Dike's plea, the leadership sat and discussed what they should do. Tienfu asked the deans what they thought of Bai Dike's suggestion. One member of the leadership nodded in agreement with Bai Dike's request and said they should just do as he suggested. Tienfu stood up and approved the proposal. As soon as the others heard the announcement, they immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed straight toward Bai Dike. They wanted to defeat him and claim 120 points. Every single one of them thought they would be able to beat Bai Dike and get those 120 points. As for Bai Dike, he was feeling that the old saying was absolutely right. For 300 profit, people would gladly risk their lives. He considered everyone rushing up there to be brave warriors. Just then, a black-haired girl leaped onto the arena from somewhere. She introduced herself as Su Xiao and said she wanted to challenge him. Bai Dike was not particularly interested in her challenge. The only thing in his eyes was the girl's chest. He thought that even soccer balls probably weren't that big. He started panting at Su Xiao's hot figure. Bai Dike said he didn't hit women, so why not get acquainted instead and maybe form a bond? Seeing Bai Dike take the initiative to show goodwill, Su Xiao mistakenly thought he wanted to yield his points to her, so she was delighted. Once again, Su Xiao introduced her name and where she came from, but before she could finish, Bai Dike already said that she was from Western City. Su Xiao blushed and couldn't understand how he knew. Had he been there before? At some point, Bai Dike had already appeared right in front of her, a rose clenched between his teeth. Putting on a handsome pose, he explained that it was his mother's hometown. That was precisely why, from the moment he saw classmate Su, he had felt especially close to her. Running a hand through his hair with a flirtatious air, Bai Dike held out the rose to her. He said that perhaps this was fate and asked whether classmate Su already had a boyfriend. Su Xiao smiled amicably, waved her hand, and confirmed that she still didn't have one. The audience around them felt irritated. Had they come to take part in the freshman competition or to watch some kind of dating show? Someone thought it was awful that in the middle of a match, they were suddenly being force-fed romance. Another person pointed straight at Bai Dike and cursed him as a shameless bastard who flirted whenever he saw a pretty girl. At that moment, Su Xiao still thought she was about to get Bai Dike's points, so she happily adjusted her hair in a delicate pose. Suddenly, Bai Dike spun 180 degrees, grabbed his brick, and without hesitation, smashed it straight into her face. With just that one strike, Su Xiao collapsed flat onto the ground, while Bai Dike wore a sinister smile with the brick still in his hand. He knew that women would only affect the speed at which he could draw his brick. The referee grabbed Bai Dike's hand and announced that Su Xiao's challenge had failed and Bai Dike had successfully defended the arena. The people who had just been cursing him were left in disbelief. They found it absolutely insane that he could bring himself to hit such a pretty girl. What was more, he had even deliberately used seduction tactics on the enemy first. He truly had no martial ethics at all. Seeing that his teammates had all successfully taken arenas, Bai Dike felt that things weren't bad at all. When Tienfu noticed him looking her way, she raised a finger to signal that she had succeeded. Things on her side were going very smoothly as well. The referee announced that contestant Tienfu had advanced successfully and that arena number 66 was now invalid. Seeing that his teammate had already advanced, Bai Dike felt he needed to work harder too. He pointed down from the arena and asked if anyone else wanted to challenge him, telling them to hurry up and come. Suddenly, from behind him, a contestant jumped up from below. It was a young man with light brown hair, declaring that he wanted to challenge Bai Dike. The crowd below the stands erupted again. It turned out to be Gao Huan. They hadn't expected Gao Huan to challenge Bai Dike because he had A+ potential. Everyone thought Bai Dike had finally encountered a worthy opponent this time. Hearing that he might have met someone evenly matched, Bai Dike felt rather regretful instead because Gao Huan's attributes simply weren't as outstanding as his own. Bai Dike slowly walked over and raised a hand, wanting to get acquainted with Gao Huan. But having already witnessed Bai Dike's previous fight, Gao Huan wasn't falling for that trick. He told Bai Dike to shut up because his words couldn't be trusted, then leaped up and threw a punch straight at Bai Dike's face. Even though Gao Huan had attacked suddenly and with great force, Bai Dike still dodged it lightly and effortlessly. He wondered why the guy couldn't at least let someone finish speaking first. Seeing Bai Dike's speed, Gao Huan was shocked at how fast he was. But before Gao Huan could even think of his next move, Bai Dike had already shifted to another spot. In his hand, he was already holding his beloved brick, ready to knock Gao Huan out at any moment. With a single strike to the back of the head, Gao Huan collapsed, a huge lump swelling on his scalp while foam seeped from his mouth. He passed out instantly. Bai Dike had originally wanted to give him a chance to show off, but he hadn't expected him to be this useless. After witnessing everything that had happened, one member of the leadership asked if anyone had noticed anything strange. Another wondered whether there was something wrong with Bai Dike's attributes. At that moment, a B potential superhuman was preparing to challenge Bai Dike on stage. While the leadership was rereading his profile, F potential passerby class, omniscient and omnipotent talent that could see all hidden information, strength 59, constitution 59, agility 59, spirit 59. The man in red among the leadership was so shocked that he blurted out, "How is this possible?" The man in blue was the same. He couldn't understand how a level 6 could have all attributes at 59 points. He was utterly stunned. Were those really stats an F-rank potential user could have? In contrast to the anxious leadership, the arena had become empty and deserted, with only Bai Dike, the referee, and the birds in the sky remaining. After all those battles, Bai Dike still felt sleepy because defeating them had been too easy. With a single punch, he had sent his opponent flying into the sky, leaving even the referee staring blankly at such speed. After knocking down all his opponents, Bai Dike stood there calmly with his arms folded, overflowing with confidence. The referee announced once again that the winner was still Bai Dike. In the next match, the moment Bai Dike walked in holding his brick, before he could even make a move, the opponent dropped to his knees, crying and begging him to spare him. Meanwhile, the referee was already exhausted from repeatedly announcing that Bai Dike was the winner. Standing arrogantly on the stage, Bai Dike cheerfully declared, "Being a champion sure is lonely, so very lonely." Meanwhile, Ka Lap was so angry she was practically going mad, having fallen right into the trap Bai Dike had laid. After 10 minutes passed, the referee took Bai Dike's hand and loudly announced that contestant Bai Dike had successfully advanced. The next stage would begin in the afternoon, and after the first stage ended, the battle results would be announced. With his hands in his pockets and a confident look on his face, Bai Dike did not forget to thank the referee. Right after that, Nuoc Hai poured cold water on Bai Dike's excitement. She slowly emphasized that he was too slow and gave him a thumbs down, as if calling him a loser. Seeing Nuoc Hai's attitude, Bai Dike became so angry that a fire flared in his heart. He resolved that next time, he would definitely show her what real speed looked like. Bai Dike slowly stepped down from the arena. Seeing him approach, Nuoc Hai said that she herself still didn't know what the rules for the afternoon matches would be, and only hoped that the two of them wouldn't end up facing each other right from the start. Bai Dike was not worried about that at all. He patted her on the shoulder and told her to forget about it. Since things were already like this, they should eat first. After the three of them regrouped, they headed to the cafeteria for a meal. But strangely enough, when they reached the cafeteria entrance, neither of the two boys took another step forward. Nuoc Hai didn't understand why they weren't continuing. Bai Dike made excuses, saying he actually wasn't hungry, then turned to ask Decien whether he felt hungry. Decien immediately said it really was a coincidence, because he also didn't feel very hungry right now, and urged Bai Dike to just leave with him. It turned out that the buffet in the cafeteria cost 1 point per person, and gold coins were not accepted. When she learned why, Nuoc Hai found it amusing. She said that if the two of them called her big sister, she would treat them both today. Hearing that, Decien felt annoyed. He could not understand why she would joke like that. Even if the two of them starved today, they still would not call her big sister. Unlike Decien, Bai Dike did not hesitate at all and immediately called Nuoc Hai big sister. He told her not to mind that idiot and said they should go eat, leaving Decien so angry that he was speechless. As soon as they entered the cafeteria, the two boys looked extremely hungry. They ate in huge bites at lightning speed, leaving Nuoc Hai at a loss for words. While everyone was eating happily, a stranger suddenly walked over and asked if he was Bai Dike, moving closer to the table where the three of them were sitting. It turned out to be Lin Ba, a lunatic who had come to pick trouble with Bai Dike. He was immediately told to get lost. Holding a lobster in his hand, Bai Dike looked at him with cold, emotionless eyes, shook his head lightly, and said that he did not like signing autographs for men. Just as Bai Dike refused to sign for him, another man standing opposite him spoke in an equally cold tone, saying he had not come for an autograph. Bai Dike innocently asked whether the man wanted to shake hands with him, then casually stretched out his hand. Even with his hands still dirty from holding the lobster, Bai Dike decided to shake the other man's hand. The man shouted and angrily complained about Bai Dike's filthy hands, saying he was still holding a lobster and yet dared to shake hands with him. Embarrassed, Bai Dike said he had not noticed, while the man remained furious. Then Bai Dike suddenly rubbed his dirty hand on the man's clothes right in front of his horrified eyes, which made him even angrier. After wiping his hand on the other man's clothes, Bai Dike looked at his hand with a smug smile and said in a mocking tone, "Sorry about that, brother. My hand is clean now." Rage immediately showed in the other man's eyes. Red-faced, he was so furious that he was about to charge at Bai Dike, convinced that what Bai Dike had just done was going too far. Seeing the man about to rush at him, Bai Dike immediately called for protection. At once, a sexy auntie with a mole by her lip appeared in front of him, forcing the man to stop in shock and confusion. But he could not break in time and accidentally grabbed her breast, making the atmosphere instantly tense and awkward. Seeing that, Bai Dike shouted that the man had the nerve to sneak attack the cafeteria lady, causing all eyes to turn toward him in confusion and disbelief. The man still had not removed his hand from the woman's chest. Trembling with fear, he asked whether she would believe him if he said it was not intentional, his panicked eyes reflecting his unease. Furious, the auntie glared at him with blazing anger, asked what exactly he thought he was doing, and then suddenly threw a heavy punch that sent him stumbling back in pain and shock. The crowd burst into an uproar. Unable to hold back his amusement, Bai Dike said that she really lived up to being the cafeteria lady. Just looking at that slap made it seem painful, causing many people to laugh. Someone standing nearby mockingly remarked that with how scrawny that guy was, he would probably be sent flying if he got hit again. Meanwhile, the man himself was trembling and pale, trying to explain that he had already said it was not on purpose, though panic was still written all over his face. At that moment, the teacher stormed in angrily, irritation clear in his eyes, and loudly demanded to know whether the two of them were the ones causing trouble, making the atmosphere even more tense. Bai Dike calmly replied that it had nothing to do with him and that he was the victim, but the other man immediately shouted angrily, "How dare you say you had nothing to do with it?" Right away, Bai Dike ran over, hugged the teacher's arm, and said that he had been obediently eating the whole time, but that classmate had come over wanting to shake hands and then ended up sneak attacking him. Hearing that, everyone around them, including the man who had just been hit, felt disgusted and nauseated by Bai Dike's lie. The beaten man angrily rushed forward and demanded to know who had pulled out the cafeteria lady, but Bai Dike remained perfectly calm and said that it had all been the result of his skill. The people standing around were stunned by Bai Dike's shamelessness. They thought he was utterly shameless, yet at the same time his argument sounded so righteous that they were taken aback. After hearing this, the teacher questioned Bai Dike, asking whether he had really used the cafeteria lady as a shield. Bai Dike shook his head and said that his skill was random and that the school authorities all knew about it. After saying that, Bai Dike pointed at the other man and declared that he was the key problem. He resorted to violence the moment a conversation did not go his way. He clearly had no regard for school rules or cafeteria order, and Bai Dike even suggested punishing him by making him scrub the cafeteria toilets for 100 years. Hearing this, the man angrily accused Bai Dike of making false accusations. Seeing that neither of them was willing to back down, the teacher raised his hand to stop them from arguing and said he would not report the matter to the school. But since a school staff member had been injured, compensation would have to be paid. After hearing that, the group turned and left. Bai Dike was extremely pleased that he had not been punished. He looked at his friend and said they should go, then quickly prepare for the afternoon competition, his confidence making it seem as if everything was already under control. His friend could not hide his disbelief and blurted out that Bai Dike was truly on another level, drawing everyone's attention, while the other man remained silently resentful, wondering why he alone had been punished while Bai Dike had gotten off so easily. As they walked, Nuok Hai turned to remind Bai Dike that if he met her in the competition later, he absolutely must not go easy on her. Hearing that, Bai Dike replied, "So even if you had to call me dad, you'd still want to fight me to decide the winner, right?" Nuok Hai firmly confirmed that she did want to face Bai Dike and settle victory and defeat, even if she had to call him dad. In the heated arena, the crowd's cheers thundered like rolling storms, filling the air with wild excitement. The teacher's stern voice rang out through the venue, announcing that the next round would be the final stage of the freshman competition, making the atmosphere in the arena tense and full of anticipation. As the crowd stood listening, the teacher's voice rang out powerfully, emphasizing that this was not only the final round, but also the battle everyone had been waiting for, making the atmosphere even more excited and expectant. Nuok Hai recalled the moment when she had seriously told Bai Dike not to hold back if they met in battle, and how Bai Dike had smiled and asked whether she would still insist on a real fight, even if she had to call him dad. Thinking of Bai Dike's words, Nuok Hai stomped hard on the ground, feeling irritated that he had gained the upper hand over her. Her friends nearby looked confused and all asked what was wrong, saying that Nuok Hai seemed a little strange today. Looking over at Bai Dike, Nuok Hai saw him, with one arm slung around another boy's shoulder, grinning smugly, as if completely unaware of the emotions rising in her heart. Bai Dike raised his hand, motioning for Nuok Hai to look his way, but that only made her even angrier, her heart full of annoyance at how carefree he was. Suddenly, the teacher's voice echoed throughout the arena, announcing that to ensure fairness, a random draw would be used and instructing everyone to look up at the screen. After hearing that, everyone silently prayed that they would not be eliminated in the first round, while Bai Dike remained completely calm, showing no worry at all about what was about to happen. The first match would be Bai Dike versus Huang Lu, while Nuok Hai would face Bu Si Yuan, creating a tense and eager atmosphere among the crowd. Both Nuok Hai and Bai Dike let out quiet sighs of relief, feeling lucky that they would not be facing each other in this match. Suddenly, Nuok Hai turned and called out to Bai Dike, drawing his attention as he looked at her in puzzlement. Without looking directly at Bai Dike, Nuok Hai spoke in a strong, determined voice, telling him to do his best and not let anyone accept or defeat him, making the air between them feel both serious and spirited. Bai Dike was taken aback by her words, sensing clearly that though she was cold on the outside, she was warm on the inside, and he could not help laughing at how adorable she was. After thinking for a moment, Bai Dike turned his head away, gave a fake cough, and said that it looked like he would have to work even harder, lightening the mood. At that moment, a girl stepped into the arena. She was Huang Lu, a mage with S-level potential and the talent truth and falsehood, difficult to distinguish. All of her mystic-type skills became more real than ever. When she appeared, Bai Dike thought to himself that this must be her, sensing the power hidden within her. Already in stance, Bai Dike confidently said, "Relax, I don't hit girls," but Huang Lu immediately answered that there was no way she would believe that. Bai Dike declared that he was ready to begin, and Huang Lu replied that she was as well, prepared for the coming battle. Huang Lu asked seriously whether Bai Dike was really that person, and Bai Dike casually answered that her vigilance seemed pretty high. Bai Dike tossed around something that looked like a treasure he often used to help himself, while inwardly thinking that his bodyguard summoning ability did not seem very effective against Huang Lu, because her spiritual power was higher than his. Bai Dike grew alarmed, realizing that Huang Lu's strength far exceeded what he had predicted. Bai Dike stared at Huang Lu in confusion, feeling as if everything was slipping beyond his control. He thought to himself in alarm, "What is going on here?" Meanwhile, Huang Lu stood with her arms crossed and a faint smile on her face, radiating confidence to the point of arrogance. The crowd buzzed with discussion, saying that Bai Dike's opponent was Huang Lu and that he would definitely suffer in this match. Suddenly, Bai Dike confidently said that this was all fake and that Huang Lu had been fooled, then smirked and asked whether she was Huang Lu. Bai Dike stood proudly in position, his eyes full of confidence. Inwardly, he thought that this was indeed false illusion magic, and he had already realized what was happening with Huang Lu. He understood that she possessed not only power, but also the ability to manipulate her opponent's mind. Suddenly, Bai Dike pointed at Huang Lu, confidence written all over his face, and said that out of respect for her, he would use only half of his strength against her. The moment he finished speaking, Huang Lu lunged in, her blade slashing through the air, but Bai Dike saw it at once and reacted in time, preparing to deal with the sudden attack. The two charged at each other, creating a dramatic battle as the sound of clashing weapons rang through the air. Every strike was fierce and swift. Seeing this, Huang Lu angrily spat out, annoying, her anger flaring as she continued increasing her power to attack Bai Dike. In the next instant, Huang Lu vanished. Bai Dike was startled and thought that she had used invisibility, forcing him to become more cautious than ever in this fight. He let out a sharp breath, feeling annoyed as Huang Lu turned invisible and dashed past him. making him react quickly to avoid a surprise attack. But Bai Dike soon discovered Huang Lu's location, raised his weapon, and confidently said that he had found her. Then he threw his weapon toward Huang Lu, startling her and forcing her to react quickly to avoid the unexpected strike. But Huang Lu failed to dodge in time, was hit, and was sent flying backward. Even so, she still thought to herself that this could not be possible. This had to be just a coincidence, and she could not allow Bai Dike to look down on her. Brimming with momentum, Bai Dike rushed toward Huang Lu, his eyes full of confidence and determination, saying that he had caught her. Bai Dike continued attacking without pause, every blow powerful and precise, sending Huang Lu flying away before she could recover, giving him overwhelming control of the battle. As Huang Lu was flung farther and farther away, Bai Dike confidently said that it was not over yet, showing clearly that he had no intention of stopping. He kept launching attack after attack at her, each strike as fast as lightning, leaving her no chance to counter or escape. Seeing this, the teacher angrily slammed the table and said that Bai Dike had gone crazy and that the match could not be allowed to spiral out of control like this. At this point, Huang Lu's face was covered in injuries, and with trembling hands, she raised one arm and spoke words of surrender, her utter exhaustion after the intense battle plain to see. The teacher announced that in this match, Bai Dike had used his talent to defeat contestant Huang Lu, winning the battle, and congratulated him on advancing into the top 16. Bai Dike confidently looked at Huang Lu lying on the ground in pain, laughed arrogantly, and said that being invincible was so lonely, making his pride after victory unmistakable. At that moment, the medical team carried Huang Lu away on a stretcher under the bewildered gaze of everyone present. No one could understand how the goddess Huang Lu had been beaten to such a state, leaving the crowd shocked and astonished. Two young men were discussing it animatedly. The long-haired one asked whether, compared to anything else, they were not more curious about how Bai Dike had been able to see Huang Lu even after she had turned invisible. The other replied that he had seen Huang Lu's invisibility technique several times before, and it was by no means ordinary. So the fact that Bai Dike had still been able to see her in that situation was truly surprising. The sky had turned golden, and soft sunlight filtered through the leaves. Bai Dike sat leisurely on a bench beneath a tree, enjoying a cold ice cream, his expression relaxed and comfortable after the strain of the match. He tilted his head back toward the sky, took a deep breath, and said that life was so beautiful, savoring each peaceful moment after everything he had been through. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Bai Dike sat on the bench, patting his full stomach, his face full of satisfaction as he basked in the pleasure of a good meal. Suddenly, from the bushes behind him, a group of people rushed out. They pulled a plastic bag over Bai Dike's head and shouted that they were going to beat him up to avenge goddess Huang Lu, catching him completely off guard before he could react. Seeing that, Bai Dike immediately shouted for protection, and the group was beaten black and blue before they could do anything. They were beaten into utter misery and ended up sprawled all over the ground, showing just how miserably they had failed against Bai Dike's power. The one holding the plastic bag stood there with an angry expression and shouted, asking who was hitting him, unable to believe what was happening in front of his eyes. Seeing this, Bai Dike hid behind a tree trunk, mischievously shouted, "Decien, look over here!" and made the atmosphere both tense and strangely hilarious, leaving Decien so angry that his face turned red. Furious, Decien charged at Bai Dike with a knife in hand and shouted that he had known it was him, determined not to let Bai Dike get away so easily this time. After a while, the two stopped and panted for breath, and Decien began asking whether Bai Dike had some grudge against Huang Lu. Hearing that, Bai Dike replied that what he did was actually a form of respect toward her, and that he believed his great figure had already been deeply engraved in Huang Lu's heart. The scene shifted back to the competition grounds. The vast arena was packed with tense excitement, and the stands were filled to the brim with spectators. Cheers rang out continuously as bright lights illuminated every corner of the stage, preparing for the fierce battles to come. Standing on the stage, the teacher announced in a booming voice that the top 16 of the competition had now emerged, and the next step would be to divide them into groups to fight for advancement. He asked everyone to look up at the screen to follow the results. Everyone turned their eyes toward the screen. Tension filled the air as they waited for the contestants' names to be revealed and for the dramatic matches ahead to unfold. It was hard to believe, but Bai Dike's opponent this time was actually a beauty. Unexpectedly, it was Li Jallow, ranked third on the freshman goddess list, making the atmosphere even more tense and excited. The crowd buzzed noisily in discussion. No one had expected it to be Li Jallow. Some said Bai Dike was practically a beauty harvester. Another person declared that Bai Dike was truly terrifying, pointing at the screen where Bai Dike's impressive record was displayed. This girl was Li Jallow, who possessed level 5 potential and stood out for both her striking beauty and exceptional talent, drawing every eye toward her in admiration. Bai Dike confidently thought to himself that with his deadly charm, he was once again about to make a female student fall under his punch. Ah no, his respect, which made him feel more excited than ever. Standing between them, the referee loudly asked whether Li Jallow was ready. Tension covered the entire arena as all eyes turned to her, waiting for the opponent's response. Li Jallow frowned as she looked toward Bai Dike, wondering why she had ended up facing Bai Dike, the one who claimed he did not hit girls. A sense of confusion surged within her, and she could not help doubting what kind of opponent he really was. Bai Dike continued smiling confidently at his opponent's confusion, his sparkling eyes seeming almost provocative, making the atmosphere even more tense and promising an intense battle. Li Jallow thought to herself in alarm that he was far too terrifying, unease spreading through her heart as she faced Bai Dike's unshakable confidence. Suddenly, she raised her hand and asked the teacher whether she had the right to forfeit the match, leaving everyone around her stunned and bewildered by this unexpected turn. The crowd looked on in confusion, wondering what was going on and unable to understand why a contestant would want to withdraw right before the battle even began. Seeing Li Jallow turn and leave, Bai Dike quickly tried to stop her, saying that he was very easy to beat and that she should at least spar with him a little, hoping she would change her mind. Bai Dike let out a helpless sigh. With no one willing to fight him, the competition suddenly felt much duller, especially when his opponent did not even want to make a move. Suddenly, the crowd began shouting the goddess Nuoc Hai's name. The cries echoed throughout the arena, creating an electrifying atmosphere as all eyes turned toward her, the girl everyone adored and admired. Hearing that, Bai Dike was utterly bewildered and wondered if the ring over there was Nuoc Hai's. A mixture of nervousness and curiosity welled up inside him at the thought of seeing what she would show in this competition. On the other ring, Nuoc Hai was facing a huge man. He smugly told her to just admit defeat because he normally did not hit women, only loved them in bed. His arrogant tone made the atmosphere tense, and Nuoc Hai burned with anger. Before he had even finished speaking, Nuoc Hai swung her hand and slapped him hard, sending him tumbling to the ground, shocked and humiliated by her decisive action. She stood there proudly, her sharp gaze fixed on him, and said that she normally did not hit men, but trash like him was the exception. The teacher immediately announced that Nuoc Hai had won. The crowd roared her name, and some even shouted that they wanted to be her best friend, showing their enthusiastic support for her. From his side, Bai Dike secretly thought with pride that she had subdued her enemy in a single move. As expected of Nuoc Hai, she truly made him admire her with her strength and confidence. The excited crowd pointed toward the screen where the top 8 had appeared. In just a short while, the top 8 had already been displayed, leaving everyone stunned. No one had expected the competition to move this quickly. Familiar faces appeared one after another, making the atmosphere more heated than ever. The top 8 list included Bai Dike, Nuoc Hai, Lin Ba, Yin Jie, Ying Dekai, Gao Huan, Chen Bei, and Wei Shongjing. Every name carried great hope and potential, and everyone could not help discussing the coming matches, wondering who would shine and who would have to stop here in this brutal competition. The crowd buzzed in disbelief that Bai Dike had actually made it into the top 8. They thought he was just some worthless F-rank nobody with nothing special about him. Then someone in the crowd told everyone to stop talking because the match had already begun. All eyes turned to the ring, eagerly waiting for the intense performances of the top 8 contestants. The first top 8 match was Bai Dike versus Lin Ba, and the atmosphere on the ring was tense and thrilling as the audience focused on the 2 contestants. Lin Ba thought to himself that he had not expected to meet Bai Dike in the first round, and he had to teach the brat a lesson. His determination surged. He could not allow someone like Bai Dike to make a fool of him. Under the ring, the crowd kept cheering for both Lin Ba and Bai Dike. Their shouts echoed everywhere, and the atmosphere became even more heated as every gaze fell on the 2 of them. Lin Ba stood there confidently and curled his lip, saying that enemies were bound to meet again. Meanwhile, Bai Dike clenched his fist and secretly prepared himself, thinking that it was time to call Dad. His fighting spirit surged, and he did not want to let this opportunity slip away, determined to prove himself in this match. But instead, Bai Dike started strolling around the stands, interacting with the audience like a beloved idol. He flashed a bright smile and accepted their praise for his handsome looks. Seeing that, Lin Ba was speechless, unable to believe that his opponent could be so relaxed before such an important match. Furious, he grabbed Bai Dike by the collar, his face red with rage at the contempt Bai Dike was showing. Bai Dike, however, only smiled and teased that what Lin Ba was doing might make people misunderstand and think he wanted to kiss him. Hearing that, Lin Ba backed away with a disgusted expression and told him not to make him sick, though his eyes could not hide his anger and ridicule. Bai Dike continued teasing him, saying that the woman who cooked in the cafeteria might still be looking for him later. Lin Ba angrily denied it and demanded to know whether Bai Dike had heard a single word he had said. His eyes clearly showed the irritation he could no longer suppress. Bai Dike then kept mocking him, asking whether that slap still hurt. That line only made Lin Ba even angrier, and he shouted at him to get lost. The tension between the two grew sharper and sharper. Lin Ba angrily asked whether the match could start already, because his blade could not wait any longer. The teacher looked at Bai Dike and asked if he was ready. With a confident look, Bai Dike replied that they could begin anytime, and the teacher loudly declared the start of the match. The atmosphere instantly turned tense and suspenseful. Bai Dike still looked completely at ease without the slightest worry, while Lin Ba had already taken his stance, his eyes sharp as if preparing for a fierce assault. Then, all of a sudden, Bai Dike grabbed the teacher's hand, raised it high, and declared that the match was already over, leaving everyone utterly confused. No one understood what was happening. They looked at one another in bewilderment. Lin Ba was also stunned, unable to tell whether Bai Dike was joking or whether something had really happened. Suddenly, Lin Ba was sent flying into the air. A sense of unease surged inside him, and he thought to himself that he could no longer control his body. Everything around him seemed to blur, leaving only confusion and fear behind. Seeing that, Bai Dike confidently said with a smug expression, "Thank you for delivering yourself right to my door." A self-satisfied grin spread across his face. He could hardly believe his luck that his opponent had fallen into the trap so easily. Having said that, Bai Dike rushed in and struck as fast as lightning, knocking his opponent to the arena floor. The only thing Lin Ba managed to gasp out was "despicable" before losing all strength to resist. Bai Dike straightened his posture, his eyes shining brightly as the teacher declared his victory. He affirmed his win with pride he could not hide. The crowd immediately erupted, and wave after wave of excited cheering rang out. "Oh my God, I think I'm really about to become Bai Dike's fan. That's an SS tier super genius." And he actually got taken down in one move. From today on, as long as Bai Dike says yes, I would absolutely be willing to come out for him. I suddenly can't wait to see his match with Nuok Hai. The crowd kept shouting loudly. Hearing everyone praise him, Bai Dike scratched his head and smiled shyly. In a place like Tienfu with so many talented people, with countless geniuses defeated by me, being too strong really is a kind of trouble. And after saying that, he walked down toward the stands, where Decien and Hakalak were waiting for him. Decien stepped forward and patted Bai Dike on the shoulder, praising him. "As expected of you, defeating Lin Ba instantly." Bai Dike laughed smugly, looking extremely pleased with himself. Did you really not stop to think about who your brother Dike is?" Hakalak stood there with her arms crossed, looking thoroughly displeased. Someone's feeling very proud of himself, meow. Hearing that, Bai Dike immediately turned and mocked her. "What's wrong, President Ha? Do you have any comments on my performance just now?" She shot him a glance. If she praised him properly, he would only get even more full of himself. So she said perfunctorily that it was just so. Not bad, I guess. Hearing praise at all made him laugh heartily and become even more smug. "Thank you for the compliment, President Ha. I definitely won't let down your expectations. I'll take first place in this competition." Seeing how ridiculously overconfident he was, Hakalak grew even angrier. Don't Don't get cocky too soon, Meow. She was furious and deeply regretful, gritting her teeth and even biting her nails as she thought, if I'd known this would happen, I never should have accepted that bet with him. Now there's no fixing it. This is infuriating Meow. All she could do now was hope that Nuok Hai would defeat Bai Dike. While thinking that, she turned her gaze toward the ring and watched Nuok Hai walking forward. The referee looked exhausted, sweat pouring down his face as he panted. Holding the mic, he raised Nuok Hai's hand and announced that ring number 3 had concluded and the winner was Nuok Hai. Decien stood below with his mouth hanging open in amazement. Why is it that every time I come watch Nuok Hai, it's always her hand the referee raises? She wins way too fast. Standing beside him, Bai Dike looked very calm. He folded his arms and replied that Nuok Hai's strength truly could not be underestimated. She's just too strong. At that moment, Qin Tienfu raised a hand toward the screen. Now I will announce the top 4 list. Everyone, please look at the screen. On the screen, the images of Bai Dike, Nuok Hai, and 2 other contestants appeared in the system display. Decien threw an arm around both Bai Dike and Nuok Hai, so happy he could not stop grinning. Look, both of you made it in. Beide smeed. Wasn't that only natural? Nuok Hai, on the other hand, looked annoyed and told him to take his hand off her. Then Tienfu took the microphone and made another announcement. Next, everyone will have a 10-minute break. After 10 minutes, the top 4 competition will begin. In the rest area, Decien had a bag of food in his left hand, while with his right, he offered Nuok Hai a piece of bread so she would have more strength for the fight. She took the bread and was just about to eat it when a hand holding a bottle of water appeared in front of her. It was Bai Dike, smiling brightly. He said, "How about this? If we end up facing each other later, I'll let you win." Hearing those words, Nuok Hai immediately stood up and bowed her head firmly. "You've already said that 3 times, and besides, I don't want you to go easy on me. I want to fight you fair and square." Then she turned and walked out, already having prepared herself for this battle long ago. Bai Dike touched his nose, looking proud, his cheeks faintly flushed as he watched her leave. As expected of the woman who can attract me. She's so cool. After 10 minutes, an announcement sounded. The break was over, and the championship matches were officially about to begin. Everyone, please look at the screen. The screen immediately started assigning the matchups. Nuok Hai would face the brown-haired guy, while Bai Dike would face the blonde one. Seeing the pairings, Bai Dike looked thoroughly disappointed and sighed to Nuok Hai. "Ah, I still don't get to face you." She only replied coldly, "What a pity." Whispering broke out through the crowd again. All 4 of them are geniuses, so who can actually win? If you ask me, it's definitely Bai Dike. At that moment, the 2 of them walked forward with great presence, looking cool and overflowing with confidence, while the other 2 stood watching them with contemptuous smirks. The blonde one spoke up. "I still think Gao Huan is stronger." Then suddenly, an arm shot up in the air. It turned out to be the blonde guy, who nervously looked at the referee and said that he did not think he was much stronger than Lin Ba, so he planned to forfeit. The referee was instantly stunned and let out a baffled huh. Even the remaining brown-haired guy raised his hand to surrender. "I also don't think I can beat student Nuok Hai, so I forfeit too." Bai Dike and Nuok Hai were immediately dumbfounded, their eyes wide open. This kind of victory had never been within either of their expectations. Bai Dike then looked at her and smiled. "We finally get to meet each other after all." Nuok Hai smiled too, looking very satisfied. "I won't go easy on you." The referee immediately shouted that, with the approval of the school board, this round would be changed into the finals. The audience below was fired up and cheering passionately. "Goddess go! Goddess go!" Since student Bai Dike will face student Nuok Hai, both of you, please step onto ring number 1. The 2 of them then began walking toward the stage. The 2 stared straight into each other's eyes, and Nuok Hai spoke first. "At last, the 2 of us can have a real match. This time, I absolutely won't let you have your way again." Bai Dike pursed his lips and scratched his head. "Wasn't it just that in the last competition, I snatched first place from you?" He looked awkward and pitiful, like a child being unfairly blamed. The moment the referee shouted for the match to begin, Nuok Hai immediately rushed forward at the speed of light. She threw her fist straight at Bai Dike without the slightest hesitation, her eyes full of determination. Bai Dike barely managed to dodge in time. If that hit had landed, his teeth probably would have shattered. Nuok Hai was startled, her eyes widening as she thought, "He can dodge that?" she shouted and pressed on, immediately swinging a kick straight into Dike's back. He had no time to avoid it and took the blow like a bolt from the blue. He turned his head and thought, in SSS rank, potential really isn't easy to catch up to. Just the difference in basic attributes alone is huge, unless my looks make sense skill works. Right now, there were 10 people around the target range determining the effect's activation, but when he looked down, all he saw was a bunch of men shouting, "Goddess Nuak Hai, beat that loser to death. Goddess, you're so beautiful. Goddess, you're so beautiful." Dike nearly burst into tears. He cried soundlessly. 8 people thought Nuak Hai was more beautiful than him. What a headache, though she really was beautiful. Nuak Hai immediately taunted him. "Is this all you've got?" At that, Dike let out a huff and glared at her. Then he suddenly dashed forward at incredible speed, faster than in any of his previous matches. He raised his knee, preparing to drive it straight into her face. She sensed the move and managed to block it. Nuak Hai, who had been standing right in front of him, instantly slipped behind Dike at a speed even faster than his, leaving him shocked. Then she shifted into attack mode and raised her hand. She struck at Dike's head, catching him off guard. The blow knocked him straight down, and he hurriedly wiped the blood from his lips. Dike exhaled and thought, "Looks like I can't avoid using that move after all." He stared directly at Nuak Hai and provoked her. "In that case, I can only go all out too." The instant he finished speaking, dark clouds surged across the sky, accompanied by peals of thunder and flashes of lightning, all gathering around Nuak Hai as she raised her sword. Lightning appeared around her arm, and she frowned, gritting her teeth. Then suddenly she moved like a bolt of lightning, sword in hand, and charged straight at Dike. Dike was utterly shocked by the sight. Nuak Hai rushed at Dike and slashed at him repeatedly, while he sprang backward to avoid her. She kept charging in with a barrage of strikes, and he continued dodging without launching a single counterattack against Nuak Hai. He dodged with extreme agility, but he knew very well that Nuak Hai's skill had an incredibly powerful paralysis effect. If he made direct contact, his entire body would go numb on the spot. Seeing that Dike would not fight back, Nuak Hai angrily shouted, "Is running away all you know how to do?" She lowered her sword, then pointed its tip straight toward the sky. "Then let me see how you plan to dodge the next move." A current of thunder and lightning spread around her. Suddenly, she lifted her sword skyward, and within the enormous high-voltage vortex, the shadow of some beast began to appear. Even the referee was shocked by that power. Is that the golden skill, Thunder Dragon Flash? The audience was just as overwhelmed. This is the kind of performance that could go into the record books. Can Dike withstand it? At that moment, an enormous Thunder Dragon came hurtling straight toward Dike. He knew that if this attack hit him, he would be done for on the spot. He could not let things continue like this. She commanded her dazzling blue and savage lightning dragon. Watch closely. Golden skill, Thunder Dragon Flash. The ferocious dragon, its maw wide open and its fangs sharp as daggers, charged straight toward Dike. Naturally, Dike was not about to lose either. Watch my skill then. Someone, come protect your lord. The moment he finished speaking, someone shot up from the stands in a flash of golden light, like lightning itself. That person immediately blocked the attack for Dike, taking the full force of the blue dragon's strike head-on. He panicked and shouted, "Holy, sir!" They did not even finish before a huge explosion rang out, blazing across the sky like fireworks. Anyone who saw it thought the match was over. The referee signaled that Dike had lost. My God, is this what a top-tier genius is like? Wait, everyone look over there. Someone in the stands saw something and sounded deeply shocked. Unexpectedly, the person lying on the ground was not Dike, but some other unlucky young man who had taken the entire mass of lightning head-on. Black smoke was rising off his body, and his hair had even turned into a curly instant noodle mess. Dike placed a hand on the guy's shoulder and comforted him. "You worked hard, brother." With a defeated look, Tienfu could only say that the match would continue and no rules had been broken. Nuak Hai still refused to give in and threatened Dike, saying that if he admitted defeat now, it was not too late. But Dike had never been willing to bow his head or give up. He even provoked Nuak Hai in return, saying he hoped she would not regret it. He continued, declaring that since that was the case, he would of course have to go all out, so she had better be careful, Nuak Hai. Nuak Hai seemed very satisfied with that attitude and happily smiled. "So you're finally serious now? But unfortunately, you're about to lose." Then she raised her sword again, which was still radiating a powerful electric current. Down below, Hakalak looked toward Nuak Hai and smiled smugly. "As expected of the one I have my eye on, Dike is about to lose. Nuok Hai began to unleash her move. On the ring, bolts of lightning swirled like an entire electrical tornado and shot straight toward Bai Dike. This situation had become incredibly tense. Bai Dike grew anxious too. This is bad. If Nuok Hai's skill hits him like this, his whole body would instantly go numb. His face twisted in discomfort, his brows furrowed, and teeth clenched. Thinking of this, he immediately reused his old trick. "Guards, protect me." The moment he shouted it, Nuok Hai instantly froze. Her whole body stiffened, unable to move, and standing right in front of him, she looked completely bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Her hazy eyes stared blankly ahead like those of a soulless doll. Taking advantage of the moment, Bai Dike punched Nuok Hai straight in the face, jolting her back to her senses. She let out a muffled cry, then immediately retreated backward to avoid Bai Dike's attack. He warned Nuok Hai once again, "Just admit defeat. You're no match for me." But everyone knew Nuok Hai's personality. There was no way she would surrender. She charged forward again at once. "I won't admit defeat. If you've got the ability, then knock me out." At this moment, Bai Dike already had a brick ready in his hand. Standing with his legs apart, he looked straight into her eyes. "Since that's the case, then excuse me." And so Bai Dike immediately shouted, "Guards, protect me." Nuok Hai had been rushing toward him at extreme speed, but she was instantly halted again and couldn't move. She clicked her tongue inwardly. "Damn it, I can't move again." Bai Dike leaned close to her and shamelessly whispered in Nuok Hai's ear, "If you still refuse to admit defeat, next time I'll spank you in front of everyone." Hearing that, even if Nuok Hai didn't want to surrender, she had to. This guy was simply too shameless. So she shouted in embarrassment, her whole face turning red, "Fine, I admit defeat." Bai Dike, meanwhile, looked completely calm, as if he were totally innocent. The referee immediately announced, "So Nuok Hai surrenders." Bai Dike wins. The men in the stands were stunned. Holy crap, Bai Dike actually won? We've witnessed history. Even the dog widened its eyes and barked once. Hakalak was so angry that she punched the tree beside her. "Damn it, I can't believe he really won." She was furious to death, her eyes red with anger. Tienfu grabbed Bai Dike's hand and declared, "Then the champion of this year's freshman competition is student Bai Dike." Tienfu then briskly asked him, "I believe everyone, like me, has many questions. So now, let's ask student Bai Dike to clear them up for us." Startled, Bai Dike asked back, "Do I really have to say it?" Seeing that he didn't want to answer, the old man immediately coaxed him. "Try explaining it. I'll reward you with an extra 100 points. Bai Dike picked at his ear and demanded more. 1,000 points. Take it or leave it. He was so nonchalant because Hakalak still owed him 4,000 points. What was 100 worth? Tienfu looked straight at him and named a price on the spot. 300. His tone was firm. Bai Dike had just been about to raise 4 fingers when the old man cut him off first. "Fine, then 400. This old man won't force you." Unable to ask for more, Bai Dike could only take the mic and speak casually. "Let me explain a little. The reason the referee and Nuok Hai could appear in front of me is because my skill can forcibly summon people." Tienfu seemed a little confused and asked again, "So that really is the case? Then what quality rank is this skill?" Folding his arms, Bai Dike replied, "As for the key secret of my ability, at a different price." So that old fox Tienfu immediately announced, "Then this year's freshman competition ends here. Next comes the Academy selection segment." Hearing this, Bai Dike's face turned red with anger. He felt like he was boiling alive with rage. This hateful old man. Hearing Bai Dike curse, the old man turned back to look at him and curled his lip into a grin, as if saying, "What can you do to me?" Afterward, in a lounge at Tienfu University, in an empty room with only sunlight streaming through the window, Nuok Hai and Bai Dike were sitting and chatting. He picked up his cup of water and asked her, "Nuok Hai, which academy are you planning to choose?" She thought for a moment before answering, "If nothing unexpected happens, then it'll be the Combat Skills Academy." Suddenly, 4 people walked in. They spoke up. "It's good that both of you are here. We're the deans of the 4 major academies. Ouyang Mushiwe, Dean of the Auxiliary Professions Academy. Kubui, Dean of the Combat Skills Academy. Yinhu, Dean of the Martial Combat Academy. And Nangong Yuan, Dean of the Skill Research Academy." Kubui immediately stepped closer to Nuok Hai and greeted her with a smile. "We discussed it just now, and Student Su's various attributes are extremely suitable for our Combat Skills Academy. I will personally teach you." Then he immediately turned to Bai Dike. "As for student Bai Dike, since you can't learn ordinary skills, we think you're better suited to either the Martial Combat Academy or the Skill Research Academy. What do you think?" Bai Dike scratched his head and sighed. I don't really have an opinion. I just don't know much about these two academies. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce, silent battle began between the two academies. The Sparts and the Dean's eyes looked sharp enough to pierce straight through the wall. Yi Yanhu quickly spoke up. If you choose the Martial Combat Academy, I'll personally teach you and turn you into a master of physical combat. What's more, you'll be free to read all physical combat techniques. Hearing this, Bai Dike immediately trotted over and asked, even high-level body techniques? The Dean immediately nodded. Of course, as long as you want to learn, I'll teach you. Hearing that answer, Bai Dike immediately put a hand to his chin and began calculating in his head. Although high-level body techniques were useful, it still wasn't quite enough. So he turned to the other side and asked, what about your side? The Dean there smiled and suggested, as for me, I don't really have anything especially good to offer student Bai, but if you don't mind, I can let you become a research assistant. Bai Dike was puzzled and asked blankly, a research assistant? Dean immediately jumped up in protest. Old Yuan, that's a bit too much, don't you think? Old Yuan stood there with folded arms and replied confidently. Old Qin already agreed to this. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare casually make such an offer. Hearing that, Bai Dike was just about to refuse the other side. If that's the case, Dean Yi. Old Yi instantly cut him off. Wait, then he added another offer. If you come to my Martial Combat Academy, I'll also let you serve as a teaching assistant. When Old Yuan heard that, he was furious. Clenching his fists, he cursed Old Yi. That's malicious competition. The force of Old Yuan's aura flared up, no small thing at all, blazing crimson into the sky. Seeing the fight break out, Kabui also joined in, wanting Bai Dike for himself too. Old Yi saw that and rushed in as well. Can't lose out too badly. I want him too. And just like that, the three of them began fighting noisily over Bai Dike. Bai Dike is mine. Mine. None of them was willing to give an inch. The conflict exploded with such tension that Bai Dike hurriedly tried to stop them. Teachers, please don't fight. However, his words had no effect at all, so with eyes blazing in irritation, he shouted, enough! The three of them were startled by his yell and finally stopped brawling. Bai Dike pretended to cough twice, then offered a suggestion. Teachers, don't hurt your harmony over such a small matter. I have a solution. Kids choose only one. As a mature talent, I want all of them. He clenched his fist, his face full of pride. Truly, once favored, he became greedy beyond measure. Bai Dike continued, I'll go study at each academy in turn for 1 week each. Wouldn't that be perfect? All three deans shouted in unison, deal. Bai Dike beamed when he saw they all agreed. Now that's more like it. At this moment, Ouyang Mushiwe from the Auxiliary Professions Academy finally stepped forward and touched Bai Dike on the shoulder. The others have already left. Now let's discuss our business, shall we? Hearing that, Bai Dike was extremely surprised and didn't understand what she meant. Startled, he looked at the woman patting his shoulder before asking, what does Dean Ouyang want to talk to me about? Ouyang Mushiwe calmly sat down in chair, then raised her head to look at him and asked whether he had already awakened a secondary profession. Bai Dike honestly said that he had awakened as an appraiser with SSS potential, while the Xian had awakened as a chef with A-rank potential, and as for Nuoc Hai, she still hadn't used hers yet. When Ouyang Mushiwe heard Bai Dike's secondary profession, she was stunned. An appraiser profession, and even SSS rank at that. He really was a treasure. After thinking it over, she coughed twice and then asked Bai Dike and Xian to stand aside for the moment. She would speak with them in more detail shortly. Only then did she raise her head to look at Nuoc Hai and say in a deep voice, use your secondary profession scroll now. Nuoc Hai nodded lightly, then did as Ouyang Mushiwe said. After a flash of white light, she indeed did not disappoint everyone's expectations. 3 secondary professions with extremely high potential appeared. Blacksmith with SSS potential, tailor with SS potential, and trainer with S potential. Seeing this, Ouyang Mushiwe was thrilled and stood up to pat Nuoc Hai on the shoulder with a smile. As expected, you didn't disappoint me. Nuoc Hai, you can come study with me in the evenings. After that, she also announced that for the Xian, she would arrange for a vice dean whose profession was chef to teach him food preparation. As for Bai Dike, she still needed to think about it. But before she could finish considering it, Bai Dike interrupted. You don't need to teach me anything. Just give me some unidentified equipment. I only need 10%. Ouyang Mushiwa agreed without hesitation, but she wanted a detailed report on his secondary profession skill. Bai Dike nodded very casually and said in broken English, I agree. He was quite satisfied with this result. From now on, he finally wouldn't need to buy equipment just to appraise it. Afterward, everyone arranged to go out for a meal, while Bai Dike went home to rest, lying comfortably on his big bed and drifting off to sleep. But just then, the sound of a message woke him up. Points wallet received, 500 points. Bai Dike instantly lost all trace of sleep and hurriedly sat up to check. These were the points Tienfu had agreed to transfer to him. He just didn't know when Hakalak's 4,000 points would arrive. The moment he finished speaking, the doorbell rang downstairs. Slightly puzzled, he went to take a look. Sure enough, through the monitor, he really saw Hakalak. Speak of the devil, and she appears. Bai Dike frowned at the person before him and coldly asked who she was. Hakalak jokingly replied, I'm your father. Bai Dike knew her temperament well and countered with another question, whose father? Completely off guard, she promptly answered, I am. Hearing that, Bai Dike immediately broke into a smug smile, opened the door, and said with a grin, Good daughter, come on in. Hakalak snorted coldly and cursed him, You jerk. Bai Dike pursed his lips slightly. If she wanted to spar verbally with him, she was still far too green. Not want to waste more words on her. He calmly sat down on the sofa and got straight to the point. Where are my points? Hakalak put on a seductive pose, then asked in a coquettish tone, When you see me, is points all you think about? Seeing her like that, Bai Dike's face immediately flushed red, and he stared at her without blinking. Hakalak also walked right up in front of him and lightly poked his chest with her finger. Then she licked her lips and asked, Isn't there anything else you want to do to me? No matter how one looked at it, she was clearly seducing him. Bai Dike stared at her intently before honestly saying, I really do have something else I want to do. Hearing this, Hakalak was instantly delighted, smiling seductively as she urged, Then go ahead. Bai Dike hesitated while looking at her for a long while, then asked back, I really can? Hakalak nodded with certainty. Of course you can. It was as if she had been waiting for Bai Dike to do something to her. Having gotten that answer, Bai Dike no longer held back. Then, I'm really doing it. Hakalak happily agreed. Then he reached out and patted her head, his eyes lighting up as he sighed in delight. Wow, this feels really nice. Just like that, Bai Dike squeezed her cat ear, fondling it over and over without wanting to let go. Seeing what he was doing, Hakalak was left speechless. After a while, she finally reacted and asked, Is this really all you wanted to do? She truly hadn't expected that what Bai Dike wanted was to touch this. But Bai Dike chuckled softly and said, Not just that. I want to touch something else too. He had already set his sights on the soft tail behind Hakalak. Enraged, Hakalak slapped his hand and cursed inwardly. Was this really something a normal person would do? After that, she resentfully transferred the points to him. Very quickly, 4,000 points were deposited into Bai Dike's points wallet. With the points in hand, Bai Dike was naturally very pleased. Wearing a faint smile, he said, If you need my help with something, just say it directly. Don't bother going in circles with a honey trap. Hearing this, Hakalak laughed, dropping her angry act, and smiled. Looks like I underestimated you. After that, the two sat facing each other and began discussing serious matters. Hakalak looked at him seriously and asked whether he knew the current situation of the world. Bai Dike frowned slightly and thought for a moment, then shook his head to show that he didn't know. Hakalak said in a deep voice that this world was vast and not inhabited by humans alone. There was also the race of altered beings, for example, her beastkin-like people. In addition, other races also existed in the world, such as elves, elementals, and dragons. Among them, there were altered beings friendly toward humans and altered beings who hated humans. Those who hated humankind were the enemies of humanity. And not only that, they were also enemies of Blue Star as a whole. After hearing this, Bai Dike frowned and pointed at Hakalak. Isn't that you? Hearing that, she frowned and pouted. Altered beings are divided into those born that way and those forced into it. Natural-born, altered beings were extremely evil. They wanted to completely seize Blue Star. Of course, that wasn't the main point. What she wanted to say was that most of these altered beings were inside secret realms or forbidden lands. She didn't know whether Bai Dike knew about those things. Bai Dike frowned and pondered for a moment before speaking speaking in a low voice. There are many secret realms in the country. There are also 2 forbidden lands in the country. One is the Kunlun Forbidden Land, and the other is the Fengdu Forbidden Land, not far from Tienfu University. Hearing this, Hakka Lak nodded in agreement. This Fengdu Forbidden Land is managed by Tienfu University. Qin Tienfu is the guardian of the Forbidden Land. Bai Dike thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered something and recoiled in shock as he stared at her. Hesitating, he asked, "Don't tell me you want me to go into the Forbidden Land with you?" Before she could even answer, he had already moved quickly, pushing her out the door. "Go outside, turn left, walk slowly. No need for me to see you off." What a joke. She actually wanted him to enter a forbidden land. Driven out, Hakka Lak hurriedly told him not to refuse so quickly. There were still several months before the Forbidden Land would open. Unfortunately, she had already been pushed outside. She still wanted to persuade him. "The benefits of entering the Forbidden Land are huge. I really hope you'll think it over." Behind the door, Bai Dike silently listened to her words and fell into thought. What she said did make sense. When the time came, he could try and see. Having just sent Hakka Lak away, Bai Dike suddenly felt a gust of wind pass by. Then he nearly swore, because someone was already sitting on the sofa, Qin Tienfu, lounging there leisurely, telling him that he could consider Hakka Lak's proposal. The corner of Bai Dike's mouth twitched, and he complained with some dissatisfaction that the old man had trespassed into a private home. Qin Tienfu poured himself a cup of water and answered matter-of-factly, "This is a school opened by me. Is there any place I can't go?" Bai Dike let out a sigh. Trading barbs with this old rascal was terribly boring, so he asked why he had come to his house. The old man laughed and said he had come to investigate Bai Dike's skill. Last night, he had studied it all night and had finally figured out the special effect of Bai Dike's skill, so he came to confirm it with him. But Bai Dike wasn't about to give it away for free. He crooked his finger and asked, "What's the price?" Instead of answering, the old man asked what he wanted. Bai Dike smiled mysteriously and said he wanted a heavenly star crystal. This was a precious material that grew deep within forbidden lands and had the ability to improve a person's potential. Hearing this, Qin Tienfu was so shocked that he sprayed the water from his mouth. The old man fell silent for quite a while. This brat sure dreamed big. He clearly wanted to improve his own F-rank potential. Although the thing was precious, Qin Tienfu really did have one. In exchange, he wanted all the information about Bai Dike's skill. The moment Bai Dike saw what was in his hand, he practically drooled and agreed that he would answer whatever Qin Tienfu asked. Qin Tienfu didn't hesitate and went straight to the point. "Your skill can arbitrarily drag any one person to your side for a fixed amount of time." Those words made Bai Dike jump. In just one day, the old man had already seen through it. As for this, Bai Dike had nothing much to hide, so he frankly admitted it. "For now, before level 50, I can pull anyone below that level." Hearing this, Qin Tienfu's eyes lit up, and he suggested Bai Dike try it on him. After carefully weighing it for a while, Bai Dike nodded in agreement. Bai Dike immediately activated his skill. "Guards, protect me." As the skill was triggered, the familiar flash of white light flickered. The man who had originally been sitting in the chair was pulled right in front of Bai Dike and was unable to move. This time Qin Tienfu was truly shocked. He had actually done it. Bai Dike was no exception. He hadn't expected it either. But very quickly, he quietly pulled out a knife and, with a wicked grin, said he wanted to test Qin Tienfu's defensive skill. Qin Tienfu laughed angrily, then slapped Bai Dike on the shoulder. Snorting coldly, he said it would be better to test whether Bai Dike could escape when he himself was subdued by Qin Tienfu. Bai Dike was pressed to the ground by him and forced out a dry laugh. "That's a fatal question." Hearing this, Qin Tienfu brushed off his hands and stood up. "Looks like it can't be used in reverse." But what he didn't know was that, taking advantage of the moment he let his guard down, another brick had already appeared in Bai Dike's hand, and he hurled it straight at the old man's head. Qin Tienfu was already fuming with rage. Gritting his teeth, he told the boy to switch to a diamond-tier weapon if he wanted to pound his back for him. Seeing there was nothing he could do, Bai Dike pouted and sighed that this was indeed a terrifying Emperor-rank powerhouse. Still, he didn't care and calmly asked for the Stellar Heaven Crystal. Without hesitation, Qin Tienfu tossed him a pale purple crystal stone, reminding him not to throw it away after using it. Swallowing it directly could improve his potential. Bai Dike happily accepted the crystal, then focused on the information that appeared for the Stellar Heaven Crystal. It It was a special type, a mysterious crystal condensed from the power of the stars. After use, it could improve potential and might even change one's class. Bai Dike was instantly excited, but the system reminded him that if he used it, he would gain S-rank potential or above. So what would he choose, the system or the crystal? For a moment, Bai Dike fell silent, unsure of what to choose. A little later, he truly wanted to risk it and swallow the stellar heaven crystal, but the system reminded him once again. Had he really made up his mind? Bai Dike hesitated again, then let out a helpless sigh, regretfully accepting that he would have to live his whole life with F-rank potential. Tienfu found his behavior suspicious and asked what was wrong. Bai Dike slowly explained that he couldn't use this thing. If he used it, his talent would disappear. The moment he heard that, Tienfu frowned in shock and said in a deep voice that he had never heard of such a thing. He then asked if Bai Dike's gift had told him that. Bai Dike looked regretfully at the item in his hand for a moment, then nodded in admission. After thinking for a bit, Tienfu suggested that if Bai Dike couldn't use it, he should return it. But Bai Dike refused and clutched it tightly. Even if he couldn't use it, that didn't mean Tian couldn't. Since he had already gotten something from this old rascal, there was no way he was giving it back. Better to give it to someone else. Seeing this, Tienfu chuckled softly and told him to return it in exchange for some other reward. But Bai Dike still refused, firmly declaring that even if he only kept it to look at, it was still his. It truly opened Tienfu's eyes. Speechless, the old man stared at him for a long while before chuckling and remarking that this shamelessness was very much like his own in his youth. Bai Dike couldn't be bothered to waste words with him, politely saying he was overpraised before trying to show him out. Sure enough, the old man had nothing else to do. He warned Bai Dike not to be too flashy outside and not to use too many skills. Trump cards were meant to ensure that anyone who had seen them could never speak again. Bai Dike understood and nodded in agreement. After a few more reminders, Tienfu vanished in the blink of an eye. Watching this from the side, Bai Dike couldn't help but sigh. When would he ever be able to teleport like that? By nightfall, everyone was fast asleep, and Tian was no exception, snuggled warmly in his bed. Yet at that moment, someone outside the window suddenly kept calling his name, waking him up. Still half asleep, he mumbled to ask who it was. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Dike appeared inside the room, holding something glowing in his hand. Tian was startled and asked what he was doing. Smiling, Bai Dike asked him if he desired power. After coming to his senses, Tian nodded and laughed, saying that in a world like this, who wouldn't want to become a powerhouse? Hearing that, Bai Dike immediately tossed the stellar heaven crystal at him and casually told him to change his fate. Caught off guard when it hit him, Tian let out a pained groan. Only then did he ask in confusion what it was. Bai Dike honestly told him that it was the stellar heaven crystal, and after using it, his potential could be raised. The moment those words came out, Tian's eyes widened in shock. Was this really the legendary, extremely rare stellar heaven crystal? He had never expected that one day he would actually hold it in his own hands. But when he thought of Bai Dike, he immediately refused. Bai Dike's potential was lower than his, so it should be used by him instead. His own A-rank potential was already enough. Bai Dike curled his lips slightly and said this thing just wasn't compatible with his fate. Tian was the one getting a bargain. Tian looked at him in confusion. Then he broke into a teasing smile and said that Bai Dike had almost turned him gay. Knowing he was joking, Bai Dike played along and said that was too scary. He was still more interested in pretty girls, so Tian should hurry up and use it. Tian nodded lightly, then directly swallowed the stellar heaven crystal. In an instant, his body was enveloped by dazzling golden light, and he let out a fierce cry of pain. At the same time, he closed his eyes and carefully sensed the changes occurring in his body, while Bai Dike, standing beside him, widened his eyes at the sight. A stream of golden energy had begun sweeping through Tian's body. The radiance grew brighter and brighter until the entire room was flooded with brilliant starlight. Tian opened his eyes in shock and asked if this was the power of S-rank. Bai Dike nodded in praise and said he was really shining. Tian smugly laughed and declared that from today onward, he was a mighty man. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang outside. Bai Dike started slightly and said someone had come, so he would go open the door. Bai Dike checked through the monitor and saw Nuok Hai casually drinking milk while pressing the doorbell. Thinking that the phenomenon here must have drawn attention, he opened the door, pulled her inside, then gestured for silence and told her not to do anything. Just kiss him. Nuok Hai shoved By Dike away. He pouted and said she had no sense of humor at all. Ignoring him, she looked at the glowing Decien behind him and whispered if he had swallowed an LED light. Bai Dike was momentarily stunned by the way her mind worked, then explained that he had given to Xian the stellar heaven crystal Qin Tienfu had given him. The moment he said that, the mouthful of milk she had just sucked and sprayed straight onto Bai Dike's face as she asked in shock if it really was the stellar heaven crystal. Bai Dike chuckled and said in a righteous tone that he had always treated his friends and girlfriends very well. Embarrassed and anger by that, Nuok Hai snapped, "Who's your girlfriend?" At that moment, Decien walked over from the other side, patted Bai Dike on the shoulder, and thanked him. His class and potential had now increased tremendously. Bai Dike nodded and pulled up Zhang Decien's status panel. He had already risen to level 6. His potential had increased to SS rank, and both his talent and attributes had improved significantly. Decien was very satisfied. At that moment, Nuok Hai said that there were still a few days before school started, and now that Decien's attributes and potential had improved, they might as well go try the Tienfu Tower. Bai Dike nodded in agreement, and so did Decien. He could hardly wait to test his new power for himself. But Bai Dike grinned and said that before that, Decien should treat them to a meal. Daxion Heajili agreed. Once properly dressed, he slung an arm around the other two and headed out. Bai Dike immediately declared that he was going to show off his lion's mouth appetite and eat Decien dry. Steamed lamb, bear paws, deer tails, all the expensive dishes. Decien panicked and begged for mercy. The three looked at one another and laughed, then headed for the cafeteria. At that very moment, however, they did not know that someone was watching them. It was Qin Tienfu. He shook his head with a chuckle and muttered that this really was a good seedling. In the void beside him, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Since he already knew the boy's talent, why not ask him about the Tienfu Tower? Qin Tienfu shook his head and denied it. What use would knowing be? It would only add to his troubles. What he really hoped was that Bai Dike would bring him a surprise. The shadowy figure chuckled again and asked whether the boy might be able to claim the Tienfu Tower as his own. Qin Tienfu gave no clear answer, only shaking his head and saying he was more worried about that legend. The shadow reminded him that he should worry about the present instead. The war on the snowy frontier was extremely tense. With that, the shadow disappeared. Only after confirming that the figure was gone did Qin Tienfu tilt his head back and sigh, muttering that humanity did not have much time left. The car was moving along, and as it passed by a lake, it suddenly slowed down. The scenery around them shimmered dreamily, stirring the heart. In the distance stood a towering structure with a mysterious source of power surrounding it. Inside the car, the three friends all noticed the tower and couldn't help staring out in amazement. Decien gaped and urged the other two to look quickly. Could that be the Tienfu Tower? When they arrived, the three got out of the car and began the next stage of their adventure. The surrounding glow was still dazzling. Bai Dike turned his head, and when he saw the line of guards standing ready at the entrance, he explained that the guards here were of even higher rank than the ordinary teachers at their school. Hearing that, Nuok Hai told Bai Dike that he probably didn't know this, but everyone here was an official government soldier, stationed here to screen out members of the evil god cult and troublemakers. Bai Dike immediately understood. No wonder their strength was so high. He then told his two friends to go line up. Beside him, Decien was still marveling at how grand the place was. When the guard saw the three of them approach, he asked for their student IDs and identification cards. Bai Dike promptly handed his over, with a girl following behind. The guard placed the card near the scanner, and the machine immediately confirmed that it was a student card. Right after that, the guard turned back and asked if this was their first time here. All three nodded repeatedly, looking extremely excited. After that, they listened carefully as he explained the rules. Students entering the Tienfu Tower for the first time would receive 1 free registration. Then came the things they needed to watch out for. Specifically, every person in the Tienfu Tower would face different trials, but the evaluations and instances would still be rated according to D to SSS. Each time they cleared the trial of a floor, there would be a teleportation array. But once they enter the next floor, they would not be able to withdraw midway unless they were killed. Of course, death here did not mean a painful physical death, but their spirit would suffer some damage. Therefore, the guard reminded the three of them to know their limits. Then the guard continued with a bright smile. There would be bonus rewards for clearing stages, and he wished everyone good luck. After hearing everything, the group joined the long queue waiting to enter the Tienfu Tower. Bai Dike told everyone to stop for a moment, since there were still people ahead of them. They just needed to wait a little for their turn. Then he looked around and noticed a stone tablet nearby. On it were recorded the floors that those inside had cleared. He was shocked. What kind of terrifying trial was this? Even the number 1 among the 10 emperor-rank powerhouses had only been able to reach floor 48, seeing by Dyke staring open-mouthed. The guard sighed and said that Principal Wu had been stuck at that stage for an entire year. Every few days, he would come back again to continue trying to conquer it. Bei dich was Stund. The top figure of Huaxia had been stuck there for a whole year. The guard went on to explain that the trials inside were arranged according to each person's potential. For people at the level of those 2 principles, one could imagine what their trials were like. Bei Dyke was so worried that he broke out in sweat. Then his friends suddenly cried out that it was their turn. Returning to the main matter, Bei Dyke stepped into the hall of the Tienfu Tower, a vast space so empty it felt cold. He tried to orient himself. What was going on? Why was there nothing around him? Could it be bugged or something? Just like that, he arrogantly tapped on the ground. Suddenly, a voice rang out, welcoming him to the Tienfu Tower. The voice continued, asking him to answer. What comes after the phrase, "You can't judge a person by appearance"? Bei Dyke panicked. Who was talking? The system simply treated his response as incorrect. The voice added that the answer was not accurate enough. If he wanted a high score, he needed to use his imagination to conquer it. Bei Dyke gradually calmed down, not following the standard answer. Then he couldn't exactly say outright, "You can't use a cup to measure water," could he? So he came up with a bold thought. Could the next line be, "You can't use a ruler to measure your dick"? He answered with an extremely confident expression, and somehow it worked. The system congratulated him for clearing the first floor with an S+ rating. The clear reward was 5 free attribute points and 5 skill points. Then it asked him to choose, while Bei Dyke was still dumbfounded by what had just happened. He exclaimed in shock. That answer actually worked too? But right after that, he changed his expression. In that case, don't blame me. Bei Dyke smoothly advanced to the second floor. The system asked another question. If the king of dance goes mute, what is he called? Bei Dyke blurted out, the king of Asian dance. With that bratty style of answering, the system once again accepted it. Even now, he was still baffled. Holy crap, that works too? Riding the momentum of victory, he continued to the third stage. Another question came. If a white balloon hits a black balloon, what should the black balloon do? He answered boldly. The balloon confesses its love. Correct answer. Fourth floor. Why can't you make a gorilla angry? Bei Dyke pointed at the sky. Because it pounds its chest. Super fierce. It actually seemed to be correct again, and his ranking shot upward. Outside, everyone was in complete shock. It was the first time the guard had ever seen such a case, and the matter was quickly reported. Bei Dyke had already surpassed the historically top-ranked person. At present, he was clearing 1 stage every 7 minutes on average. The guard shouted, "What did you say?" The surrounding challengers also seemed to be witnessing something like this for the first time. Inside, Bei Dyke was panting from running nonstop. He hadn't expected it to go this fast. He was already on the 10th floor. Let's see what this floor has. However, this floor actually had a person on it. Bei Dyke was still panting heavily. The one seated above was extremely mysterious. His head covered so his face couldn't be seen, and there was no information about him at all. Bei Dyke pondered. Not bad. This fake mysterious guy. The demon above shouted for him to come over and fight. If he won, he would clear the stage. Bei Dyke asked back if landing a hit on him would count. The demon confirmed once again that it would. Bei Dyke slowly picked up a brick. He thought to himself, doesn't he know that when I'm alone, I'm practically invincible? A smug smile spread across his face. But just as Bei Dyke was about to throw the brick at the demon, he suddenly froze. His body could no longer move. What was going on? The demon praised him. Not a bad calculation. Planning to use your skill for a sneak attack. The demon said he could give him another chance. Hearing that, Bei Dyke immediately jumped back into a defensive stance. He had not expected the guy to use his own skill against him. If a single skill wouldn't work, then how about combining several skills? Bei Dyke suddenly shouted that the demon was very strong, and he would go all out against him. The demon smugly told him to begin his performance. Bei Dyke began gathering strength. Watch carefully. There's no guarantee he's learned this move. The demon watched with interest, also wanting to see what Bei Dyke would do. Bei Dyke shouted, "Dad, protect me." The demon stared blankly. That's it. Suddenly, a man with a thick beard appeared, holding a glass of water and wearing swimwear. Bei Dyke, behind him, looked delighted. The demon was still dumbstruck when he got slapped across the face. The illusion immediately dispersed. After taking the slap, both Bai Dike and the demon fell into an awkward silence. Bai Dike quickly explained that he had seen a fly on the demon's face, so he hoped the demon would understand the slap just now. It was unbearably awkward. The demon suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, interesting. Truly interesting. Only then did Bai Dike get scared. Surely the guy hadn't gone mad from anger, right? The demon returned to his seat and praised him, saying that it had been a long time since he had met someone this interesting. The boy had passed the test. If fate allowed, they would meet again. With that, he snapped his fingers and vanished. The demon disappeared, and Bai Dike still didn't understand. Huh, is it over? Where did he go? The system sounded. Congratulations on clearing floor 10 and receiving an SS rating. However, points were deducted because of one failed attempt. Only then did Bai Dike finally relax. Phew, that terrifying existence was finally gone. The reward for this floor was 10 free attribute points, 10 skill points, and 500 divine power points. The reward for clearing 10 stages was an expanded talent, expression reading. Please make your selection. His expanded talent was expression reading. Its effect was that, as someone who often appeared on the front lines of disasters, he could now see everyone's favorability toward him. Bai Dike looked pleased. Great. This was clearly meant to make his already powerful skill even more practical. Then he thought about whether he should continue to the next floor or come back and try again another 2 times later. Outside the Tienfu Tower, the guard saw 2 familiar figures. They were 2 sturdy men, the commander and Principal Chin. Principal Chin asked about the whereabouts of that brat named Bai Dike. The guard immediately reported the situation. Not long before, student Bai Dike had just cleared floor 6 in 6 minutes and 32 seconds. The commander beside him said to old Chin that this kid was quite interesting. He continued that, if nothing unexpected happened, Bai Dike's future would be extremely broad. In the end, Bai Dike decided to take a break for now. When he came out, he was met by everyone's welcome, so stunned that he thought he had gone to the wrong place. Thanks to the reward, he could now see everyone's favorability toward him. In the distance, he also spotted Principal Chin, and he froze. Damn, he hadn't expected this old man to value him so much. From afar, Principal Chin cleared his throat and called for Bai Dike to come over for a moment. Bai Dike walked over, looking eager yet slightly reluctant, and asked why his teacher was here. Old Chin scolded him for being disrespectful, then introduced the Commander-in-Chief of the Western Military District, Commander Chiu Kaiga. Student Bai Dike greets Commander Chiu. The commander praised him, saying he truly lived up to being one of the most outstanding students among the new freshmen, and asked what he had encountered inside. Bai Dike answered honestly. It was nothing much. The first 9 floors had all been question and answer trials, and only on the 10th floor did he fight a mysterious shadow. The moment old Chin heard shadow, he was startled and hurriedly asked in alarm whether the shadow Bai Dike saw had been inside a palace. Bai Dike was puzzled. How did his teacher know that? Could that shadow be something special? Principal Chin noticed there were too many people around, so he told Bai Dike they should talk somewhere else. Thus, the 3 of them vanished in a thin air like earth spirits, leaving everyone else staring in confusion. In the office of Tienfu University, the commander asked old Chin, could there be some problem with that shadow? Old Chin sighed. Even he did not know the shadow's true identity. It was just that when the tower had first been discovered, he had encountered it a few times himself. Then he asked the 2 of them to guess what had happened when he met that shadow. Bai Dike recalled it and burst out laughing. Teacher, did that person beat you up? Old Chin pulled a miserable face and admitted it. The commander beside him was dumbfounded. No way, right? Old Chin continued. At the time, even though he had already reached Emperor rank, he still could not withstand 3 moves from that figure. Hearing this, Bai Dike fell into thought. Even an Emperor rank expert could not survive 3 moves. If word of this got out, it would cause panic and turmoil. Bai Dike asked again, so what exactly did his teacher think that shadow was? Principal Chin went on thoughtfully. Unwilling to accept it, he later sent several colleagues in to investigate. As expected, every single one of them encountered that shadow at the most crucial moment and got stuck at that very checkpoint. Old Chin said seriously that they had reached one conclusion. That shadow might actually be the spirit of Tienfu Tower. Bai Dike was confused. The tower spirit? That's right. And most likely, only after completing the trial can you meet him a second time. After saying that, Old Chin asked whether Bai Dike had passed the shadow's trial or not. Bai Dike blushed awkwardly. Was that really something he could say out loud? Old Chin thought Bai Dike must have failed too, so he comforted him, telling him not to be afraid of losing face. Wasn't it just a beating? They were all experienced men here. Bai Dike then confessed that he had slapped the guy. Old Chin nearly choked on his water in shock and shouted, "You brat, what did you just say?" The commander was curious as well and kept asking Bai Dike what had happened. Bai Dike saw the commander's favorability rising rapidly and thought to himself that this Commander Chiu had better not fall for him. He then explained in detail that the Shadow's trial for him had been to land a hit on him within 3 moves. If he could do that, it counted as passing. Bai Dike took a sip of tea. Principal Chin was already familiar with his skills, and Principal Chin's eyes lit up as he asked whether Bai Dike had used that skill to defeat the Shadow. Bai Dike denied it. Of course not. That Shadow had been incredibly strong. The moment they first exchanged blows, the guy copied Bai Dike's skill and broke his move on the spot. Old Chin remained extremely interested. He could copy skills. Meanwhile, the commander beside him looked completely lost. Bai Dike continued, "That's right. He had been shocked too at the time. But Principal Chin knew what kind of person he was. The more difficult the situation, the calmer he became. The calmer he became, the stronger he got. The stronger he got, the calmer he became. The calmer he became, the stronger he got." The 2 men sitting there were utterly baffled. Finally, out of patience, Old Chin shouted for him to get to the point. Bai Dike jumped in fright. After that, he had used a combined skill, then casually swung his hand and gave the guy a slap. Hearing this, the commander praised him for being truly impressive. Bai Dike awkwardly thanked him modestly. Old Chin then asked what reward he had received. Bai Dike replied that it was talent expansion. Old Chin thought for a moment and said that meant Bai Dike's talent had gained a new effect. After saying that, Bai Dike got up to leave, saying that was basically the whole story and there was nothing else, so he would take his leave first. The moment he stepped outside, he saw Nuok Hai with an absurdly high favorability score. Noticing how abnormally high Nuok Hai's favorability was, Bai Dike was stunned. Did Nuok Hai like him? His face turned red, and he turned back to bid Principal Chin and Commander Chiu a radiant farewell. The 2 men understood at once. The commander thought young people these days really were something, while Old Chin felt this brat was beyond saving. Nuok Hai was taking a walk when Bai Dike suddenly appeared before her. She was surprised. "Bai Dike, why are you here? Didn't the principal take you away?" Bai Dike suddenly kept staring at Nuok Hai, making her blush as she asked whether there was something on her face. Bai Dike, meanwhile, was thinking that her favorability had actually gone past 100. Did Nuok Hai really like him? Just as the atmosphere between the 2 young people was turning romantic and Bai Dike was about to ask whether Nuok Hai liked him, Decien suddenly appeared and ruined everything. "Why are you 2 here?" Decien thought the 2 of them had moved fast. He had been looking for them for half the day already. Bai Dike grew embarrassed and angry and yelled at Decien to pull out his own LED light. Seeing Decien's favorability score shooting through the roof, Bai Dike foolishly asked whether he really wasn't gay. Daxian was confused. Beside him, Nuok Hai looked awkward, while Bai Dike thought that Decien's favorability had even reached 135, even higher than Nuok Hai's. Decien asked what Bai Dike was talking about. Thanks to Bai Dike this time, he had gotten 60 free attribute points and a golden skill book. Bai Dike was delighted to hear that. Even Decien had gotten 60 points too. The 2 of them immediately became extremely excited. Nuok Hai asked what ratings the 2 of them had received for clearing the tower. Bai Dike proudly answered that he had gotten an S, and Decien was not to be outdone. "You got a B," Nuok Hai said helplessly. "So you 2 are." Before she could finish, the 2 young men shouted that together they were SB. Nuok Hai had a terrible headache and awkwardly refused to admit she knew these people. Bai Dike returned home, checked his own information, and thought that his divine power had accumulated enough again so he could draw a new skill. He opened the new skill roulette system. He had 3 choices. First, the magic door. After activation, the body consumes energy and can go anywhere in the world, randomly, of course. Second, practice makes perfect. After using the skill, a 3-hour training period begins, and during its effect, as long as only one person is involved, no matter what that person does, they succeed halfway before they even start. Third, if you want to get rich, chop trees first. After activation for a certain period of time, simply chopping trees will yield a large amount of gold coins. If lucky, other rewards may also appear. After hearing all that, Bai Dike felt like crying. He wanted every single one. In the end, he decided to choose at random. After racking his brains over which one to choose, Bai Dike finally decided to just pick randomly and be done with it. Damn it, he might as well pick one blind. So he grimaced, shut his eyes, and pressed a choice at random, getting whatever he got. The item spirit materialized, and a huge door suddenly dropped out of nowhere, startling Bai Dike so badly that he fell flat onto the floor. Holy crap. He kept looking it up and down, back and forth, then hesitated and wondered how this thing was supposed to be used. The system immediately displayed a helpful prompt. Before activating a magic door, imagine in your mind the name of the place you want to go. The more specific, the better. Bai Dike heard that and declared that this was truly a good item. There was no time to waste. He had to test its effects immediately. His gaze slowly turned wicked, and an extremely dangerous smile appeared on his face as he approached the door. Then Bai Dike placed both hands on the magic door, closed his eyes, and pictured the place he wanted to go. A moment later, he opened the door, and whatever he saw left him looking utterly flustered. It turned out that the scene before Bai Dike's eyes was Nuoc Hai taking a bath. Through the misty steam drifting across her body, her flawless white back was revealed. At the sight of that image, Bai Dike blushed and broke out in sweat from sheer shock. This was bad, very bad. If Nuoc Hai saw him right now, he was dead. Since he had already seen it, he definitely couldn't let her catch him, so he quietly tried to turn around and leave. But the moment he moved, Nuoc Hai noticed him and shouted, "Who's there?" The shout made him sweat even more. Nuoc Hai hurled the bar of soap in her hand straight at Bai Dike. Fortunately, he dodged in time, but he was terrified and covered in goosebumps. He was doomed, absolutely dead. Nuoc Hai wrapped herself in a towel and walked out with an angry face, staring straight at him. Bai Dike could only raise his hands and surrender and stammer, "H-Hai, Nuoc Hai." You would think he was scared, but he did not stop there and actually added, Nuoc Hai. "I really couldn't tell before, but you've got quite the figure." Nuoc Hai's face darkened immediately, and the tension in the air tightened like a drawn bowstring. After that, Bai Dike pretended to lower his head and admit his mistake, sincerely apologizing to her. Nuoc Hai gave him a friendly smile, and he secretly thought that meant he wasn't going to get hit after all. Without warning, Nuoc Hai swung her arm and landed a heaven-shaking slap across his face. The blow was so strong that it practically distorted his features. 5 minutes later, in the living room, Bai Dike tried hard to defend himself, explaining the deliberate accident from earlier. It really had been an accident. He had only wanted to test out his new skill. Nuoc Hai was still furious. Folding her arms, she shouted in his face, "An accident? What a coincidence. There are 3 bathrooms in this house, and you just happened to appear in the one I was using." Bai Dike explained until his throat went dry, but Nuoc Hai still would not calm down, so he stood up. Fine, no more pretending. He would lay his cards on the table. Even though Nuoc Hai was angry, she was also somewhat bewildered, not knowing what this trickster was planning. Lay what cards on the table? Maybe it was because he had just been slapped awake, but Bai Dike answered with absolute decisiveness, "I'm crazy about you." Nuoc Hai's whole face turned red. She closed her eyes, turned her head away, and pretended not to care. "I don't care about you. You still have to compensate me." But the moment she turned back around, Bai Dike moved in close and kissed her deeply. She was both shy and stunned, her eyes widening, while Bai Dike was too busy enjoying himself to worry about being hit anymore. Nuoc Hai quickly panicked and shoved him away, her face still flushed with embarrassment. That you? I didn't mean that. How could Bai Dike possibly let this chance go? He immediately grabbed her hand. Nuoc He, holding it tightly. He leaned in again and softly confessed to her, "Nuoc Hai, I've actually liked you for a very long time. Let's be together." At that moment, Nuoc Hai's face was redder than a tomato, and her heart was pounding so hard it felt ready to jump out. She froze for a while, then finally said, "Bai Dike, this is way too good a deal for you." To ease her embarrassment, Nuoc Hai changed the subject. "Can this new skill of yours really let you go anywhere?" Of course, he answered, still looking at her. Seeing Nuoc Hai's shy and bashful expression, he secretly thought she looked unbelievably cute like this. Hearing him say that, Nuoc Hai smiled brightly in delight. "Really? I actually want to go home for a visit. Can you come with me?" Bai Dike's face turned crimson. Scratching his head, he thought, was it really time to meet the parents already? Seeing him getting smug, Nuoc Hai shouted, "What are you thinking about?" While waiting for her to change clothes, Bai Dike collapsed onto the sofa and grumbled, "Good heavens, it's such a short distance, and it still costs 30 points of divine power." He was muttering curses about the scam system when Nuoc Hai's voice called out, I'm done. We can go now. Hearing that, he hurriedly turned around to look. Nuok Hai was wearing an extremely alluring dress. Her figure was absolutely perfect, making him gape and blurt out, wow. He immediately began flattering her. Nuok Hai, how did I never realize before that you're this beautiful? Did you dress up like this on purpose for me? Nuok Hai blushed and could only fall silent before this shameless pervert of a young man. Before she could do anything, he grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the magic door. Let's go. First, we'll go to my house and let my parents look over their future daughter-in-law. Nuok Hai angrily protested. Who's your wife? Scene changed to Dongyu City, the Bai family home. Bai Dyke was holding the doorknob. The moment he opened the door, he ended up in his own bathroom again, taking the chance to defend himself. He said that earlier he really had been innocent. See, he had told her already. This door just liked appearing in bathrooms. This really is a magic door, Nuok Hai answered while glancing around. Bai Dyke defended himself even more. See? And you still wouldn't believe me. Suddenly, he heard some strange sounds. Huh? What's that sound? It seemed he had brought his girlfriend home at exactly the moment his father was checking homework while his mother was practicing pronunciation. Honey, slower. That spot won't do. Bear with it a little, dear. Once this part is over, it'll be fine. I'm about to speed up. Hang in there. Slower, slower. It's about to break. Along with that came a continuous series of smacking sounds. Bai Dyke was horrified and embarrassed beyond words. Damn, it couldn't be this unlucky, could it? He had forgotten to tell his parents in advance that he was coming home. Bai Dyke's father noticed the noise and rushed out of the room, shouting, "Who's downstairs?" Hearing his father's voice, Bai Dyke trembled all over, looking absolutely terrified. It was over. He was about to get beaten senseless. Nuok Hai stood beside him, completely confused about what was going on. Then his father hurried down the stairs, his footsteps thudding heavily as if he were furious. As he came down, he cursed, "Damn it, who dares sneak into my Bai family home in the middle of the night?" In his hand, he had not forgotten to bring a hammer along, clearly intending to see which bastard had dared break into his house. He strode toward Bai Dyke with murderous force, raising the hammer high. "Looks like you're asking to die." Bai Dyke's face turned deathly pale as sweat poured down him. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Dad, it's me." His father saw that it was his son and stopped in time. "So, why are you back?" Bai Dyke immediately dropped to his knees in an overacted pose, tears streaming down his face. I miss you both so much." Then he turned to Nuok Hai and introduced his girlfriend. "All right, Dad, Nuok Hai came too." His father immediately looked delighted. "Oh, Nuok Hai, you're back too?" Nuok Hai politely greeted him. "Hello, Uncle." Bai Dyke's mother was still holding a picture frame in her hand and looked ready to throw it at Bai Dyke's father. "You were only halfway done fixing the frame and then ran off somewhere?" she complained loudly. "Dear." Xiao Dyke brought his girlfriend home. The father called back in reply. Standing behind him, Nuok Hai and Bai Dyke smiled shyly. Scene changed. The whole family was now sitting in the living room chatting together. "Oh, so you really were working on the picture frame." Bai Dyke looked at the family portrait of three with delight. His mother quickly moved over and sat between Bai Dyke and Nuok Hai, then held Nuok Hai's hand and asked, "How did you two get back from school?" Bai Dyke immediately puffed himself up with pride. "Do you even need to ask? Of course your son learned a new skill." Bai Dyke's mother smiled warmly at Nuok Hai. "Nuok Hai, it's so late already. Why don't you stay here tonight?" "Nuok Achiviega yenti viplaid." "No, auntie. I still need to go home for a visit." Bai Dyke stood behind them like a rock, since no one was paying attention to him at all. He put on a pitiful expression. "Oh, no one's going to pay even a little attention to me?" His mother immediately shouted, "Shut up and go play somewhere else." So he walked away sadly and silently. After a while, he came back and let out a long sigh. Before he could even sit down, his father and mother immediately started interrogating him. "Son, don't you have anything you want to tell us? How far has it progressed? Compared to that, shouldn't they be a little more concerned about their own son?" Bai Dyke was annoyed, but his parents were indifferent. They did not care. That was not important. Bai Dyke then showed off his achievements at school. "This time your son performed extremely well at school. I'm now a research assistant and an assistant professor, you know?" Perhaps because he had bragged too many times before, his parents merely said, "Oh," with one picking an ear and the other picking a nose as if brushing it off. So he had no choice but to show off his attribute points. Nama, Bai Dish. Rank, level 6. Experience, 2500/3600. Strength, 191. Stamina, 191. Agility, 191. Spirit, 191. Dyke then threw his head back and laughed arrogantly, while his father and mother clung to each other in shock. Is this really our son? Is this still our useless son? Can something like this be faked? It's more genuine than pure 9,999 gold, he answered. But his father still did not seem to believe him. One hand grabbed his collar, while the other drew back into a fist. Son, tell your father the truth. Did you secretly use some kind of band drug behind our backs? Dyke raised both hands and explained, telling them not to worry. His current state was all due to his talent. He then gave his parents a full account of his talent and everything that had happened at school. That's basically it. My God, you have no idea how terrifying it was. A shadow that huge charged out, and then I bam, 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 then swipe, swipe, swipe. It was unclear whether his parents understood anything at all, but they kept nodding rapidly. His father raised a hand to stop him and spoke. Xiao Dyke, you've been too reckless. Now that you're grown up, there are some things we can finally tell you. Dyke asked blankly, what is it, Dad? Does it have something to do with my background? His mother spoke up. Dear, do we really have to tell Xiao Dyke? His father lowered his voice and answered, We have to start with what happened a few days ago. At that moment, Dyke lowered his head and pondered. A few days ago? His father continued while pouring orange juice into a glass. That's right. That night, the moon was bright and the breeze was gentle, and you weren't home at all. Something really did happen in this house. Someone came to this house. Dyke listened, still dazed. Someone? His father replied, that's right. Father picked up his glass and took a sip of water. Who is that person? Dyke wondered to himself. Could it be that I'm not actually my parents' child? Has my biological father finally come looking for me? No wonder I'm so outstanding. Father set the glass down a little too hard, making Dyke jump as well. That person was actually... Suddenly, father and mother embraced each other affectionately, both looking happier than ever. They said in unison, your mother is pregnant with a baby. The moment Dyke heard this, he felt as if he had turned to stone. He lowered his voice. That's all. Mother looked worried. Look, just as expected, Xiao Dyke isn't happy. Father immediately put an arm around her shoulders to comfort her. I'm not unhappy, Dyke replied. There's 1.2 million gold coins in here. You two keep it and use it for the household. The two of them hugged each other, choking up. Xiao Dish. He then headed for the stairs and went up to his room. All right, I don't need money at school anyway. Mother watched him go, her face full of tenderness. After that, Dyke went up to his bedroom on the second floor and closed the door behind him. He shut his eyes and let out a sigh. Who would have thought that the supposedly mature him would do a complete 180 the very next second? I'm going to have a little sister. I have to celebrate this. He shouted in delight that he was about to have a little sister, laughing as he stomped and jumped so hard that the whole floor shook and dust fell to the floor below. Mother asked father, honey, is Xiao Dyke really all right? Father looked up at the ceiling in resignation. Looks like this ceiling will need repairs. The next day, Dyke opened the magic door to return to school. Mother reminded him, once you're back at school, remember to take good care of yourself. He replied, I know, Mom. I'm leaving now. The scene shifted to the school's villa-style dormitory area. Holding Nuakai's hand and coaxing her sweetly, Dyke said, classes start tomorrow. How about the three of us get together for dinner tonight? Nuki note that could work, but are you planning to tell Decien about us? He answered confidently, if I tell him, I tell him. We're not celebrities. There's no need to play some secret romance game. Just as he said that, Decien came over gnawing on a piece of bread and called out to them, Dyke Nuak Hai, you two are really something. I looked for you two early this morning, and neither of you was around, and now here you are together. Decien's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open when he saw Dyke and Nuak Hai holding hands. Wait, old Bai. Then he shouted resentfully, since when did this happen? Dyke raised the hand he was holding with Nuak Hai and said smugly, surprised? Shocked? Yep, just last night. It was a beautiful moonlit evening. As Dyke was about to continue, Nuak Hai noticed he was about to start talking nonsense in a rather suggestive direction, so she pinched his hand. Behave yourself. Glint. All right. Decien threw both hands up, shocked and stunned. Last night, he took a deep breath, then threw his head back and howled at the sky. Oh, when will I ever escape being single? Dyke immediately walked over and placed a hand on Decien's shoulder. Decien, actually I had your fortune read. Then, as if imitating a fortune teller, he took a bite of lotus root. Hearing that, Decien immediately started cracking his knuckles. A popping sound rang out. Are you saying I'm too scheming for even ghosts to want me? Dyke replied calmly, wrong. It's because you're too ugly. What a damn friend you are, Decien snapped angrily. I really want to beat you up. Nuok Hai quickly stepped in to smooth things over. All right, stop teasing Decien all the time. Didn't the dean also tell you to go report in? Bai Dike turned back and answered, that's right. I'd better hurry. Bai Dike went to the dean's office at the Skill Research Institute and knocked on the door. Student Bai Dike reporting in. A voice came from inside. Gumin, standing there, he reported to Yuyan. The teacher said, I've already received the materials you sent me yesterday. This is your pass. The clearance levels in our academy are divided into several ranks. With your pass, you may freely enter all areas level 3 and below. A yellow credential lay on the desk. Bai Dike picked it up and asked, what can this do for me? Nangong Yin replied, our Skill Research Institute is a very good place. As long as you have the necessary clearance, you can freely use the academy's equipment and materials to modify or fuse your skills. Of course, you'll need to pay with points. After all, the academy still has to operate. Bai Dike's eyes nearly went green when he heard that, and he merely let out an Nangong Yuyan looked at him. How about we try modifying one of your skills right now? Don't worry, first-time users get a 20% discount. Bai Dike stroked his chin. Maybe it's worth a try. He thought to himself, modify my skill? Clearly, he already had some plan in mind. Nangong Yin took his pass and walked over to a machine. As she inserted the card, she reminded him there aren't even 5 people in the entire academy who are allowed into this laboratory. Bai Dike answered casually, then I'm truly honored. After entering the laboratory, the dean picked up a helmet. Come on, put this on, then use your skill on that dummy over there. Wait a second, Bai Dike said. This helmet is Omni Knowledge? It's a high-end device. Maybe we can try to see whether it can capture your skill. Bai Dike immediately put on the helmet. I'm ready. Let's begin. The dean was already seated at the computer. Then I'll release the dummy now. A practice dummy started charging toward him. Bai Dike gripped the helmet tightly and shouted, come on, guards, protect your master. Nangong Yuyan, who was operating the computer, looked stunned. What's going on? This device can even extract galaxy rank skills. Bai Dike saw that the teacher's laptop was smoking heavily and even spitting sparks, and he panicked. This thing isn't going to explode, is it? Don't need to compensate for it? The dean barked, shut up. The moment she finished speaking, Nangong Yuyan grabbed the sparking laptop and ran off with it, leaving Bai Dike staring in surprise. This is bad. Preserving the data is more important this time. The teacher had no choice but to throw the laptop out the window without the slightest mercy. With a loud boom, a huge explosion erupted in the sky, and a fireball rose upward. The teacher burst into tears, heartbroken at the thought that she would probably have to pay for that laptop. I still haven't even finished paying off my 8-year loan. Woo-woo, standing behind her, Bai Dike tried to comfort her. Dean, please restrain your grief. People often say if the old doesn't go. Suddenly the dean raised a small device, tears still streaming down her face. It doesn't matter. Luckily, I managed to save the data. Let me see what my Dike skill data actually is. Nangong Yuyan quickly took the data to be analyzed. However, what appeared on the screen made her eyes widen in disbelief. There was actually no information at all. She frowned and muttered, how can there be nothing? Bai Dike, seeing this from behind, did not hide anything and honestly admitted that he also did not know what rank his skill was. When Nangong Yuyan heard that, she furrowed her brows and cursed inwardly. Damn it, if she had known this would be the result, she would never have let this brat into the lab. After thinking it over, she comforted herself bitterly, almost on the verge of tears. Forget it. For today, just go attend class with the other teachers and help with the new students first. Bai Dike nodded and did not refuse. Very soon, Nangong Yuyan brought Bai Dike to the professor's office and solemnly introduced him as the champion of the tournament. From today onward, he will be your assistant. Bai Dike scratched his head and said politely with a smile, please take care of me from now on. Applause immediately rang out throughout the office. At that moment, Nangong Yuyan spoke again, asking who is responsible for receiving the new students. A woman who looked to be over 30 immediately raised her hand and said it was her. Bai Dike followed the sound and looked over. She was a woman with very narrow eyes, but what caught his attention was not her squinting eyes, but the favorability score floating above her head. It was only 36. Did this woman hold some grudge against him? Nangong Yuyan recognized her and quickly introduced her as intermediate researcher Lin Yuewu. Although the other party's favorability was very low, Bai Dike still extended his hand in a friendly gesture and said, "Please guide me in the future." But Lin Yuowu clearly did not think the same way. She glanced indifferently at Bai Dike's outstretched hand, then said in a sarcastic tone, "Although your combat talent is high, here you need to study modestly. Don't get too full of yourself." The atmosphere became awkward for a moment, but who was Bai Dike? He was also the kind of person who was not easy to deal with. He let out a cold snort, then smiled mysteriously and asked if she didn't want to know what his talent was. He had seen her disgraceful secret with Director Zhu in the teacher's dormitory last night. Pulling back his hand, he smiled faintly and said, "I know a secret. I just don't know whether I should say it or not." Naturally, Lin Yuowu had never expected him to see that incident, so she said disdainfully, "Stop acting mysterious. Just say it." Bai Dike raised his brows and smiled. "You really want me to say it in front of everyone?" Seeing the way Bai Dike looked, Lin Yuowu for some reason felt her heart skip a beat. But Bai Dike only sighed and said, "We're colleagues, after all." Then he used his skill, "Guards, protect your master." In an instant, he moved to right in front of Lin Yuowu, while she herself was unable to move. Bai Dike smiled mysteriously and said, "I don't need to elaborate on your affair with Director Zhu, do I?" She instinctively glanced at Director Zhu, who was not far away, then felt relieved that Bai Dike had not exposed it in front of everyone. Otherwise, this would have become a major scandal, because both of them had families. This kind of affair was utterly immoral. Lin Yuowu's attitude softened somewhat, and she looked at Bai Dike and asked how he knew about it. He merely curled his lips into a smile. "My talent is that nothing can be hidden from me. So now, you shouldn't doubt my ability anymore, right?" Lin Yuowu was left speechless. Ignoring her reaction, Bai Dike smiled and extended his hand once more. "Sorry, please take care of me in the future." Lin Yuowu's attitude immediately changed greatly. Carrying that secret with her, she then took Bai Dike to the freshman meeting room. As they walked, she asked, "Can your talent really know everything?" Bai Dike curled his lips slightly and said calmly, "If not, then how else? I don't even know you." Hearing that, Lin Yuowu asked no more questions. She then led Bai Dike to a classroom and said that because there was a freshman orientation class today, she would let him teach it. The moment he heard that, Bai Dike was startled in surprise. But he was also very interested, so he nodded in agreement. Very quickly, the two of them entered the classroom together, and Bai Dike gave 2 light coughs to greet everyone inside. His voice made the crowd look up at him in surprise. None of them were unfamiliar with Bai Dike, but they did not know why he was standing at the podium. Only then did Lin Yuowu introduce herself by name, then introduce Bai Dike as a research assistant. This week's class will be taught by him. As soon as those words were spoken, the class immediately erupted in objections. They seriously doubted whether Bai Dike was truly qualified for that position. For a moment, the whole classroom was buzzing with discussion. Yet on the podium, Bai Dike was not angry at all. He merely said indifferently that since he was standing there, it meant he had the strength to answer their questions. If they did not believe him, they were welcome to ask. Several students in the front row immediately looked at one another. Then a male student stood up first and addressed him as Student Bai, saying that he wanted to ask something. But Bai Dike quickly corrected him, saying he should call him Teacher Bai. With that attitude, Bai Dike did not feel like answering. The male student glanced at Bai Dike, then at Lin Yuowu, who stood silently beside him, and quickly changed his form of address to Teacher Bai, asking him to please explain something. Bai Dike nodded in satisfaction and waited for the boy to continue. Only then did the student ask whether a wind attribute skill, when encountering a fire attribute skill, could be fused to form an even stronger skill. As soon as he heard that, Bai Dike smiled. Now that was a question that really hit the core of the matter. He then pointed at the student who had asked and appointed him class monitor on the spot. The boy was so suddenly saddled with the position that he panicked for a moment, and only after coming to his senses did he thank Bai Dike. After saying that, Bai Dike glanced at Lin Yuowu beside him and asked her to prepare 1 bronze rank wind skill and 1 bronze rank fire skill for him. He was going to create a new skill. Lin Yuowu asked in astonishment whether he was sure. Without the slightest hesitation, he nodded and said firmly that he knew what he was doing. Bai Dike raised his brows, completely confident in himself. Seeing this, Lin Yuowu could not really say anything more. She let out a sigh, called everyone over, and led the large group toward the freshman research facility. Lin Yuwu opened the door to the research room and led by Dike inside to a card-reading machine nearby. This is the simulation machine. Inside it, you won't need to use the skill personally. After taking a look, Dike took out 2 skills, Gale and Fire Spit, preparing to fuse them. Seeing this, Lin Yu hurriedly stopped him and reminded him to be careful. As long as there was the slightest mistake, the skills would reject each other and cause a huge explosion. Of course, Dike knew that well and told her to quietly watch and stop disturbing him. Without responding to Lin Yu any further, Dike continued to focus on controlling the 2 skills as they drew near each other. The 2 balls of light, representing the 2 skills, began trembling continuously. As the light spheres kept moving closer, they tugged at everyone's emotions. The freshmen, seeing this scene, could not help but feel terrified, and every one of them looked pale. No one had expected to be this scared. At that moment, the 2 energy spheres drew right up against each other, releasing faint rays of light, and everyone held their breath and waited. At the very instant the light spheres merged together, Dike suddenly shouted, "This is bad. Get down." Almost at the same moment, as soon as his words fell, a huge explosion sounded from inside the laboratory. Nearly everyone dropped to the floor at once. They curled up, shut their eyes, and cursed under their breath. Some even directly used the person in front of them as a human shield. Only one male student dared to crack an eye open to see what had actually happened. Yet after several seconds passed, the devastating blast they had imagined never came. Instead, Dike slowly walked over, holding in his hand a fused sphere of wind and fire. Standing before them, he smiled and said, "My dear ministers, rise." His tone was utterly playful. Seeing this, everyone was left rather speechless. Lin Yu also got up awkwardly and asked whether he had really succeeded. Dike raised his brows proudly. Of course, Lin Yu still found it hard to believe. These 2 skills had actually combined into a new silver rank fire skill. She truly had not expected Dike to be such a genius. Dike rubbed the skill stone in his hand. "So I ended up making a fire type 1. Not bad." Then Dike suddenly pointed to that newly appointed class monitor and had him perform the test. He handed the skill stone in his hand to the boy and said, "I made this specially for you. Go ahead and try it." The male student asked in surprise, "You're really giving it to me?" Dike nodded without hesitation. The boy hardly dared to believe it. He bowed deeply, then immediately absorbed the skill stone. The skill stone in his hand spun continuously, showing that the absorption had begun. At that moment, Dike glanced at Lin Yu behind him and asked her to prepare a dummy for testing. She immediately nodded in agreement and went to bring one out. Everyone was filled with anticipation, wanting to see just how powerful the new fuse skill Dike had created would be. The class monitor closed his eyes and felt it for a moment. His hands began forming seals. In less than 3 seconds, his body emitted scorching heat, and he shouted, "Fire release." Great fireball technique. Along with that shout, a stream of blazing flames burst from his mouth, striking the test dummy with great precision. Sounds indicating damage rang out continuously. The test soon ended, and the appraisal result was a silver rank long-range skill with damage fluctuating between 1075 and 1262, suitable for all range combat professions. Everyone could not help but suck in a cold breath. Even Dike was no exception, though what he felt even more was regret. Had he known, he would have kept it for himself. But the system mercilessly shattered that regret for him. He could not learn it. With an excited expression, Lin Yu walked over to Dike and asked whether he planned to handle the skill stone materials himself or report them to the academy. If submitted to the school board, he would receive a certain handling fee. Dike thought for a moment, then decided to hand it over to the school. He was too lazy to deal with that sort of thing himself. Hearing that, Lin Yu nodded eagerly and said she would take him to complete the procedures after class. Dike did not care much about that. He merely announced calmly that as long as they were students of this class, they could buy this skill for 2 points. He considered it a little benefit he was giving everyone. The moment he said that, all the students became excited and started cheering. That Dike was amazing. At dusk, after finishing a full day's schedule of classes, Dike finally returned exhausted and let out a long breath. It's finally over. But as soon as he got back to the residential area, he saw Tienfu's figure standing at the entrance. Why'd he come again? Bai Dike really did not want to deal with this old rascal. But what else could he do? He still invited him inside, though he could not resist joking, saying he had thought the old man would just let himself into his room and wait there directly. Tienfu snorted and said that he respected students' privacy very much. Bai Dike rolled his eyes and pouted. You didn't say that last time. If you got something to say, just say it. Tienfu was not polite at all. As if he were in his own home, he poured himself a cup of water, took a sip, and only then said that half a month later there would be the annual nationwide freshman exchange competition, and this year it would be hosted by Tienfu University. Moreover, their school had not taken first place in a long time. Bai Dike did not care much about the ranking and casually said that if he did not get first place, then second place would do. The moment Principal Chin heard that, he got angry and told him he had to take first place. He would give him an extra 1,000 bonus points. Bai Dike curled his lip in disdain and said that was an insult to him. So Principal Chin immediately raised it to 1,200 points. The more Bai Dike listened, the angrier he became, and he fiercely demanded whether Principal Chin had any idea what an SSS potential super genius from Qingbei University meant. This was not a matter of points at all, but of face. If he lost, it would not just be him losing face, the school would lose face too. Principal Chin frowned and pondered for a moment, then bargained again and offered 2,000 points, saying Bai Dike could do it if he wanted and forget it if he did not. Only then did Bai Dike reveal a thoroughly sly smile and say the principal was too polite. The school's business was his business, and he would definitely teach that bunch of arrogant fools a lesson. Principal Chin laughed and shook his head, teasing him, asking whether he did not need points anymore. Bai Dike immediately changed his tone. That would not do. Points were motivation. Without motivation, he could not do it. Principal Chin knew exactly what he wanted and let out a helpless sigh. Then he picked up his phone and transferred the points to him. Very soon, Bai Dike's phone received a notification. Bai Dike's point wallet had received 1,000 points. He stared at the points on his phone excitedly for a long time, unable to say a word. Principal Chin said this was only the deposit, and once he got first place, he would transfer the rest to him. Bai Dike happily agreed. It was only first place, after all. He guaranteed he would complete the task. This time, Principal Chin could be said to have completely handed authority over to Bai Dike. He was to choose 6 people to form the team. Aside from himself and Nuoc High, Bai Dike could choose the rest. The competition was divided into 2 parts, the individual competition and the secret realm survival competition. In every event, he had to get first place, both in name and in reality. Bai Dike was startled when he heard this. So the first place requirement referred to both events. Principal Chin laughed heartily, took a sip of water, and calmly admitted that was right. Did he think points were so easy to earn? Only then did Bai Dike realize that he had been tricked by this old rascal again. So Bai Dike had to lock himself up at home to choose his teammates. It took him 2 whole days before he finally finished. He let out a long sigh. At last, it was done. He was exhausted, but when he remembered Principal Chin's instructions, he still felt indignant. This time he had suffered a huge loss. He had to make a big profit back in the future, no matter what. Although the requirement was level 10 and below, talent was probably the most important thing, so Bai Dike decided to go big this time. A week later, the nationwide intercollegiate freshman competition finally began. At this time, the captains of the participating teams had arrived to collect their numbers. Bai Dike came with Nuoc High and Xian, looking full of excitement. The place was truly packed. Behind him were 3 more people: Tan Kak Duk, whose class was Insect Master, Tran Duong Ham, whose class was Silver Moon Assassin, and Hong Lo, whose class was Mage. Kak Duk asked Bai Dike doubtfully whether they really could do it this time. Bai Dike was very confident in himself. Of course they could. He would prove with practical action that his judgment was not wrong. Time went back to 1 week before the competition. In a certain cafe, Bai Dike slowly walked in. The moment Nuoc High saw him, she cried out excitedly. Not only her, but the 4 other people he had chosen were already there as well. Without hesitation, Bai Dike ran toward Nuoc High and wanted to hug her. Seeing this, she immediately got angry and looked like she wanted to hit someone, telling him to be serious. Bai Dike gave 2 cheeky laughs before finally getting to the point. He wanted everyone to get acquainted. Aside from Nuoc High and Xian, who already knew each other, the other 3 had not met before. When Kak Duk heard this, he promptly introduced himself and did not forget to flatter Bai Dike. He had watched all of Bai Dike's matches. He was really cool. Duong Ham was not nearly as enthusiastic as Kak Duk and only asked coldly what the competition was. Baidik explained slowly. The first event was the individual competition, followed by the Secret Realm survival event. Their goal was to win the championship in both. The rules of the individual competition were very simple. The 6 participants would fight one by one in matches, and contestants would be eliminated based on their results, after which lots would be drawn for battle. Kak Duk did not pay much attention when he heard this. He believed in Baidik's ability. With Baidik around, they would win. Decien also chimed in, but Baidik did not think it was that simple. At this moment, Nuok Hai also spoke up, mentioning that 3 freshmen from Qingbei University had already challenged in caste level 6 golden skills. They could be called formidable rivals. One of them had even released 2 golden skills in succession. Baidik knew this person. He was the second son of Qingbei University's principal, Vu Dad. Nuok Hai said she might not be able to beat him. When Kak Duk heard this, even his expression turned a little worried. 2 golden skills. This was a true genius. Baidik was afraid everyone would lose heart, so he reassured them not to worry too much. Qingbei's trump card could be left to him. Besides, he had heard they had reached the bronze trial dungeon and were short on good weapons. As he spoke, glittering weapons immediately appeared in his hands. These were things he had prepared for them, with no class restrictions. Seeing the shining equipment in his hands, both Kak Duk and Duong Him instantly sprang to their feet in excitement and kept calling him a good man. Baidik nodded slightly and said with a smile, top-grade silver equipment, 20 points each, and his shop even offered advanced credit service. The moment he said that, both Kak Duk and Duong Ham were speechless and immediately took back the good guy cards they had just handed him. In a crowded area packed with people, the students were blending into the bustling rhythm of the festival underway. The scene was filled with noisy voices and fireworks fluttering through the air. Baidik and Decien also seemed to have been there for quite some time. The 2 of them had already strolled around the fair once. Daxian was practically crying. His wallet was empty again. Just looking at his flat wallet made him miserable, while Baidik walking ahead looked extremely proud. Hearing Decien complain, Baidik turned back and laughed gleefully, teasing his friend for being foolish. These pieces of equipment would be hard to buy for even 100 points outside, so he had clearly made a huge profit. Suddenly, a young man and woman appeared. Claiming to be reporters from Beijing TV, they stood right in front of Baidik and Decien and said they had a few questions, asking whether the 2 would be available to answer them, while directly thrusting a microphone toward them. Baidik was fed up. These people had come to bother him again. He refused bluntly. Not available. This morning had already been convenient enough. Still unwilling to give up, the rather tactless female host, seeing herself rejected, decided to act recklessly and shouted in the middle of the crowd, asking what the person in front of her thought about student Baidik in this competition. She had no idea she had just addressed the man himself. Baidik was already in a bad mood and turned back with an annoyed look. She was asking what he thought. Seeing that this stubborn guy had finally agreed to stop and say a few words, the girl bloomed with joy. The young man beside her continued filming very attentively, and she followed up, asking, of course, what did he think of Baidik? Baidik then bent down and pointed his butt at the young interview team. What did he think? He thought with the eyes on his ass. Did she want to take a look? The people around them burst out laughing at the spectacle. The reporter was struck speechless and could not say a word. Unable to stand it, she warned Baidik that this interview was being broadcast live nationwide and hoped he would respect himself and pay attention to his image. She was furious as she spoke. Baidik did not back down in the slightest. He snatched the microphone right out of her hand, his demeanor still brimming with confidence. Then he shouted straight into the camera, startling the cameraman badly, and raised his middle finger. So what? If they had the guts, they could go to the school and file a complaint against him. On the live broadcast screen, Baidik continued to rant, saying that Lin Ba, what he hated most was the people from their Qingbei University. Big Brother Baidik was going to beat Qingbei's people to a pulp today, his middle finger still held high in challenge. On the other side of the screen, Lin Ba nearly coughed up blood upon hearing his name. The group of reporters had been thoroughly humiliated and left in anger, but still unwilling to submit. They turned back and said, fine, Lin Ba, right? She definitely would not let this go and would definitely file a complaint. Baidik did not care. He even happily waved goodbye as they left. Decien, who had witnessed almost the entire thing, laughed smugly. Ha ha ha, this kid Baidik is really ruthless. Baidik still refused to accept it. This had all been Lin Ba's doing, so why should he have to endure it? Before the two had finished talking, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them, greeting them with "Hello there, classmate." The moment they heard it, both Tien and Bai Dike turned around. It was a fairly handsome young man with a smiling face. He said, "Pleased to meet you. I'm Vudat Lang from Qingbei University." After speaking, he raised his hand as if to greet him. Bai Dike did not seem at all surprised by this young man and smiled brightly instead, saying it was a pity his father was not Wu Song. Vudat Lang was extremely surprised. How did Bai Dike know his father's real name? His father had since changed his name to Wu Ziki. Dat Lang's smile instantly vanished, and he turned serious and wary. How could this guy possibly know that? What a strange thing. Could it really be such a suspicious coincidence? After speaking, Bai Dike realized he had misspoken a little and gave an awkward perfunctory laugh. Then he changed his attitude and draped an arm companionably around Dat Lang's shoulders to smooth things over. Bai Dike asked whether Dat Lang was really that happy to meet him and just how happy exactly he was. Dat Lang's favorability toward Bai Dike was 18 points. Because of that slight suspicion, it was not very high. Hearing this, he could only respond somewhat stiffly and go along with it, saying, "Ah, yes, very happy." Upon hearing that, Bai Dike immediately changed his face again and mocked him, saying this guy was really interesting. Bai Dike stepped away and said Dat Lang was celebrating too early. Seeing Bai Dike's shifting attitude, Dat Lang shot back that those were only polite words, so Bai Dike should not misunderstand. At last, Bai Dike said something serious. "Fine then, no more polite words. Let them get to know each other properly and sincerely." Dat Lang kept listening beside him. Bai Dike continued, saying he repaired equipment, and asked whether Dat Lang wanted anything repaired. Dat Lang was no weaker with words. He said he told fortunes and asked whether Bai Dike wanted reading. His gaze was openly provocative. Thus, the two young men became competitive, sparks seeming to fly between them, as if they were full of energy and ready to use their fists. Bai Dike said he had also studied fortune-telling before, but he still could not figure out what the hell Dat Lang was supposed to be. The people around them watched this ridiculous conversation in total confusion, wondering whether these really were the two strongest people. It was honestly beyond words. After this verbal clash, Dat Lang told Bai Dike that he really was quite interesting and hoped his strength was worthy of that mouth of his. Bai Dike did not lose out either, saying that since Dat Lang liked putting on such an act, why not just make himself a pair of underwear too? Teased until he was furious, Dat Lang's face flushed red. He snapped, "Just wait for me." Bai Dike agreed with a satisfied smile. At the university competition grounds, the announcer was making his speech before stands packed full of people. "Greetings to all our students. The once-a-year National Freshman Exchange Competition now officially begins." He continued, "This year's competition is being hosted by Tienfu University. At this moment, let us invite the representative freshman teams from the universities and colleges to come onto the stage." Everyone looked in the direction indicated by the announcer, filled with excitement. Bai Dike's team had already stepped out, and cheers rose all around them. "You clap once, I clap once. Tienfu takes first place today. You clap five, I clap five." Bai Dike marches forward to take the lead. The team members started glancing around. Bai Dike warmly greeted the audience. Tien said, "Brother Dike, look how much everyone loves you. They even came up with a slogan for you." Tien suddenly started daydreaming, hoping that one day he could be like that too. He had already thought of his own slogan, Tien, charging in first. In his imagination, Tien was shining brilliantly as everyone welcomed him. Hearing that, Bai Dike immediately judged it as far too awkward, saying even his toes were curling. Right after that, Dat Lang's team also appeared. "Clap twice, I clap twice. Qingbei can only take second place." From a distance, Dat Lang made a gesture as if he wanted to fight, sending Bai Dike a message that he was dead for sure. Bai Dike, however, did not seem to care at all and continued provoking him by raising his middle finger. The announcer signaled once again, "Is everyone ready? Now, please welcome the president of Tienfu University, the commander-in-chief of the Western Military District, and the mayor of Tienfu City." The opening event of the competition is the Arena Challenge Battle. Is everyone ready? Bai Dike turned back and earnestly reminded the others to be extra careful and absolutely not get injured. Nuok Hai agreed when she heard that, and also reminded Bai Dike to be careful too, her gaze toward him full of concern. There were many stands set up around the stadium, and the audience surrounding the area erupted in loud cheers. Dike told his opponent that he would only have one chance to make a move. Otherwise, he should not blame Dike for not having warned him in time. Dike's opponent was a handsome student from Taohua University. The man was sturdy and held a sword, his power already surging, and he replied that he understood. The moment he finished speaking, the young man chose his method of attack, pouring his power into blazing flame slash. The sword lit up and released its force as he roared, "Prepare to die." The attack rapidly shot toward Dike, who calmly stood there with his hands in his pockets. However, with his combat experience and existing techniques, Dike easily dodged the attack and even teleported, moving from where he had been to directly behind his opponent, then knocking the student from the other school on the head and informing him that he had already lost and should send the next one up. The young man was shocked. That speed was far too fast. The student was struck flying out of the ring. It was unbelievable. Contestant Dike had only started the match 1 minute ago, and he had already knocked Taohua University's representative out of the arena. The announcer raised the winner's hand high. Arena number 55, the winner is Dike of Tienfu University. Dike stood there looking very imposing, while people around him discussed it enthusiastically. Damn, Dike is that strong? One brick had already been smashed. I'm willing to call him the god of brick smashing when it comes to Taohua University's representative. The Tienfu University staff were also watching. Principal Chin's son asked in surprise whether Dike's strength was really this great. Principal Chin commented that the brat Dike was not simple. Do not look down on the fact that he was only level 9 at the moment. His attributes were even higher than those of ordinary level 10 professionals. Normal students were no match for him at all. On another stand, Dat Lang was also quickly defeating his opponents. Everyone who faced him suffered a miserable loss. Seeing this, the commander-in-chief commented that Dike really had improved, but this Wu Dat Lang was also a difficult opponent. Principal Chin's son said that according to the information they currently had, Wu Dat Lang's talent had as many as 2 effects. Old Chin reassured him that it did not matter. Dike was not nearly as simple as they imagined either. Now they only needed to watch which of these 2 brats had more hidden cards up his sleeve. As he spoke, the old man looked thoroughly pleased. Back at Dike's arena, everyone was shouting, oh my god, everyone look at contestant number 4 from Oda University. He has run into Tienfu University's ace. When Dike saw the young man's hidden face beneath the hood, he recognized him as someone he knew. Dike was surprised. The other man said he had not expected to run into Dike so quickly. He cast off his hood and pointed straight at the bewildered Dike, saying he would let him know the price of provoking him. The Modi University student looked as if flames were erupting all over his body and said that Dike had tormented him miserably in the beginning. He had always been toyed with in the palm of Dike's hand. As he spoke, both his eyes and his voice were filled with resentment. Dike immediately signaled for him to stop, saying this was too ridiculous and asking him not to say things that would make people misunderstand. The man beside him was still blazing furiously, but those words only seemed to make him angrier. He warned Dike to stop talking nonsense. He was so furious, he was almost going crazy, and the flames surged violently. Seeing the fire billowing upward, Dike was horrified. Damn, brother, it is really not that serious, is it? Why are you setting yourself on fire like this? The young man refused to yield in the slightest. Looking extremely confident and self-satisfied, he declared that this move, Flame Impact, was a modified skill. It would automatically burn all enemies around him. As he spoke, he laughed with a sinister look like some evil ghost. Although it caused a certain amount of damage to himself, he wanted to see whether Dike would still dare pull him over. So the man kept burning with flames while provoking him like that, and Dike could only look at him speechlessly, wondering whether this guy had gone crazy. Left with no choice, Dike provoked him back, telling him to come over so he could see just what this self-immolation move was like, his hand repeatedly beckoning in challenge. The other guy could not take it anymore and charged over like a rocket with his fist, convinced Dike was still acting tough. With his great speed and tremendous power, a shocking explosion erupted and shattered the surrounding atmosphere, smoke billowing everywhere. In the end, this Modu student still ended up burning himself half to death. Badifa speechless. Was this guy's IQ really like this? This low? Down below? the opponent was already suffering heat stroke from the excessive temperature of the blast. The emergency medical staff arrived in time and took the patient away for treatment. Even lying on the medical stretcher, the guy still forced out a groan. This by Dyke brat is really too despicable. Serves him right. Then he even sent his regards to the baby who had been burned pitch black. Seeing this, Principal Chin sighed proudly. As expected of his prize student, this old man truly was brilliant. This by Dyke kid still had a lot of hidden cards up his sleeve. The audience around them was once again treated to a good show, all of them marveling and asking what kind of skill that was, because they simply could not understand it all. Bai Dyke was congratulated for advancing so quickly into the second stage. He looked very pleased with himself, yet still pretended to be modest, and said it was all thanks to everyone's support. Upon reaching the second stage, a familiar figure appeared before him. Bai Dyke lit up and questioned the other party with a grin. "What? You still want to get acquainted with me?" Itevas veyu long. The heavyweight opponent displayed on the main screen was already standing there, showing off his results to Bai Dyke. He only wanted to tell him one thing. He had been 2 seconds faster. His face was full of smug triumph. But how could Bai Dyke ever respond seriously? He immediately turned the tables on his opponent, putting on a terrible-looking expression and pretending his eyes were bad. He asked Wu Datlang if he could kindly tell him exactly how many seconds he had used, deliberately setting things up so the cameras could zoom in on Wu Datlang's answer. Wu Datlang naturally refused to back down and answered loudly. "I used 3.21 seconds, looking extremely confident." Bai Dyke instantly seized on that overconfidence. Everyone heard that, right? Student Wu Datlang used 3.21 seconds. Truly worthy of being called the fastest man in the country. I, Bai Dyke, am ashamed of my inferiority. The implication was incredibly suggestive, and Wu Datlang immediately realized he had misspoken. His face flushed all the way to his ears. After getting tricked, Wu Datlang went mad and cursed furiously, while Bai Dyke simply strode off as he said, "That fast, and you're proud of it?" After Bai Dyke left the stands, a fan came over asking to take a picture with him. The pretty girl asked the announcer to take a photo of the two of them, while the poor guy still had not quite processed what was happening. The camera captured the moment the female fan looped her arm through his, while Bai Dyke stood beside her looking slightly shy. She really was very pretty. Once it was done, she immediately left, but before going she encouraged him, saying, "Do your best. I'll always be cheering for you." Then she ran off lightly. Bai Dyke felt embarrassed. This works too. Then he suddenly grew self-satisfied. Being this handsome really is such a burden. The main screen officially announced the result. The winner of arena number 20 was Bai Dyke of Tienfu University. Of course, not everyone was cheering for him. Some jealous guys were unhappy with the way Bai Dyke had won and started cursing from below. Forget fighting after getting on the arena, and now he's even taking photos with people. Their jealousy was obvious, and they angrily demanded their ticket money back. Some other students were even angrier, saying Bai Dyke looked so punchable acting like this. "What are you showing off for?" One of them even loudly declared that if this spectator room were not blocking him, he would be the first. Bai Dyke heard him. Using teleportation, he instantly appeared right in front of that jealous student. The senior clearly had not even had time to react before Bai Dyke was already standing there, glaring as he demanded, "The first to do what to me? You want to spar with me, or what, senior?" The guy was obviously scared out of his wits. How could he be this fast? What was going on? His face turned pale with fright. The senior immediately ran off in a panic, making a cowardly excuse that something had happened at home, then vanished without a trace. By sight. So in the end, he was nothing useful at all. Bai Dyke returned to the main screen once more and challenged all the jealous haters. "If any of you aren't convinced, either leave your contestant here to fight me, or better yet, come up and fight me yourselves." He once again pulled out his signature middle finger. Still in that packed stadium, Bai Dyke had already gone off to rest early. While he was recovering his energy, news about Nuoc High came in. Nuoc High had already won 9 matches. She only had one final match left before finishing. She was clearly waiting for her friend. Just then, Nuoc High returned and announced that the Xian also only had one final match left. Bai Dyke happily welcomed her back. Nuoc High did not hesitate to sit down beside him, and the two of them immediately drew many people's attention. They were obviously 2 extremely eye-catching contestants, and now they were sitting together with what looked like a very good relationship. Nuoc High asked Bai Dyke about Wu Datlang's talent. Bai Dyke thought back and said it was repetition refusal. It really was a somewhat troublesome talent to deal with. Nuoc High looked at him and comforted him, saying that beating Wu Dat Lang would not be too difficult. Bai Dike agreed. It was just a matter of deciding which hidden card he needed to use. Feeling a bit tired, he noted that there was now a break for everyone to restore their mental and physical strength. Bai Dike's group gathered briefly. He was handing things out to his teammates. Take plenty. The next one is going to be another fierce battle. They did not have to wait long before the announcer immediately began explaining the rules for the second round. This was the second elimination phase of the individual competition. This time, the knockout format would be used. Losers would be eliminated immediately, while winners would advance to the next round. Pairings would now begin. Bai Dike warned everyone, this round is straight elimination, so be careful. Don't let yourselves get overturned. Just as he arrived at the arena, the female fan appeared again. Hello, God dich. She introduced herself as his fan and asked whether they could take another photo together. Don't worry, after the photo, I'll surrender immediately. I absolutely won't waste your time. Just as Bai Dike was about to step onto the fighting stage, a powerfully built man called out to him. He thought Bai Dike was looking down on others far too much. When the people around saw his appearance, they immediately recognized who he was. This was the trump card of Qingchao University. Some people even found it thrilling that a showdown between trump cards was about to happen earlier than expected. Bai Dike turned back to look at him, but did not pay him much attention and merely gave an O. The trump card pointed his thumb downward and cursed him as trash. Bai Dike did not answer. Instead, he silently read the other party's information. Lu Turin, SS grade attribute, profession, shadow line master, talent skill, summoning art, bull-headed man. After learning that the other party was a bull-headed man, Bai Dike could hardly believe it, because he himself was a pure-hearted warrior of love. It seemed that many people in the audience were also dissatisfied with Bai Dike's showy attitude. They all shouted together, "Down with Bai Dike, you show off." But there were also people defending him. Tienfu is strong. Bai Dike is the best. Encouraged by the cheers from below, the trump card grew even more confident. He cracked his knuckles and asked whether Bai Dike really liked showing off that much. Bai Dike still did not answer his actual question. He merely warned him, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Hurry up and unleash your move. If you don't do it right now, then you won't have another chance." The trump card did not seem frightened by Bai Dike's warning at all. Instead, he mockingly mimicked Bai Dike's words in a mincing, overly delicate voice, making Bai Dike break out in goosebumps and feel utterly disgusted. Nauseated and unable to stand the other man's fake girlish voice anymore, Bai Dike said it was revolting, but since that was how it was, he would not let him down. With a flick of his hand, Bai Dike sent a brick flying straight at the trump card's face. In that instant, Bai Dike felt that something was wrong. Instead of taking the brick head on, the trump card dodged it immediately. Then, out of nowhere, a golden bull's head appeared and shot straight toward Bai Dike. Fortunately, he managed to dodge it. Over on the other side, the trump card burst in a loud laughter and told Bai Dike to hurry up and hand over his life. The moment that bull's head touched the arena floor, a huge explosion erupted. If Bai Dike had not dodged in time, he would have had to endure the full force of it. The trump card also admitted that Bai Dike did have some skill. After witnessing the opponent's strength, Bai Dike had to admit that he had underestimated him first. On the arena, the fighting spirit of both men blazed high. The trump card said, "Did you think you'd already won?" It turned out that he had watched Bai Dike's battle videos more than 30 times. On top of that, he studied every day how to break Bai Dike's skill. Because he had prepared thoroughly before coming here and researched his opponent carefully, the trump card now wanted to personally end Bai Dike's legend. The moment he finished speaking, a giant bull with a human body and blazing red eyes appeared behind him. It was his skill, the golden summon, bull-headed man. The trump card immediately ordered it. "Why are you still standing there? Crush Bai Dike at once." Hearing the command, the bull-headed man's eyes practically spat fire, and it let out a thunderous roar. Hearing that the trump card wanted him stomped flat, Bai Dike thought that image was not beautiful at all. Nuok Hai probably would not like that kind of look. Rather than worrying about getting twisted into a mess, Bai Dike was more afraid of ruining his handsome face. Honestly, if it were me, I'd feel the same. He immediately focused all his strength and thought that the trump card had forced him into doing this. Truly, good looks were justice. Bai Dike and the bull-headed man both stared intently at each other's next move. Judgment successful. Narrow victory effect activated. Hearing the words narrow victory, Bai Dike had no idea what that was. He cursed, "What the hell is narrow victory?" while also delivering 2 bonus gifts in the form of double middle fingers. The bull-headed man was 100,000 times bigger than him, yet Bai Dike showed no fear at all. He was going to broaden the trump card's horizons. He pulled out a gigantic hammer and concentrated his strength. Bai Dike was going to show him what it meant to be a pure-hearted warrior of love. The spectators below widened their eyes and tried not to blink, unable to believe what they were seeing. Together with his 80-kilogram hammer, Bai Dike smashed and cracked one of the giant bull-headed man's horns. The spectators could not understand how Bai Dike had managed to do that, because this was a golden summoned beast with 200 in physical attributes. The trump card was not frightened by Bai Dike's attack just now. He continued, ordering the bull-headed man to charge forward and flatten Bai Dike immediately. The giant bull-headed man swung a terrifyingly powerful fist straight toward Bai Dike. But instead of dodging the attack, Bai Dike rushed forward. He clenched his fist tightly, as though preparing to confront the bull-headed man head-on. When their fists collided, even though the bull-headed man's hand was much larger than Bai Dike's, its strength was not. The bull-headed man was instantly knocked backward and fell flat on its back. Bai Dike remained standing calmly on the arena and felt that he was already bored of playing. A sly smile appeared on his face as he gripped his giant hammer and wished for the bull-headed man to hurry up and die. Bai Dike lunged at it and continuously brought the hammer down with brutal force. As he struck, he muttered, "First, use the big hammer to deal with it." By now, the bull-headed man's body was covered in bruises. From outside, Wang Dai watched Bai Dike treat the bull-headed man with such cruelty, and he could not understand how Bai Dike had managed to defeat it so quickly. Bai Dike paid no attention to Wang Dai and kept hammering the bull-headed man flat, all while repeatedly chanting, 40, 40, 40, 40. After a while, under Bai Dike's hammer blows, the bull-headed man's body was covered in bruises and lumps. Rather than flattening Bai Dike, the one who got flattened was the bull-headed man itself. Looking at his handiwork, Bai Dike happily stood up. At last, he had finished beating it. He then turned toward Wang Dai. The confidence Wang Dai had at the beginning had completely disappeared, and when he looked at Bai Dike now, he was so frightened that he started stammering. Bai Dike pointed his hammer at Wang Dai and gave him a choice. Did he want to walk down by himself, or did he want Bai Dike to knock him off? Wang Dai surrendered immediately without the slightest hesitation. The moment he finished speaking, the referee promptly announced, "Congratulations to Bai Dike of Tienfu University for successfully advancing." Principal Qin and the commander were seated in the spectator area below. Bai Dike had truly surprised Principal Qin, and even the commander acknowledged it. He admitted that Bai Dike still had many things about him that they did not fully know. At the same time, in a pitch-black room, a group of people were discussing something. The person seated at the head asked those around him whether they had fully investigated the demon fox yet. A woman wearing a fox mask spoke up, reporting to Lord Black Dragon, "This year's National Freshman University Exchange Tournament has gathered everyone here under Qin Tienfu alone. If Lord Black Dragon is willing to act, then with our strength, we should be able to capture all these freshmen in one sweep." Another man wearing a dragon head mask also spoke. He felt that their evil cult had stayed silent for many years, and it was time for the world to once again feel the majesty of the evil god. Everyone immediately stood up together, formed a strange hand sign, and shouted in unison, "May the glory of the evil god endure forever." The principal of Qingchao University could hardly believe the story he had just heard. Seeing his own student defeated, Qingchao's principal looked ready to explode with anger. At the same time, the dean of the Martial Combat Academy of North City University was speaking with Yi Yinhu of Tienfu University. The dean asked if he knew Bai Dike's current attributes. He had not expected Bai Dike to be able to chase down and beat the bull-headed man like that. Yi Yinhu thought for a moment, then said that Bai Dike's attributes were not high, that his physical attribute score was 132, even a bit lower than the Wu Datlang from their side. Hearing this, the dean could not believe his ears. Those eavesdropping outside also began discussing it. No way. Bai Dike's physical attribute score is only 132? How can someone with F rank potential have attribute points comparable to an SSS rank? Some even wondered whether the will of Blue Star had bugged out. The dean then revealed a secret to Yi Yinhu. In future admissions, they might want to pay more attention to applicants with F rank potential. Yi Yinhu felt a little doubtful. Really? The dean crossed his arms and affirmed it. If it were not for the future of humanity, would I have told you this secret? Yi Yinhu replied that after returning, they would definitely study whether it was feasible. Meanwhile, Bai Dike sat leisurely drinking water after his recent battles. He thought there was no need to worry about Nuoc Hai's side, but he wondered how things were going with Decien. Over on the other side, Decien was not idle either. He was fighting with blazing momentum. Decien shouted for his opponent to come at him with more strength, and then used human-faced fake beast. Once the opponent was exhausted, Decien dug out a booger and mocked the other party for being too weak. The referee then declared Decien of Tienfu University the winner. Decien happily asked, "Well, brother, I didn't embarrass you, did I?" Bai Dike shoved his hands into his pockets and said, "Not bad. That had a bit of the style I had in my younger days." He saw that Nuoc Hai's side was almost done too, so he suggested that Decien come with him to check how Huang Luo and Tan Cactuk were doing. Suddenly, Decien turned shy and gentle like a young maiden, saying that there was something he wanted to ask Bai Dike. Seeing his friend acting so delicately, Bai Dike got goosebumps and had no idea what nonsense he was playing at. Draping an arm over Decien's shoulders, Bai Dike guessed that he wanted to borrow points and said that if that was it, it would be easy. But Decien blushed, tried to act cute, looked away repeatedly, and denied it. Decien whispered in Bai Dike's ear that he had a friend who recently liked a girl. At that point, anyone could tell there was no friend. He was obviously talking about himself. Bai Dike immediately saw through what his buddy needed and told him to just admit it was him already. Decien no longer denied it and simply stayed silent. His current appearance was truly hilarious. Bai Dike pulled a tacky pink book out of his backpack. It was the Advanced Romance Manual. He told Decien to follow what was written inside and guaranteed he would be able to win over the person he liked. Decien asked suspiciously, "Will that really work?" The next day, everyone was gathered together in one place. Decien stared at Tian Lu with eyes burning with love. Feeling that intense gaze, Tian Lu thought there was something on her face, which was why he was looking at her like that. Sitting nearby and seeing everything, Bai Dike naturally realized that the person Decien liked was Tian Lu. Bai Dike nudged Decien and whispered, "Read the book, hurry up." Decien immediately put it into practice. Striking a cool pose, he told Tian Lu, "Kid, you're even more amazing than the dump I took." Seeing this side of Decien, Tian Lu froze and had no idea what to say. Tian Lu quickly changed the subject. She called out to Nuoc Hai, saying the competition was about to start, so the two of them should hurry over, and did not respond to Decien at all. Seeing that the result was not what he wanted, Decien turned to Bai Dike with a twisted expression. Bai Dike crossed his arms, looked at him, and firmly insisted that his own skill could not possibly be wrong. As the time approached, Bai Dike got up and headed out first, while Decien remained seated, flipping open the book and diligently studying it. The moment Bai Dike appeared on the arena, his opponent was already there ahead of him. Bai Dike's opponent this time was Shun Biku, a half-dragon of level 9 with SSS potential. Her talent was Noble Bloodline, granting super strong self-recovery and excellent resistance to all elemental damage, reducing skill damage by 40. Her profession was Dragon Warrior. Strength, 188. Constitution, 154. Agility, 132. Spirit, 114. The dragon bloodline in her body accounted for 3.1415926, so she could barely be considered human. Upon seeing a half-dragon, Bai Dike could not hold back and blurted out, "Holy crap, a half-dragon?" The referee immediately shut him up and reminded him to watch his language, because this was a nationwide live stream. Shinbiku asked the referee and her opponent whether they could begin yet. The referee turned to Bai Dike and asked if he was ready. He replied confidently that he was ready anytime. After getting his answer, the referee immediately announced that the match had officially begun. The spectators below the stands kept shouting and cheering. Bai Dike used his usual move again, clutching his brick and charging straight at Shinbiku. No matter how relentlessly Bai Dike attacked with vicious strikes, Shun Biku did not budge even a little. Suddenly, she asked whether he was done hitting her yet, because now it was her turn to make a move. Bai Dike could hardly believe it and was completely stunned that she had not been shaken in the slightest. The moment she finished speaking, Shun Biku launched a counterattack against Bai Dike. Her hand grew much larger and tore his clothes into pieces. Bai Dike angrily cursed her as shameless, saying he never expected her to rip off his clothes in front of everyone. Shun Biku did not waste words, asking if all he knew how to do was pray. Repeating the same attack, Shun Biku charged straight at Bai Dike and demanded that he hand over his life at once. That move sent Bai Dike flying all the way to the edge of the stands. Perhaps this time, he had really met a true opponent. Bai Dike was kicked all the way to the edge of the arena floor, and the match grew more and more intense. Regaining his composure, he adjusted his body and steadied his breathing. Once everything settled, Bai Dike picked up his weapon and still wanted to give it another try. He charged at Shun Biku as fast as lightning. Instead of moving, Shun Biku stayed where she was, waiting to see what trick he was trying this time. But even when he attacked with all his strength, Shun Biku still did not move at all, and her body took no damage whatsoever. Having completely run out of patience with Bai Dike, Shun Biku suddenly appeared right behind him, leaving him unable to react and unable to understand how she could move so fast. She made her move and drove all her power into an elbow strike straight into Bai Dike's back, knocking him to the ground. Bai Dike was no longer confident now. His body was already scraped up and bruised. Just what kind of evil technique was this? Shun Biku mocked Bai Dike, saying that the so-called trump card of Tienfu University was only this much after all. The system told him to look carefully at her skin. That was her movement skill, called Dragon Flower. Bai Dike read those words, then immediately turned his gaze and saw through Shun Biku's clothing. Beneath her coat were dragon scales. Shun Biku, meanwhile, was furious. In the middle of fighting her, he still dared to lose focus. She attacked Bai Dike again, but this time Bai Dike successfully dodged. Holding the brick in his hand, Bai Dike's expression completely changed. Now that he had grasped his opponent's weakness, his confidence returned. He even said Shun Biku was quite brave. Shun Biku thought Bai Dike was just trying to stall for time. She told him to stop spouting nonsense and struck downward from above. Instead of standing there like before, Bai Dike gathered momentum and jumped right behind Shun Biku, avoiding the attack. Bai Dike did not hesitate, just because Shun Biku was a girl. He even grabbed her by the hair, throwing her into confusion. Before she could react, Shun Biku saw a huge hand coming straight toward her face. Bai Dike pressed her head hard into the ground and pinned her down. Holding Shun Biku in place with one hand, Bai Dike advised her to admit defeat herself, or he would show her what cruelty really meant. Shun Biku struggled and resisted, saying there was no way she would surrender. Bai Dike stopped talking to her and turned to ask the referee whether it was allowed to do a few not-so-glorious things on the arena stage. The referee said nothing, since it did not violate the rules. Shun Biku asked him what he intended to do. Not making her wait long, Bai Dike said that of course he was going to do something special, though he did not say exactly what. His expression right now looked extremely sly. You could understand it at a glance just by looking at the picture. Shun Biku, embarrassed and angry, told him not to do anything reckless. Even the referee said this was still a proper competition. Bai Dike. Down in the hall, the dean was furious and wanted the match stopped immediately. Turning to Yi Yanhu, he asked what in the world Bai Dike from their side was trying to do. But Yi Yanhu leisurely sipped his tea, saying how would he know? If the dean wanted to know, he should ask Bai Dike himself. The dean said that if something really happened during the match, then Yi Yanhu could just wait to be condemned by people all across the country. Suddenly, Shun Biku's face flushed bright red with embarrassment as she kept letting out moans and crying, "Don't." It turned out that what Bai Dike wanted to do was tickle her feet. Even I never would have thought of this move. He took a feather and kept tickling the soles of Shun Biku's feet, asking if she was scared yet. Shun Biku kept slapping the arena floor, laughing until tears came out, crying for help and saying she really could not take it anymore. The audience below stared with mouths wide open. Some even said that his pants had practically been ripped off already, and now they were being shown this? Others thought Bai Dike really had too many tricks up his sleeve. After torturing her for a while, Bai Dike asked Shinbiku whether she would admit defeat or not. Laughing and crying at the same time, she said she could not endure it anymore and surrendered. The host immediately thrust the microphone toward Shinbiku and asked if she was really certain she wanted to concede. Still laughing, Shinbiku confirmed that she had indeed surrendered. The referee immediately announced that contestant Shinbiku of Modi University had conceded. Congratulations to contestant Bai Dike of Tienfu University for advancing to the next round. Bai Dike stood there enjoying the full wave of celebration with a happy grin. But what I care about is when exactly he managed to change his clothes. Shinbiku stood off to one side, looking rather miserable, treating it as Bai Dike's win this time. The official top 16 list was now out. Tienfu University still had 4 people left, Qingbei University had 5, Modi University had 3, Nanking University had 2, Xitin University had 1, and Eastern University had 1. The spectators below cheered excitedly. As expected of the top 5 universities, the host announced that the round of 16 matchups would now officially be arranged. Wu Datlang versus Yuan Ihan, Bai Dike versus Decien. Seeing this arrangement, the audience was dumbfounded. Was there some mistake here, or was there some shady manipulation going on? How could Tienfu University calculate things so well that 2 members from the same team ended up facing each other? Bai Dike asked Decien if they should both go and have a look, but Decien did not seem very willing. He said it was still better than wasting that much energy for nothing. Decien smiled happily and suggested something even better to Bai Dike. Before Decien could finish, Bai Dike stopped him with a crafty expression, because he also had a pretty good idea. Bai Dike flipped up a tablecloth, its folds fluttering through the air and creating a feeling as though time had frozen for a moment. The 3 men over there were stunned, their curious gazes fixed on Bai Dike. Then they asked in surprise what exactly he was trying to do. Their astonishment was written all over their faces, as if they had just witnessed something bizarre. Meanwhile, a bespectacled man on this side was slicing meat and cooking with professional skill. His movements smooth and precise, displaying mastery in every step. Seeing that, Bai Dike gave him a perfect 10, impressed by his talent and concentration. At the final step, the man sprinkled seasoning over the dish and produced a delicious meal. The aroma spread through the air, leaving Bai Dike full of admiration. The 2 of them were still excited. Bai Dike said that the teacher had not tasted it yet, right? Since it was still hot, he should hurry and eat. The other boy nodded in agreement too, claiming that he was an A-rank chef. Hearing that, the teacher could not help feeling tempted. When the teacher took the first bite, the exquisite flavor spread through his mouth and left him stunned, wondering in amazement what kind of heavenly delicacy this was. Then the 3 of them sat on the stage, eating happily, making the people below the stands furious with envy because they were craving it, but could not have a taste. Then Bai Dike and his friend looked down and called to the people below, saying, "Come on, isn't it you guys? Fight already." The teacher even chimed in and asked whether they maybe ought to be a little more serious. Then Bai Dike turned to another arena, searching intently with his eyes and wondering about Nuoc Hai, asking himself whether she was over there. Over the other arena, Nuoc Hai was fighting Shui Long Wuchang. Her attacks were powerful and decisive, showing unyielding resolve in every movement. The teacher could not help being surprised by Nuoc Hai's display of energy resonance, as she revealed remarkable courage and overwhelming strength in each strike, creating a lively and dramatic atmosphere on the ring. Her opponent collapsed onto the arena floor, unable to continue, and the teacher immediately declared that the contestant no longer had the strength to fight, calling for the medical team to hurry and save him, while the atmosphere around them turned tense and all eyes focused on Nuoc Hai. At that moment, Nuoc Hai stood proudly under everyone's gaze, filled with pride as she heard the announcement that the winner was Su Nuoc Hai of Tienfu University. That recognition was like a fitting reward for all the effort and hard work she had put in throughout this time. The scene shifted to the outskirts of Tienfu City, where the air was fresh and quiet. Rows of leafy green trees lined the road, creating a peaceful scene completely different from the noise of the city, while the gentle evening sunlight shone down on the ground, carrying with it the fragrance of wildflowers blooming by the roadside. A man was watching the screen showing Nuoc Hai's battle, admiring this year's students and noting that their abilities were truly powerful, making him feel proud of the younger generation rising up with such outstanding strength and talent. 2 people wearing masks were speaking to each other in low voices. One of them said that if it were inside a secret realm, then probably not, creating a mysterious and tense atmosphere around them. The scene then returned, and the teacher stepped onto the platform and solemnly announced that the drawing for the top 4 had officially begun, drawing the attention of all the contestants and spectators and filling the air with anticipation. The heart-stirring moment had finally arrived. Bai Dike would face Wu Dat-lang, while Su Nuok Hai would fight Kim Phi Duk. Tension and excitement spread across the stands as everyone eagerly awaited the impressive performances of these outstanding contestants. The announcement rang out. The next match was between the genius underdog Bai Dike and Wu Dat-lang, the son of Huaxia's top figure. This ignited the atmosphere in the stands with nervous anticipation and excitement, as everyone waited for the dramatic clash between these two brilliant young talents. All across the internet, posts praising Bai Dike and his battles were spreading wildly, from analyses of his skills to photos capturing his best moments, turning his name into a phenomenon that attracted the attention of countless fans. Below the stands, the crowd was shouting Bai Dike's name, declaring him the strongest with passionate slogans. Sunflowers faced the stage as people shouted, "Bai Dike is the strongest. Punish evil and eliminate wickedness. Follow Dike and live. Go against Dike and die." The whole arena was in a frenzy, as though every heartbeat in the stands was moving together in pride for this young talent. At that moment, Bai Dike stood on the stage, smiling as he thanked everyone and said he loved them all. While behind him, his opponent Wu Dat-lang also spoke up, saying that he had finally met Bai Dike, adding even more tension and excitement to the match about to begin. Bai Dike's opponent confidently declared that someone had once told him he had to defeat Bai Dike in order to become Huaxia's strongest freshman, so he really wanted to know who exactly had exaggerated Bai Dike to this extent. Hearing that, Bai Dike could not help grinning as he replied that it seemed a lot of people had very good taste. Then Wu Dat-lang drew his weapon, his eyes full of determination, and said that today he would show Bai Dike that he was not qualified to sit at the same table as him. His words carried open provocation, making the atmosphere even more dramatic and tense. Bai Dike remained calm and said that he had a question for him. Wu Dat-lang coldly replied, asking what trick Bai Dike was trying to use now. The tension between the two grew even sharper as they prepared to fight. Then Bai Dike stretched out a hand toward Wu Dat-lang, gave him a mocking smile, and asked whether he thought the Animal Protection Association would save him just because he was acting so arrogantly. The sarcastic remark infuriated his opponent. Hearing that, Wu Dat-lang flew into a rage, shouting loudly as he immediately began activating elemental power. Energy surged violently from his body. Wave after wave of power roiled around him, making the air heavy and signaling that an intense battle was about to begin. Seeing this, Bai Dike calmly turned to the teacher and complained that Wu Dat-lang was cheating by using his power before the match had officially started, his words half teasing and half provocative. The teacher heard that and immediately announced in a serious tone that the match had not yet officially begun, ordering contestant Wu Dat-lang to withdraw his elemental power. The reminder forced Wu Dat-lang to stop, irritation flashing across his face, but he had no choice except to obey the rules. Even so, he smugly added that he would let Bai Dike have one move first. In response, Bai Dike only smiled confidently and said that soon enough Wu Dat-lang would find out who the real clown in this match was. The challenge's words made the crowd even more excited than before. The teacher glanced at the clock and sternly announced that chatting time was over, then turned to the two contestants and asked whether they were ready to begin the match. The two opponents answered in unison with firm voices that they were ready. Their gazes locked onto each other, both radiating fierce determination, ready to give everything in this long-awaited match. Wu Dat-lang stared coldly at Bai Dike and sharply declared that from the moment Bai Dike became his opponent, he was already as good as dead. Hearing that, Bai Dike remained unbothered, the faint smile on his lips as though the threat had done nothing to shake his solid confidence. Wu Dat-lang began using his power, skillfully creating a five-pointed star shape from the surrounding elements. Bai Dike quickly hurled his weapon at Wu Dat-lang in a decisive motion, but in the blink of an eye, Wu Dat-lang used his power to smash that weapon into tiny fragments, shards of light scattering everywhere. Wu Dat-lang then immediately lashed out with thorny vines toward Bai Dike, each one shining with a vivid green glow as they whistled through the air like hunting snakes lunging at their prey, aiming to bind and overwhelm him in this fierce battle. Bai Dike moved swiftly drew his weapon, and slashed hard at the thorny vines. They were severed in an instant, flashes of light glimmering as broken fragments fell to the ground. Not only did he avoid the danger, he also displayed impressive skill and speed under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The teacher, seeing the scene before him, could not help being shocked by Dyke's speed and reflexes. It felt as if the boy had already surpassed everything he had imagined. Two teachers standing at the side of the battle turned and spoke to each other. One remarked that Dyke was not the only one with a trump card. His opponent, Wu Datlang, was the principal's son, so he could not be underestimated. The other teacher was surprised and began suspecting the equipment Wu Datlang had brought with him, feeling that something was not right and that his ability to wield power might go beyond anything they had already seen. One of the two teachers then said that Principal Wu was Huaxia's #1 artificer. Hearing the name Wu Ziki, the other teacher's expression immediately turned serious. Seeing how quickly Dyke had reacted, Wu Datlang could not help asking why his speed was so fast, his eyes filled with suspicion and surprise. Dyke secretly thought that he himself was using a skill hack while the other guy was using a bloodline hack, feeling highly amused inside. He boldly said out loud that he wanted to see whose cheat was better, his gaze full of challenge and determination not to let his opponent suppress him in this fight. As Dyke charged in, Wu Datlang quickly used energy to create a sturdy shield, while also sending out thorny vines to entangle and block him. Wu Datlang looked at Dyke coldly and said that he admitted Dyke was very strong, but this was where it should end. His voice carried confidence and a trace of arrogance, as though he had already decided to end the match with his own hands. Hearing that, Dyke sharply shot back, asking whether saying it ended here meant Wu Datlang was admitting defeat, which made Wu Datlang laugh with conceit, challenge flashing in his eyes, as though Dyke's words could not shake his confidence in the slightest. Wu Datlang raised the weapon in his hand high, his gaze icy as his voice rang out with authority when he called forth the incarnation of destruction. That cry seemed to awaken a dark source of power, making the air around them tremble and carrying an unmistakable threat aimed directly at Dish. Everyone was alarmed when they saw the power radiating from Wu Datlang. That power was not only overwhelming, but also possessed a cold, majestic beauty. It was the Golden Sword Master. Wu Datlang laughed in delight and told Dyke to admit defeat, otherwise he would have a hard time guessing what his two summoned beasts would do next. His eyes were full of menace, as though he were waiting for the moment Dyke finally backed down before this crushing power. Dyke still looked calm, to the point of seeming blankly unfazed. He asked Wu Datlang if he was done showing off yet. There was not the slightest trace of worry or fear in his eyes, as if everything his opponent had just displayed had failed to shake him at all. Hearing that, Wu Datlang pointed straight at Dyke and declared in a provocative voice that the winner and loser were already obvious, so they might as well raise the stakes. If Dyke managed to walk off the arena alive, then from now on he would call him Dad. Dyke remained indifferent after hearing that and replied, "Why stop at Dad? Go ahead and call me Grandpa too." Wu Datlang agreed with a sly smile, his eyes flashing with calculation, as if he already had a plan in mind to make Dyke pay for that confidence. The two of them immediately charged at each other, and the air around them seemed to tremble with every forceful step they took. With a cold, sharp gaze, Dyke spoke up. "If that's how it is, then I'll make your wish come true." Below the stage, Nuok Hai said to a boy beside her that Wu Datlang was about to lose. The boy looked toward the arena and asked thoughtfully whether Dyke's move was really that powerful. Dyke began to attack, striking while confidently saying, "Watch carefully. This move is called Call Me Dad." Meanwhile, Wu Datlang kept a frosty expression and sneered that it was just cheap trickery, showing both his arrogance and his determination not to give an inch. Then a huge explosion rang out, shaking the surrounding space and making the stands feel as if they were trembling. Dust billowed everywhere. Wu Datlang asked in fear what this was, his worried eyes turning toward Dyke as he sensed the terrifying power radiating from that attack, suddenly feeling deeply uneasy in the face of his opponent's fierce counterattack. All of a sudden, a shirtless man appeared on the stage, leaving Wu Datlang stunned. He could not help laughing, both baffled and amused by this unexpected situation. That man was Dyke's father. Dyke called for him to get up and beat someone while the man was still half asleep. His bleary eyes and bewildered expression made the audience burst into laughter at the bizarrely hilarious scene. Once he realized what was happening, the man shouted, asking if Bai Dike could at least give him a warning next time before summoning him, because he was still wearing only his underwear, making the whole atmosphere even more absurdly funny. Bai Dike then turned to his opponent and said that the man standing before his dad was calling him trash and had even released 2 lions to bite him. Hearing that, Bai Dike's father immediately asked what exactly was going on, sounding both worried and annoyed at this awkward mess. Bai Dike continued, saying that even if his dad really was useless, Wu Dat Lang still had no right to say it out loud, leaving Bai Dike's father still trying to process what on earth was happening. Wu Dat Lang asked in shock if this really was Bai Dike's father, unable to believe his eyes when he saw a shirtless man standing in front of him, making the scene on stage more ridiculous than ever. Bai Dike confidently confirmed that it was indeed his father, and at that very moment, his dad had already slipped into his suit in the blink of an eye. Aggrieved, Wu Dat Lang turned and asked the teacher whether this was even reasonable, saying it was obviously against the rules. Even the teacher looked unsure how to answer, but Bai Dike quickly explained that the person on stage was not his father right now, but his summoned beast. Bai Dike turned and asked his father if that was right, prompting the man to grudgingly affirm that it was, though he was clearly inwardly bewildered by this miserable situation. The teacher then announced that this was acceptable. The stands grew even more lively as everyone discussed the sudden appearance of Bai Dike's father. He strode forward powerfully, his voice ringing out with authority as he demanded to know who dared bully his son, creating a tense and shocking atmosphere across the arena. Wu Dat Lang turned to his own summoned beast and ordered the lion to hold Bai Dike's father back at all costs, determined not to let his opponent steal the spotlight. Bai Dike's father and the lion charged at each other, and the atmosphere became tense as roars rang out alongside heavy blows, each side showing strength and an unwillingness to back down. The lion took a fierce punch from Bai Dike's father, saliva spraying everywhere before it was sent flying, creating a horrifying sight that left the audience staring in shock. No one could believe the extraordinary power of the man standing in the arena. When he saw the lion knocked to the ground, he immediately turned to look at the other one and asked confidently, "There's still one left, right?" His eyes were full of challenge, as if to say the fight was far from over. The other lion was beaten senseless as well, unable to resist Bai Dike's father's strength, leaving everyone around them dumbfounded by the sight. Bai Dike laughed and said jokingly that the other side still had one more beast left. Hearing that, Wu Dat Lang cried out in fear that Bai Dike was going too far in bullying him and that he simply could not endure this situation. Then Bai Dike's father repeatedly smacked Wu Dat Lang on the but for daring to bully Bai Dike, leaving him both hurt and stunned in an absurdly comical scene. Seeing Wu Dat Lang's backside swell from the beating, Bai Dike immediately told his father to leave the rest to him, his eyes glittering with determination and excitement. The teacher turned to Teacher Chin in surprise and asked whether they should stop them. But Teacher Chin calmly replied that there was no need, because this was a competition, a place to display each contestant's strength and mettle. When he saw Wu Dat Lang had already been beaten thoroughly, Bai Dike's father asked whether this might be a little too cruel, but Bai Dike only smiled and asked Wu Dat Lang whether he was convinced yet, a question full of challenge in the tense air of the match. Bai Dike's father trembled as he looked at Wu Dat Lang and realized that the boy had already passed out. Bai Dike quickly called for the medical team to come take care of his opponent lying motionless on the arena floor, while the atmosphere around them remained tense and breathless after such an unbelievable battle. The teacher then announced that Bai Dike of Tienfu University had won. Instantly, thunderous cheers erupted from the stands, and everyone jumped, danced, and celebrated his victory. Some people even declared that they would cover the cost of tonight's celebration feast. Joy filled the air, creating an unforgettable mood of excitement. As he watched Wu Dat Lang being carried away by the medical team, Bai Dike's father asked suspiciously what kind of background this guy had to force Bai Dike that far. Bai Dike casually replied that there was nothing special about him. He was just Wu Ziqi's son. His words drifted out as lightly as wind. Hearing that, Bai Dike's father laughed in delight, his eyes full of humor as he said, "Wu Ziqi's son, huh?" Before he could finish, he suddenly flew into a rage, his eyes blazing as he turned and demanded to beat that brat Bai Dike to death. Seeing this, Bai Dike swiftly used his old move again. "Guards, protect me," creating a protective wall around himself while smiling with complete confidence. his eyes utterly fearless in the face of his father's anger. And in the very next moment, the principal stepped forward and blocked the slap for Bai Dike, leaving his father bewildered. Bai Dike's father asked in confusion whether this was the Emperor-class powerhouse, Principal Qin. Even though his face had been slapped swollen, the principal still smiled and said that he was the principal, and that Bai Dike had been raised very well by him. Then the two of them turned and shook hands. Bai Dike's father was in the middle of introducing himself when he suddenly vanished before he could finish, unable to leave even a word of farewell because the summoning time had run out. Seeing that, the principal laughed and said Bai Dike's father was really amusing. Bai Dike scratched his head with a light laugh and modestly replied that his father was only a little worse than himself. The principal then left the stage, not forgetting to say that he would drop by Bai Dike's house later. Bai Dike answered by reminding him to use the front door because there were people at home. After saying that, Bai Dike turned to the referee with determined eyes and asked for the final match to begin, brimming with momentum and ready to face any challenge ahead. The teacher immediately turned and asked Su Nuokhai whether she was ready, but she shook her head and refused, stating that this final was unnecessary because she had decided to withdraw. Hearing that, Bai Dike was surprised, but Su Nuokhai calmly affirmed that she could not beat him anyway, so she had decided to give up the match. Then the announcement rang out. Bai Dike had officially become the champion of this year's National Freshman Exchange Tournament. The entire arena exploded with cheers, and everyone rose to their feet in applause to celebrate his outstanding achievement. Bai Dike said, "That prescription contains 4.56 chien of dried tangerine peel, 3.6 liang of pinelia, 0.96 chien of licorice, and 3.6 liang of poria. Put all into 3 large bowls of water and boil it down to 1 bowl." The teacher asked in surprise, "Is this medicine for drinking?" But Bai Dike replied that it was meant to be splashed onto the opponent while it was still hot, leaving everyone completely baffled. The scene then shifted to Bai Dike's home. By then, he had already returned and announced that he was back. Seeing his father sitting angrily on the sofa, Bai Dike skillfully comforted him, saying he should not get too angry because Principal Qin would be shamelessly coming over later. He even reminded his father to say that he had arrived through a teleportation array. As he spoke, he smiled to lighten the mood. Hearing that, Bai Dike's father was utterly shocked, and just then, Principal Qin suddenly appeared, causing Bai Dike to laugh and call him Chow Chow, creating an extremely funny atmosphere. Principal Qin walked into the house with a bright smile, his eyes shining with pleasure and satisfaction at the warm reception from Bai Dike and his father. Hearing that, he said that Bai Dike should speak first, and then he would consider what reward to give him, his voice full of excitement and anticipation. Bai Dike's father also urged his son to speak, and Bai Dike immediately said that his first skill was to judge who's looked for better based on the people around him. If his appearance was better than the target's, then when fighting that person, his attributes will be boosted. Teacher Qin clicked his tongue and said that explained how Bai Dike had been able to rely on physical strength to defeat the Golden Summoned Beast and Shun Biku from Mado University. Bai Dike then continued that his second skill was the ability to summon even his own father to stand beside him and help him fight for half an hour, which left the principal in astonishment. He said this was truly a shameless little skill. If you could not win the small fight, you called in the bigger one. He then asked whether Bai Dike's adoptive father could also be summoned and immediately offered to become Bai Dike's godfather, catching Bai Dike completely off guard with the sudden proposal. Bai Dike looked at him gleefully and told him to beg first if he wanted Bai Dike to agree. But before Qin Tienfu could say anything, Bai Tongheng, who was standing nearby, smacked Bai Dike on the head and shut him up, angrily telling him to agree at once. Even if Bai Dike did not want to, he was agreeing on his behalf. Seeing this, Qin Tienfu nodded in satisfaction. Bai Tongheng walked over to Qin Tienfu and said politely that he was entrusting Bai Dike to him. There was no need to go easy on the boy. If he needed beating, beat him. If he needed scolding, scold him. But whenever he needed help, he had to be helped. Qin Tienfu chuckled twice and told Bai Tongheng not to be so polite. At that moment, the system suddenly announced that the godfather bond with Qin Tienfu had been successfully established, and that for the next summoning, the target could be chosen. Bai Dike was a little surprised when he heard it, so it had actually worked. Qin Tienfu walked over and slung an arm around Bai Dike's shoulders, speaking in an extremely dignified tone. From now on, he was Bai Dike's godfather, and if anyone dared bully him, all he had to do was say the word, and Tienfu would teach that person a lesson. Hearing this, Bai Dike raised his brows smugly and shot Bai Tongheng a provocative look, saying that next time, before his father made a move, he had better first check whether he could beat Bai Dike's godfather. However, Qin Tienfu reminded him not to summon him casually, lest some villain take advantage of it. After giving his instructions, he had nothing else to do, so he reminded Bai Dike to gather at training ground number 1 at 8 a.m. tomorrow to prepare to enter the secret realm. After saying that, he vanished before the eyes of Bai Dike and his father. The house was left with just the two of them. Bai Tongheng immediately pouted and said that now Bai Dike had another helper, so there was no need to drag him out to take the hits anymore. Bai Dike shot him a displeased glance. "Can't you hope for something better for me?" Bai Tongheng neither agreed nor disagreed, and simply told him to open the magical door so they could go home and eat. Left with no choice, Bai Dike nodded and opened the door home. The next morning, at training ground number 1, everyone had gathered there right on time. A crack had already been opened, with guards stationed on both sides. Looking at the crack in front of him, Bai Dike asked suspiciously if this was the Silver Secret Realm. Nuok Hai, standing beside him, nodded and told him not to let his guard down because it was completely different from an instance dungeon. Hearing that, Bai Dike asked no further questions, but suddenly sensed hostile eyes fixed on him. A group of people was walking up from behind, staring straight at him. He muttered to himself that surely that guy did not have some weird fetish, did he? Seeing his expression, Nuok Hai looked a little puzzled and asked if something was wrong. He gently shook his head and said he was fine, then walked straight over to Wu Datlang, wanted to talk to him. But the moment Datlang saw him, it was as if he had seen an evil spirit. He trembled in fear and secretly tried to retreat, but unfortunately Bai Dike had already caught him. Bai Dike leaned close to his ear and whispered, asking why he did not even greet him after seeing him. Cold sweat covered Datlang's forehead, but he still forced himself to act tough and told Bai Dike not to go too far. Shui Lu, standing nearby, heard that and nodded in agreement, coldly saying that people should show some tolerance. Wu Datlang had already lost, so Bai Dike's victory was nothing glorious. Bai Dike gave a cold snort. "Brother, your wounds healed already?" Shui Lu looked at him in confusion and asked what he meant by that. Bai Dike gave a soft laugh, his tone somewhat mocking, and said that yesterday Nuok Hai had electrocuted him so badly that he had lost control of his bladder, so he just wanted to remind him to wear some protection. Hearing that, Shui Lu became furious from embarrassment, but he had no way to refute it. Watching the two of them bicker, Datlang felt somewhat helpless, but he still looked at Bai Dike unwillingly. He said that a man should own up to his actions, and since he had lost this time, what did Bai Dike want in order to cancel the bet? Bai Dike frowned and thought for a moment, then casually draped an arm around his shoulders and told him in a low voice that as long as he agreed to one thing, he would cancel the bet. He would not make it difficult for him. Datlang agreed without hesitation. Having achieved his goal, Bai Dike said no more and simply encouraged him with a few words before turning to leave, saying they would meet again in the secret realm. A short while later, the host stepped onto the platform and announced the survival rules for the secret realm to everyone. This secret realm was a brand new silver secret realm. It contained countless dangers, and a huge number of monsters existed within it as well. The survival competition in the secret realm would last for 1 day, and their task was to earn points through hunting. The teleportation would begin in 5 minutes, and at that time each person would be sent to a random area within the secret realm. The bracelets on their wrists would record the scenes around them and the results of their monster kills. If they encountered danger they could not handle, they could use the bracelet to teleport out, but they had to pay attention. The moment they used the teleportation function, they would be considered disqualified from the competition. Life only came once. Only by regrouping quickly could they complete their mission more effectively. After finishing the explanation, the host wished them luck and then immediately sent them into the secret realm. Before going in, Bai Dike instructed Nuok Hai and the others behind him not to run around once they entered the secret realm, but to wait for him to find them. They immediately agreed, then entered one after another. Inside the secret realm was a deadly wilderness of deep forests and treacherous waters, with vicious beasts everywhere and danger lurking at all times. When Bai Dike opened his eyes again, he had appeared beside a river. This was his first time entering a secret realm. He looked around, and aside from this somewhat murky stretch of river, he suddenly realized with surprise that his starting point was actually upstream. But was this water even drinkable? It smelled so bad he could hardly stand it. Dyke thought for a moment, then sighed. Forget it. You should go meet up with him first. Just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from the nearby bushes, making him perk up in delight. What was over there? When he looked carefully, a commander-level bear had already appeared in front of him. He had only just arrived and had already run into something like this. Dyke smiled, took out a battle saber, and carefully stared ahead. This time, he could earn some divine power. Before long, a giant bear 4 meters tall, its entire body covered in striped markings, slowly walked toward Dyke. Dyke had not expected that it would not even try to run. A cold glint flashed through Dyke's eyes as he shouted, "Someone, come protect me." As soon as the words fell, the striped bear instantly appeared right in front of Dyke. It let out a terrified cry, having no idea what had happened. A second later, a wave of pain struck it. All that could be seen was a saber viciously stabbing into its waist, causing it to collapse on the spot. Dyke withdrew his saber and muttered in puzzlement that he did not know who it was. Then, with a slight movement of his feet, he headed off to the right. While Dyke was searching for his teammates, the 12 elders of the evil god cult had already gathered. Black Dragon slowly swept his profound gaze across the crowd and asked how they had prepared now that the survival competition had begun. The others immediately replied that 100,000 followers of the evil cult had successfully infiltrated the event during the competition period. Black Dragon nodded and slowly closed his eyes, seemingly pondering something. After a long while, he opened them and ordered that they had only 3 hours. Once the time was up, no matter what happened, they had to withdraw immediately. The operation would begin in 1 hour. The group answered in unison with a loud acknowledgement, then withdrew. In a huge meeting room, only Black Dragon remained. His gaze focused once more as he looked into the distance. At the same time, at the entrance to the secret realm, the 2 teacher-level generals stationed there were chatting. They wondered whether, now that the competition had begun, Dyke could continue taking first place. But no one could know for sure. Their only job was to guard the secret realm. Just then, a stranger suddenly appeared before them. His appearance immediately drew the attention of the 2 teachers in charge. One of the teachers looked at Black Dragon, saw nothing unusual at first glance, and shouted, "Who are you? No one is allowed to approach this place. Leave at once." But Black Dragon only laughed and said that who he was did not matter. What mattered was who they were. As soon as he finished speaking, a red glint suddenly appeared in his eyes. The 2 teachers immediately became dazed as well, lowered their heads, and kept muttering to themselves, "Who are we?" Meanwhile, Black Dragon slowly walked toward them. When he reached their side, a flash of blade light swept past, and the 2 teachers' heads fell straight to the ground. Black Dragon kept murmuring, "May the evil god grant you eternal life." Black Dragon made a signature gesture of the evil god cult and walked to the entrance of the secret realm. He took out a tiny crystal from his chest and muttered to himself that it should be able to hold for 2 hours without a problem. As he spoke, Black Dragon casually threw it, tossing the crystal into the air to activate the formation. With a soft shout from him, ancient patterns appeared in the sky and rapidly spread out. In an instant, an invisible wave sealed off the entire area. More than 100 kilometers away, inside Principal Chin's office, his pupils suddenly trembled. The next second, his aura exploded, his eyes turning icy. "It's him." Principal Chin's presence surged as he stomped once, and in an instant, he vanished. In the blink of an eye, he arrived near the secret realm, only to be intercepted in a boundless void. This move, forcibly interfering with another person's teleportation, was known as spatial interception. The man before him spoke with malicious amusement. "Long time no see." Principal Chin stared at him with a grave expression and frowned. "I didn't expect you to still be alive." The one before him was Black Dragon, the leader of the 12 elders of the evil god cult. Standing upon the void, Black Dragon took out a chessboard and smiled. "Since it's been so long since we've met, shouldn't we have a proper talk? Come, let's play a game." Principal Chin did not say a word. He raised a hand into the air, and the phantom of a fire dragon instantly appeared. He had nothing to say to Black Dragon. The next moment, the fire dragon let out a roar and charged straight at him. Black Dragon let out a faint laugh. So many years without seeing each other, and this is how Principal Chin treats a guest? Why so irritable? As he spoke, he waved a hand, and several black holes appeared. Each black hole matched one fire dragon, and in an instant, they were all swallowed up. However, before he could feel pleased with himself, Black Dragon's expression changed slightly the very next second. At that moment, a blazing flame had appeared within the void, as though it meant to burn everything. Black Dragon hurriedly blinked dozens of meters away and looked at Principal Chin with some annoyance. It seemed Principal Chin truly intended to fight him to the death. But Principal Chin was anxious inside. Black Dragon's appearance was surely not just for a simple chat. He had already tried just now, but there was no way to leave this space. Black Dragon's overall strength might not be that high, but his mastery over space far surpassed Principal Chin's by more than a little. That was why he had no way to leave this place, and he couldn't help worrying about Bai Dike. Thinking of this, Principal Chin charged forward at once and shouted, "Stop the nonsense. Today, I will take your life, Black Dragon." Meanwhile, in the forest inside the secret realm, lightning suddenly flashed from one corner. It was Nuok Hai's lightning sword. Bai Dike's six-man group had already gathered together. They had just defeated a pack of wolves. Bai Dike said happily, "These are three-eyed wolves." Nuok Hai's lightning skill is truly a team battle weapon. At that moment, Yongham rubbed his stomach and suggested that since they were done, they might as well eat first. He was starving. Bessien nodded lightly and directly cut off a piece of meat from one of the wolves. The leg meat was especially fresh and perfect for roasting. So everyone started a fire and roasted wolf meat to eat. Before long, a fragrant wolf leg appeared before everyone. All of them had shining eyes and obvious greed on their faces. Bessien sprinkled on some seasoning and told everyone to hurry up and eat. While eating, Bai Dike sighed with admiration that Bessien's cooking skills had improved at lightning speed. Bessien was also very pleased. He said this method came from his secondary profession. He had already decided to cook for everyone often from now on. As the group chatted there, Bai Dike suddenly sensed danger. He frowned and looked south. There were 108 people running toward them from that direction. Who was the hunter and who was the prey? Bai Dike's expression instantly turned grave. How many schools would it take to gather that number? It was simply too many. If they had come to attack them, they probably would not be able to hold out. Seeing his expression, Nuok Hai, standing behind him, asked nervously what had happened. Bai Dike honestly told her that forces from multiple schools were heading their way, and that it would be best to leave this place immediately. The moment they heard that the other side had so many people, everyone hurriedly packed up their things and prepared to go. But just then, an arrow shot straight toward Bai Dike's group. Bai Dike quickly pushed Nuok Hai backward, and almost at the same moment, the arrow pierced the exact spot where the two of them had just been standing. The arrow, carrying a purple glow, slowly dissipated into the air. Zhang de Xian shouted, "Dragon Guardian Light Shield." Then he drove the large shield in his hand into the ground. In an instant, a massive shield appeared before everyone and blocked the entire volley. Seeing this, Nuok Hai frowned. What exactly is going on? A moment later, hurried footsteps closed in on them. Then a woman with two bull horns on her head arrived, leading a crowd behind her. Her voice was full of malice. As expected of Tienfu University, your reaction was quick. This woman was none other than Shinbiku from Moda University. Bai Dike recognized her, snorted coldly, and said he had wondered who it was, only to find out it was her. At the same time, he signaled for everyone to step back. This situation could only be dealt with using brains. Shinbiku smiled disdainfully, held out a hand, and said that Bai Dike certainly had courage, but she advised them to hand over their bracelets quickly. Otherwise, if they got hurt when fighting broke out later, it would not be good. Bai Dike was not afraid in the slightest. Smiling, he asked whether she could represent all of them. Before she could answer, someone behind her cut in and said that 18 schools had already signed an agreement, so trying to drive a wedge between them would not work. Bai Dike let out a cold snort and then used his auctioneer skill. A second later, that person was suddenly dragged right in front of Bai Dike, and then Bai Dike viciously hurled him down from midair. With contempt, he said, "When adults are talking, kids shouldn't butt in." Shinbiku narrowed her eyes at him. She had never imagined that Bai Dike would actually dare to strike first. She glared at him and demanded to know whether he really dared fight all of them. But Bai Dike only laughed coldly, looking down on them completely. He then continued, saying that if they did not want to get beaten by his dad the way Wu Dat Lang had, they had better leave immediately. The moment those words came out, Shunbiku's group did not know what to say. The atmosphere turned awkward for a while. Everyone had almost forgotten that Bai Dike could cheat like this. If even a few words disagreed, he would just call someone from outside the arena to fight for him. Judging by his father's performance on the stage, he was at least a general rank professional. But Shun Biku thought it over again. This was a secret realm. Could he really call his father in here? Thinking that, Shun Biku burst into laughter. She had almost been fooled by him. She told him that if he had the ability, then call him. She wanted to see whether his father could really appear inside the secret realm. Dike narrowed his eyes slightly and released a dangerous aura. With a cold snort, he said that she was the one asking for it. Shinbiku was tense inside, but she still stubbornly told him to go ahead. Dike snorted in disdain and prepared to use his ultimate move. A wild gale suddenly rose across the entire area, making everyone recall the scene from yesterday. At once, someone hurriedly tried to stop him. That person then turned to Shinbiku and advised her to forget it. This guy never did things by common sense. As soon as those words were spoken, others immediately nodded in agreement, saying there was really no need to provoke him. For a moment, Shinbiku inwardly cursed in frustration. Then, grinding her teeth, she cursed that he was lucky this time and led her people away. In just a few seconds, their momentum collapsed completely. Everyone was afraid that if they delayed even a few seconds more, Dike's father would catch up and beat them. The Sien walked over and praised Dike, saying he had actually scared them into leaving. Dike smiled at him and suggested they continue hunting. At the same time, outside, countless followers of the evil god cult were launching an assault across the land of Tienfu City. Cries praising the evil god rang out non-stop, and the city had already issued an emergency alert. Naturally, Dike's group knew nothing of the chaos outside and continued hunting. A short while later, they spotted another wolf pack, and Dike broke into an excited smile. Dike threw several bricks at a few white wolves that were resting and wiped them out just like that, gaining 82 skill points and 200 divine power points. On the other side, Nuok Hai used her lightning sword to cleanly eliminate several large bears and also received rewards. At that moment, Yang Ham and Hong Lo were working together to bring down a giant bear. It did not look like they were losing, so Dike did not go over to help. He simply watched from his side as his divine power points kept rising, his eyes lighting up with eagerness. He needed to find a place to draw new skills. With that thought, he immediately suggested that everyone go deeper into the secret realm and see what was there. Everyone nodded in agreement. They all followed his lead. Outside the entrance to the secret realm, a man appeared at some unknown time, and behind him were quite a few followers of the evil god cult. He immediately ordered that once they entered, if they saw anyone, they were to kill them. The group instantly answered in unison that they understood. The masked man nodded in satisfaction, and then they entered the secret realm together. The cultists followed closely behind him, continuously muttering that Lord Evil God would bring immortality to everyone. Inside the secret realm, Dike's group had already gone deep into the forest, while Dike secretly drew a new skill from the rear. Immediately, the system gave him 3 skills to choose from. The living tower remains, one shot through the butt, and what are you barking at? Looking at these 3 skills, Dike was secretly delighted. This time, he wanted them all. The next moment, he pressed the selection button. A pale blue energy immediately wrapped around him. Dike could not help smiling. It felt so good. Just as he was still rejoicing, a panicked voice suddenly sounded from outside, saying they were in trouble. Cat Duan frowned and said that inside the secret realm, there was now another force of around 100 people chasing down and attacking the contestants. Hearing this, Nuok Hai frowned and asked back whether he was sure or if it might just be students who had entered later. Cat Duan gently shook his head and said that his insects told him those people were killing students. Dike hurriedly put away his system and cried out in alarm. It's the evil god cult. The moment those words came out, everyone present panicked. How could it be them? Dike's face turned grave as he suggested that they must leave the secret realm immediately. Then he ordered Cat Duan to control his insects and gather everyone nearby, and to tell them that the evil god cult was attacking. Cat Duan immediately nodded and accepted the order. He then sent the insects he controlled scattering in all directions. But as he passed by Dike, he quietly asked who exactly from the evil god cult had come. Dike shook his head slightly. He did not know either, but they were definitely existences that this group could not resist. A white light flashed in by Dike's hand, yet he remained standing there with no change at all. Cat Duan immediately moved aside and controlled countless insects to spread out in every direction. Bai Dike's eyes instantly widened in shock. For a moment, everyone fell silent, unable to say a word. As expected, the teleportation scroll had lost its effect. Everyone became even more terrified. What were they supposed to do now? Were they really going to die here? Only Tien remained calm. He slung an arm over Bai Dike's shoulder and said with a smile that as long as Bai Dike was here, nothing would happen. He was not worried at all. Bai Dike felt a bit helpless and thanked him for trusting him. But he truly could not let them fall into danger here. With a sigh, he lightly flipped his hand and summoned a pink door in front of him. Seeing this enormous door suddenly appear, everyone stepped back in surprise. Bai Dike wanted to open the door and leave, but the system informed him that opening this door would cost 50 divine power points and told him to think carefully. In an instant, he silently cursed this profiteer for taking advantage of the crisis. But what other choice did he have? He still had to open the door. The place it connected to was Principal Chin's office. However, he did not see Principal Chin. Instead, he unexpectedly ran into Bai Zongming. The two looked at each other suspiciously. Bai Dike wondered why his father was here. Could something also have happened in Tienfu City? Hearing the door open, his father turned around. His face looked utterly stunned and speechless. When he saw that it was Bai Dike, he rushed over anxiously, grabbed his shoulders, and asked, "Son, are you all right?" His father shouted while shaking him so hard that Bai Dike became dizzy. "I'm fine, but I won't be if you keep this up." So Bai Dike pulled his father toward the secret realm. His father asked in confusion, "Huh?" Bai Dike, with his head still spinning, said that people from the evil god cult had entered the secret realm. He told him to wait and that he would explain later. "Everyone, go out through here. That place is my home, and it's best if you use the route out of the villa district. Even the school may not be safe." His father immediately instructed everyone that the entire city of Tienfu had already issued a shelter alert. Everyone should stay inside and not go out. Everyone answered in unison, yes. One by one, the students quickly left to take refuge. At that moment, only Nuok Hai and Decien remained. Nuok Hai looked at Bai Dike and said, "If you don't go, I won't go either." Decien also added, "If you stay, I'll stay too." Bai Dike closed his eyes and let out a long breath. He reassured the two of them, "Go in first. Trust me." On the other side of the forest, the insects controlled by Tan Cat, Duan, formed giant words in the sky. Evil god cult. Seeing this, Shin Biku spoke up. "Those are the insects of Tan Cat from Tienfu University." One of her subordinates did not understand and asked, "What does evil god cult mean?" An orange-haired subordinate stepped forward, pointed at the swarm, and said that Bai Dike would never joke about something like this, so it was most likely true. After hearing this, Shin Biku thought for a moment, then raised her hand and signaled to her subordinates. "Fine, we'll follow the insects." Other students were also feeling their way through the forest when someone signaled for them to follow the insect swarm. They began moving along the edge of the woods, tracing the insect's path toward the gathering point. At Bai Dike's location, a classmate standing beside him spoke up, saying that roughly 100 people had lost contact. Not everyone trusted them. By sight, they abandoned themselves, not that we abandoned them. By then, the evil god cult had already found the place. One man placed his hand over the charcoal stove to feel the remaining heat. After doing so, he noticed something. Judging from the warmth of the embers and the footprints on the ground, they had left in a great hurry. The subordinate beside him also realized what that meant and asked, "My lord, do you mean our movements have already been exposed?" The commander lowered his head and pondered for a moment, as if considering something. Then he continued, "Probably, but it's not a big issue. They can't escape." The evil god cult leader pointed to the crimson sky and said that the entire space was now sealed. Even if Principal Chin came, he would not be able to casually tear open space, much less low-level students try and teleport. As soon as the commander finished speaking, the entire group of evil god cult members rushed off to continue the pursuit. Wu Datlang came over to Bai Dike, already looking exhausted, and called out Bai Dike. Before he could say anything more, Wu Datlang saw Bai Dike's father and was so startled that he blurted out, "Holy crap, your dad." Seeing his fear, Bai Dike's father quickly tried to reassure him, "You don't need to be afraid. What happened yesterday was just a beautiful misunderstanding." As the three of them were talking, someone called out Bai Dike's name, and all three turned to look. It was Shin Biku and her subordinates. She had arrived and asked him whether what he said about the evil god cult was true. Bai Dike immediately replied, "Do I look like I'm in the mood to joke with you? Right now, go through the door behind me one by one. Stop dawdling." Shin Biku gently answered, "All right. This time, thank you." The orange-haired student stepped forward and informed Bai Dike that all the students had gathered. Bai Dike turned to Wu Datlang. Enough nonsense. Wu Datlang, do you have any equipment on you with no rank requirement? After hearing that, Wu Datlang looked a little confused and frowned. I do have a defensive piece of equipment with no rank requirement. What do you want to do? Bai Dike immediately threatened him. There's an army of the evil god cult hunting us in the secret realm right now. If you don't want to die, take it out and let me have a look. Vayu Datlang's face turned pale. Fine, this is what my dad gave me to save my life. Then he took out a yellow robe covered in patterns. This is the 9 Phoenix Dark Gold Armor. Classification, defensive equipment. Grade, Nebula. Level limit, none. Attribute requirements, none. Bonus attributes. Constitution plus 50 plus 10. Spirit plus 40. Special effect, 9 Phoenix Protection. Consumes durability to activate 9 Phoenix Protection and block attacks. After hearing that, Bai Dike immediately gave a big thumbs up. Awesome, as expected of someone whose dad is the strongest powerhouse. Before Wu Datlang even understood what was happening, he was still standing there blankly when the robe vanished. Bai Dike had already snatched it away. All right, I'm requisitioning this now. Both his father and Wu Datlang were speechless. Seeing the suspicious looks in their eyes, Bai Dike quickly defended himself. I'm only borrowing it for now. Do I, Bai Dike, look like the kind of person who takes something and never returns it? Bai Dike's father spoke up. Not gonna lie, you really do. At this point, even if Wu Datlang didn't want to lend it, he had no choice. I'm only lending it to you temporarily. Be careful with it. Bai Dike smiled, so hard his eyes shut. Don't worry, I'll definitely treasure it, baby. Then Bai Dike walked toward his father. He held the robe out and said, Dad, put this on. His father had no idea what he was planning and shouted, What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Bai Dike still held the robe out to him and smiled. Dad, hurry and put it on. If you get beaten up later, it won't hurt as much. His father was completely helpless with this son of his. Do you really think you're invincible? Bai Dike replied, Their targets are definitely the young geniuses like us. If we just keep running, what about everyone else in the secret realm? Dad, I'm a top freshman. If I abandon them and run away by myself, how will I ever face anyone afterward? His father looked at Bai Dike with tears welling up in his eyes. So, he closed his eyes and let out a long sigh, no longer arguing. You little brat, you really are my son. His father turned and walked toward the entrance. Enough joking around. Let's go. Bai Dike's face darkened, and he answered firmly, I'm not going. I'm staying here. Hearing that, his father became furious. What exactly do you have against your parents to make you think like this? Bai Dike smiled and replied, Trust me, Dad. Even if you die, I still won't. At that moment, his father used his power to summon a long staff. With one hand in his pocket, he looked incredibly cool. Then be careful. Once the fight starts, I won't have a way to keep an eye on you. Bai Dike looked at his father and smiled, clearly proud of him. The evil god cult swarmed him like ants, kicking up clouds of dust. His father signaled to his son. They're here. He gripped the staff tightly. Son stopped spacing out. His status panel appeared. Name, Bai Zonghong. Potential, talent. I am number 1 under heaven. Within 100 meters, everyone around him is suppressed by his own aura. Level, 51. Class, City Warden. Attributes, Strength 48346. Constitution 39235. Agility 41935. Spirit 36646. Bai Dike's status panel also appeared. Nama, Bai Dish. Potential, F. Talent, Omnipotent. Level 10. Class, Passerby. Attributes, Strength 133. Constitution 133. Agility 133. Spirit 133. Skills, Bodyguard LV.2. Looks make sense LV.2. Wonder Door LV.1. Living Tower LV.1. The evil god cult members came rushing in and quickly charged toward Bai Dike and his father. The two of them calmly stood there waiting. The father gripped his staff, while the son held his spear firmly, ready for battle. The evil god cult stood opposite the father and son. Looking down at the grass covered in footprints, the commander said, Judging from these chaotic tracks, most of the students disappeared after arriving here. The evil god cult commander raised his hand to stop his subordinates and warned them. There must be something strange here. Everyone, be careful. Then he asked Bai Dike and his father, Where are the students here? Standing straight and proud, the father lifted his pinky and cleaned his ear with it before replying. They went back to visit their parents and buy rice. Meanwhile, Bai Dike raised his middle finger and smiled provocatively. Seeing that the father and son had no fear, the commander threatened them. Aha, even at death's door you're still talking tough. We can kill you two first, and then kill the other students later. The evil god cult members all raised their hands and shouted in unison, "Take action! We are willing to sacrifice ourselves for Lord Evil God." Dyke tightened his grip on his spear and used the skill Living Tower. A strange golden light spread around the spear. His face turned cold, and his eyes were filled with determination. Then he looked toward the evil god cult members. "Dad, leave that fox demon to me. You just be careful and don't die." His father was equally confident. "What are you saying, brat? You're the one who needs to be careful." At that moment, the system displayed a notification. "Congratulations, you have successfully selected a target and obtained 30 of the target's bonus attributes. Duration, 10 minutes. Dyke charged forward in a single burst. He raised his spear high, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the fox demon. "You bastard, hand over your life." The red-eyed fox demon stared fixedly at him as he rushed over. The fox demon quickly leaped back and dodged the attack. At the same time, Dyke's father also charged in. His attack released a powerful green light, but the fox demon still managed to avoid it. Watching his father make his move, Dyke was astonished. So this talent is also an area of effect attack talent. That's seriously amazing. Dyke also stepped forward. He pointed the spear at the fox demon, and from the spear appeared a general in luxurious armor with long flowing hair. Golden energy as powerful as the sun radiated around him. "Now it's our turn." Dyke instantly attacked with his spear and shouted, "Cunning fox demon, don't underestimate me." But unfortunately, the spear tip went off course and missed the fox demon. He sneered at Dyke. "Haha, you missed. I don't mind giving a brat like you 3 moves." Suddenly, he sensed something and looked utterly shocked. In an instant, he shot into the air, his legs curling up, his arms spread out like a penguin's, tears streaming from his eyes as he screamed while flying upward. "Damn it!" Dyke stood to the side, extremely smug. Who said that just because it was off doesn't mean it can't still hit? The fox demon kept cursing. Dyke, I'm going to kill you." The fox demon used a clone technique. 2 clones rushed at Dyke, while one turned around and fled with an angry expression. Dyke still held his spear firmly. "Clones." He looked at the clones with sharp eyes. "Do you think clones work on me?" He jabbed the spear tip straight into one clone's, but "That one really hurts, huh?" The fox demon immediately jumped up, clenching both fists and sweating all over. Then he collapsed to the ground, clutching his aching backside in utter agony. Furious, he shouted, "Damn it, I'm going to kill you." Leaning on his spear, Dyke laughed gleefully. "Then do your best." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 evil god cult members charged over, each using a dark circle and preparing to attack Dyke. They shouted, "Dyke, hand over your life." Dyke didn't hold back at all and immediately used a move, bodyguard. A cloaked man appeared in front of him and blocked all the attacks in his place. Even that man himself had no idea what had happened and let out a confused sound. Dyke frowned and continued with another move, Golden Shock of Death. On the other side, Dyke's father was fighting another enemy while cursing at him. "You bastard, I'm going to beat you to death. I need to finish things on this side quickly so I can go help Dyker." Hearing that, the other man shouted at him, "You'd better worry about yourself first." He continued, "With so many skills, even if he drags another person over, there's no way he can stop them all." Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted behind Dyke's father. The blast sent smoke billowing everywhere, and the evil god cult underlings watched smugly. "Ha, he's dead." They thought Dyke had died. When the smoke cleared, no one was there. The underlings were baffled. "Where did he go?" One of them yelled, "Damn, how'd he get behind us?" Dyke stood there holding his spear, green light full of inner power radiating from him. "Hunting time has arrived. Get yourselves ready." The underlings all turned around in shock. One of them gritted his teeth in anger. "How is that possible?" Dyke's eyes burned red, and light flared around him as if it might ignite. "Bodyguard." He leveled his spear, his face brimming with killing intent. "So, which one of you wants to die first?" The information panel displayed. "Congratulations, you killed evil cultist LV.25. Obtained 7,500 EXP and 5,000 divine power." How was that possible? One of the evil god cult members exclaimed in shock. At that moment, Dyke's spear had already pierced straight through the subordinate's heart. The system sent another notification. "Congratulations, you killed LV.23. Obtained 6,900 EXP and 4,600 divine power." He cut them down one after another just like that, and the system notifications kept appearing non-stop. Congratulations, you killed LV.33, obtained 7,900 EXP and 5,600 divine power. Congratulations, you killed LV.24, obtained 8,800 EXP and 4,200 divine power. Congratulations, host. Successful level up from LV.10 to LV.11. All attributes plus 1 point. The commander looked somewhat panicked and immediately ordered his subordinates. If you don't want to die, get up there. I refuse to believe his skill can be used endlessly. A crowd of people charged toward Dyke all at once, gradually surrounding him. Dyke stood still without moving, then suddenly smiled. He put on a panicked expression and shouted loudly, "Dad!" It seemed his father couldn't get there in time because he was busy fighting. As 3 men in black rushed over, a streak of green light suddenly appeared and blocked their path, leaving them staring blankly in confusion. It turned out to be Principal Chin. He had appeared in time to protect Dyke. Seeing that another person had shown up, the fox demon was completely stunned. "What is this? Kill them." 5 men in black rushed over and punched Principal Chin again and again, but it did absolutely nothing. Dyke turned and whispered to Principal Chin, "Only 10 seconds." The teacher immediately unleashed a move, Diamond Rank, Howling Air, and wiped out all those small fry. There was still one tough-looking thug left alive, standing there staring at the teacher and student. Principal Chin turned to Dyke and encouraged him. "Come on, kid. All right then, old green-faced bastard. Now it's your turn." Dyke looked at him with threatening eyes. That man gritted his teeth, clearly frightened. In a flash, Dyke rushed over and drove his spear straight into the man's throat. The speed was so fast that he had no chance to resist. The spear pinned him through the throat, and he could not move at all. He only had time to cry out before dying. Back in the void, Black Dragon was floating in midair. Principal Chin appeared and spoke with Black Dragon. "Your scheme has failed. Do you know where I just went?" Black Dragon asked where he had gone. Principal Chin replied, "Into the secret realm." "Oh, right. While I was there, I also killed 50 cultists in black and 1 masked elder." Black Dragon frowned and thought to himself, "Even within my sealed space, someone could still forcibly summon him to death?" Then Black Dragon merely gave a faint smile. "Looks like there really have been some unexpected developments. But do you think you've won?" Suddenly, a white light appeared around Principal Chin, looking extremely powerful. Black Dragon panicked. Not good. The scene shifted back to Dyke in the secret realm. Another system notification appeared. "Congratulations, you killed Huchio LV.51. Obtained 15,300 EXP and 10,200 divine power. Congratulations, host. Successful level up from LV.11 to LV.12. All attributes plus 1 point. Current EXP 22 200/30 000. Current divine power 24,800. On the other side, Dyke's father was being attacked by a man in black. Huchio had already been killed by Dyke and was thrown out right behind the subordinate attacking his father, leaving the man stunned. At that moment, Dyke walked over holding his spear and asked his father, "Dad, what's going on? You still haven't finished things on your side?" His father threw a punch at the man in black, but the enemy dodged it. He immediately called for his son's help. "You little brat, cut the nonsense and come help your dad." Biddy smiled sweetly. "As you command." From within the void, a hand with long, razor-sharp nails tore open a crack. It was Black Dragon, creating a slit so he could peer into the secret realm. At that moment, Dyke was helping his father kill the man in black, his spear piercing through the man's heart. But Dyke quickly sensed the hand sneaking up behind him and blurted out, "Not good." He turned around, his eyes filled with slight fear. He instantly shouted, "Bodyguard!" But Black Dragon had already used his sharp claws to pierce through Dyke's chest, making him cough up blood. Black Dragon pulled back his blood-soaked hand, leaving a huge hole in Dyke's chest, and Dyke collapsed to his knees. Black Dragon thought Dyke was dead and burst in a loud laughter. "Oomph. For this seat to personally make a move and kill you, your death can be considered meaningful." But to his surprise, Dyke not only didn't die, he stood right back up in front of him. His robe had disappeared, revealing six-pack abs. He raised a hand and scratched his nose. "What nonsense are you barking about?" At that moment, both the teacher and Dyke's father were extremely shocked to see that he was still alive. Black Dragon broke out in a cold sweat and gritted his teeth. "How is that possible? He roared, "Impossible! Today, you will definitely die." Then he rushed at Bai Dike with his burning sharp claws. Bai Dike raised both hands to block. "Again, you perverted old freak." Black Dragon's sharp claws stabbed straight into Bai Dike's neck, with 3 of the claws piercing all the way out the back. When he pulled his hand back, 5 small holes were left in Bai Dike's neck, and flames were still burning in each of them. To make absolutely sure this time, he even created a rain of a dozen fists and pounded Bai Dike all over. After finishing, he laughed loudly. I've won. No matter how strong you, Qin Tienfu, are, the final victory in this battle still belongs to me. Haven't eaten yet?" Bai Dike's voice rang out. Hearing his voice, Black Dragon was stunned silly. He grabbed his own head, pulled at his hair, and raged like a madman. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Over there, the teacher asked doubtfully, an immortal body. Bai Dike's father, standing beside him, finally let out a relieved breath. "Damn it, you scare me half to death." Bai Dike pointed at Black Dragon with an utterly mocking expression. "You can't even kill me. You're seriously useless." Black Dragon was so furious his blood practically boiled. "Brat, you dare provoke this old man?" The moment he finished speaking, Black Dragon suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He had been attacked from behind by Dike's Azure Dragon and was caught completely off guard, his body thrown off balance. The blow smashed him face first down onto the ground. Even after being beaten that badly, he still refused to accept it. Unable to understand why he had lost, he asked Bai Dike, "Kid, can you tell me how you did it?" Standing proudly with both hands in his pockets, Bai Dike replied, "Do you think I'm an idiot? You'd be better off worrying about what your life is going to look like from now on." At that moment, Principal Qin bound Black Dragon tightly with a bright purple chain. "Black Dragon, leader of the evil god cult, you've been captured." Half an hour later, Wu Ziki led countless troops charging in through the teleportation gate. No one had expected that the evil god cult, which had vanished for decades, would suddenly possess such powerful combat strength. After Black Dragon was defeated, all the evil god cult followers fell apart in disarray. The entire city of Tienfu returned to peace and order. At this time, Bai Dike and Bai Zongheng were together with Qin Tienfu, walking into a conference room. Seeing Bai Dike spacing out, Bai Zongheng immediately smacked him to remind him. Qin Tienfu, walking ahead, could not help smiling at the Bai father and son. Looking at the people inside the room, he asked, "Are you all ready?" Inside were several people of different ages, led by Wu Ziki. The 3 of them, with Qin Tienfu in front, entered together. The moment they arrived, they heard Wu Ziki shout loudly for everyone to stand and salute. Immediately, a row of soldiers behind them straightened their backs. Then they gave Bai Dike and Bai Zongheng a formal military salute. Bai Dike was startled by them and was momentarily speechless. The 3 men seated on the platform were all major big shots. How could he not be nervous? Qin Tienfu explained from the side. "This time, it was fortunate that you were here. Otherwise, there would have been a major battle with terrible losses." Embarrassed, Bai Dike scratched his head. "Actually, everyone doesn't need to be so polite. This is what I should have done." Qin Tienfu smiled, then briefly introduced the 3 people before them. They already knew Wu Ziki. The fat one was Wang Daji, and the commentator was Lu Pingyang. After hearing that, Bai Dike immediately bowed to greet the seniors before him. Then Bai Zongheng was also introduced to them. Suddenly meeting such big shots face to face, Bai Zongheng was a little awkward, his words coming out all jumbled. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and gave them a polite smile, asking for their guidance. Hearing his words, Bai Dike and everyone in the room were left speechless, not knowing how to respond. Seeing how awkward the atmosphere had become, Wu Ziki let out a laugh to smooth things over and change the subject. They had called the 2 of them over not only to thank them, but also because there was something else they wanted to discuss. Bai Dike glanced at Wu Ziki and immediately understood what he was thinking. He wanted to know what had happened inside the secret realm. What had happened there truly was unbelievable, so Bai Dike was not surprised by his curiosity. Now that he'd been seen through, Wu Ziki did not hide it and asked directly. He had heard Principal Qin say that Bai Dike seemed to be able to summon either his biological father or his godfather over. This skill was not exactly a secret, so Bai Dike admitted it quite calmly. But after nodding, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened in alarm as he stared at the three men in front of him. It could not possibly be what he was thinking, right? Sure enough, the three of them, led by Wu Ziki, nodded with straight faces. They really did want to become his godfathers. Bai Dike decisively turned around and shook his head in refusal. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yet the expression hidden on his face was sly, while his tone remained firm as he said that even if they tried to humiliate him with treasures, he still would not agree. But who were the three people standing before him? All of them were old rascals. Of course, they knew exactly what he wanted. Seeing Bai Dike's crafty look, Wu Ziki could not help but burst out laughing. This brat was clearly asking for gifts. The two men beside him had already prepared gifts for accepting a son, so they stopped hiding them and took them out. Bai Dike smugly hugged the pile of treasures in front of him and put on a flattering smile. I'll be relying on my godfathers from now on. He did not hesitate to acknowledge them on the spot. After getting what he wanted, Wu Ziki continued by asking whether he had any other requests. Bai Dike naturally would not miss such a chance and asked if anything was really okay. Wu Ziki nodded decisively. Bai Dike was not polite at all and asked Wu Ziki to forge a set of equipment specially for Bai Zongheng. The moment he said that, Bai Zongheng, who was standing nearby, was so moved he nearly cried. But Bai Dike's next sentence instantly blew all that emotion away. The reason he wanted it was because he thought his father was too weak. Without equipment, he was afraid one day his father will be taken out by Bai Dike's enemies. Wu Ziki agreed without hesitation to make a set of gear for Bai Zongheng. A while later, the father and son returned to Bai Dike's room. On the way back, Bai Zongheng was grinning so hard his mouth practically reached his ears. Bai Dike got so annoyed watching him that he told him to stop smiling. As expected of his biological father, no sooner had he finished speaking than he got a slipper to the face. Bai Dike sighed helplessly and told him to hurry home for dinner. Bai Zongheng obediently stood up, then asked in dissatisfaction, "Aren't you my son?" Bai Dike was too lazy to respond and secretly decided that once he got home, he would tell his mother about this. Meanwhile, on the other side, Principal Qin and the others had not left either. The four of them gathered in the principal's office. Wu Ziki asked in shock whether Bai Dike had really fought that shadow inside the tower. Principal Qin nodded lightly. At that moment, Wu Ziki realized that one reason Principal Qin had accepted Bai Dike as his godson was to have Bai Dike summon him over if he ever encountered the shadow again. Principal Qin admitted after a pause that this was indeed part of the reason. After receiving his confirmation, Lu Pingyang grew excited. Doesn't that mean if Bai Dike's skill can bypass the restrictions of the Tienfu Tower, then we can enter it too? Principal Qin revealed a smug smile, and his eyes flashed with delight at the prospect of revenge. He wanted to return the kick he had received back then. The moment he said that, the three old men before him all fell silent. Did he really have to hold a grudge that long? Seeing their expressions, Principal Qin realized he had misspoken and coughed twice, but old debts still had to be settled. Only then did Wang Daji react, glaring at him in anger. If Principal Qin had not said back then that there was someone inside who was very easy to bully, they would not all have such disgraceful memories. Suddenly being condemned, Principal Qin looked awkward and did not know how to respond. Immediately afterward came a string of accusations about the embarrassing past he had caused them. Principal Qin was criticized until all he could do was smile bitterly and ask them not to bring up old matters. Then he changed the subject to Bai Dike's miraculous door. Meanwhile, once Bai Dike had some free time, he opened the gifts he had received to take a look, and he immediately grew excited. He had struck it rich. There was an emergency, life-saving medicine, a sapphire necklace, and a light arrow talisman. With these things, Bai Dike would definitely be top tier from now on. While he was happily bouncing around, his phone suddenly rang. He frowned slightly. Who was calling? The moment he answered, he heard Principal Qin's crafty voice asking whether he had ever used the miraculous door on the Tienfu Tower. Bai Dike was startled and thought for a moment before shaking his head and saying no. Don't tell me you want to use it to go in and find that shadow. Faced with the question, Principal Qin admitted it directly. He needed to settle a few old scores. Hearing that, Bai Dike could not help curling his lip. This old rascal. Still, he did not refuse and said he would try it inside. Principal Qin's eyes instantly lit up, and he asked whether Bai Dike could go right now. Bai Dike truly felt a little helpless with this man, but he still did not refuse and agreed to it. He would go climb the tower right away. After making some preparations, Bai Dike headed for the Tienfu Tower. But it was not only Principal Qin there. the 3 old men with Wu Ziki had also come. Principal Qin instructed him that if he met that shadow, he should open the miraculous door so he could fight him for 300 rounds. Bai Dike raised an eyebrow and looked at him for a moment before asking, "If you win, who gets the reward?" Principal Qin did not care about the reward at all and directly said Bai Dike could have all of it. He only needed an excuse to hold that shadow in place. Now that there was a reward involved, Bai Dike did not hesitate any longer and began entering the tower. He even said that if he met the shadow, he would keep him there. Principal Qin and the other 3 stared eagerly as they watched his back disappear into the tower. Very quickly, Bai Dike entered the Tienfu tower. But before he could do anything, a deep voice sounded behind him. "Since you're here, hurry up and begin." The voice startled Bai Dike so badly that he hurriedly turned around to look. He saw only a shadow wrapped in a cloak, seated on the only chair in this space. Bai Dike angrily accused him of always appearing like a ghost. The shadow said indifferently, "Weren't you people looking for me?" The moment those words came out, Bai Dike was a little startled, but he clenched his teeth and denied it, saying he did not understand what the man was talking about. The shadow let out a soft laugh, then calmly said, "That person has indeed improved somewhat. I suppose I can give him another chance." Bai Dike naturally knew who he was referring to, and his expression changed at once. Even this man knew about that. The shadow could not be bothered with him and simply told him to bring that person in. With those words, Bai Dike no longer hesitated. A pale blue light began to appear in his hand. Very soon, the miraculous door had been summoned, but when he tried to open it, he was told it required 80 energy points. Bai Dike silently cursed the profiteer for taking advantage of the situation again. But he had no other choice and could only grit his teeth and spend the points to open the door. The moment the door opened, Bai Dike saw Principal Qin already hurrying into the tower, muttering nonstop that after so many years, he could finally find the shadow and avenge that kick. The tower spirit shook his head and chuckled. Even though Principal Qin had improved over the years, he was still far from enough. Hearing that, Principal Qin grew even angrier and snorted coldly. "We'll know only after trying." Principal Qin did not waste any more words. In an instant, his aura surged, and a vast amount of elemental power gathered toward him. Even the air became extremely violent. Sensing that powerful elemental force, the tower spirit showed no panic and only smiled calmly. But Bai Dike could not help retreating nearly 100 meters before he finally felt even slightly relieved. The strength of an Emperor-level expert was simply too terrifying. More than 10 seconds later, a massive fireball appeared above Principal Qin's head. Before long, it looked more like a sun. Its dazzling brilliance illuminated the entire space. Principal Qin shouted loudly, "Tower Spirit, take this move from me." The extreme heat drove the temperature of the space to its limit. Yet at that moment, Principal Qin's eyes suddenly turned cold. Then he turned to Bai Dike and shouted, "Come help me." Bai Dike's expression became indescribable at those words. Hadn't this been said to be a personal grudge between the two of them? How had it suddenly become something he needed to help with too? But what choice did he have? He immediately used Human Shield. At that moment, Principal Qin swung both hands, and that enormous sun rapidly flew toward the tower spirit. Brilliant flames erupted throughout the space, just like that. Seeing this scene, both Bai Dike and Principal Qin were somewhat shocked. Bai Dike whispered, "The tower spirit didn't die in those flames, did he?" Principal Qin wore a solemn expression and shook his head. "That guy is very strong. He won't die from something like this." Sure enough, the moment he finished speaking, an invisible ripple suddenly flashed, and the raging flames were instantly extinguished. A figure emerged from the hazy smoke, accompanied by a gloomy voice. "Although you have improved and the power is not bad, it is still somewhat lacking." Then the tower spirit gave the two of them a chance. If they could withstand one move from him, they would count as having passed the stage. As he spoke, the tower spirit raised his index finger. A second later, a rapidly enlarging cluster of fire flew toward Principal Qin. Principal Qin's expression turned somewhat grim. He bit his lip hard and cursed inwardly. Damn it! Only now did he truly understand what a gap meant. It was the same skill, yet when he used it himself, it took nearly a full minute before it reached the standard for release. But the tower spirit on the opposite side had used less than 10 seconds. As Principal Qin watched the fire rushing toward him, he could not understand what exactly had gone wrong. He bit his lip hard and accepted the fate about to arrive. But at that moment, Bai Dike suddenly shouted, "As long as the tower still stands." Then he shoved Principal Chin aside, startling him. After that, Bai Dike yelled for him to get away, saying he could leave this place to him. The instant he finished speaking, his entire body became flooded with energy. Just 30% of his attributes already gave him the feeling that he could look down on all heroes. Of course, in front of Tower Spirit, such a bit of attribute power was not even worth mentioning. The Tower Spirit continued creating fireballs and throwing them at Bai Dike. At once, the familiar sound of explosions rang out, but every explosive hit on Bai Dike triggered fire rebirth. Again and again, he used it to withstand the Tower Spirit's devastating strikes. This scene left both Principal Chin and the Tower Spirit stunned for a moment. Seeing that he could not put Bai Dike down, the Tower Spirit finally withdrew his hand and let out a breath. With his hands on his hips, Bai Dike faced the Tower Spirit and asked whether this meant they had passed the stage. The Tower Spirit narrowed his eyes at him, then said, "Put your clothes on first." Bai Dike froze slightly, then realized he was completely naked. He quickly took a set of clothes from his storage and put them on, awkwardly explaining that the skill was good in every way except that it used up too many clothes. The Tower Spirit did not respond to Bai Dike, and instead looked at Principal Chin and asked whether he had anything else to say. Principal Chin gave a bitter smile and asked whether the Tower Spirit could tell him what realm he had actually reached. The Tower Spirit smiled and waved a hand. Heaven and earth spun around them. It had been a long time since anyone had spoken to him, so he decided to tell the two of them. Immediately afterward, the space suddenly transformed into a vast grassland with a dining table set in the middle. The Tower Spirit told them both to sit down and talk slowly. The two followed his words and sat down. Only then did the Tower Spirit slowly begin speaking. In today's world, Emperor rank was already considered the highest, but there were still many ownerless objects in this world. Hearing this, Bai Dike frowned. What exactly was this ownerless objects referring to? He did not know, but Principal Chin did. Ownerless objects referred to world treasures like the Tienfu Tower. They existed all over the world, yet no one could subdue them. The Tower Spirit looked at Principal Chin and reproached him unhappily. This tower was originally called the Heavenly Dao Tower, yet when it passed through your mouth, it became your own name instead. This was the main reason why the Tower Spirit had kicked him back then. Hearing that, Principal Chin could only smile awkwardly and say there had been no records. So what exactly was the Tower Spirit's strength? The Tower Spirit took a sip of tea and slowly said that above Emperor rank, there were still many more realms. This world was far more complicated than it appeared on the surface. The truly powerful experts were all within the seals. Hearing that, Bai Dike asked suspiciously whether the Tower Spirit's duty was to seal the powerful beings in the secret realms. The Tower Spirit nodded in admission. It was just a pity that among people like Principal Chin, not one had broken through Emperor rank, leaving him deeply disappointed. Bai Dike then continued by asking who was stronger, the Tower Spirit or the one in the secret realm. After thinking for a moment, the Tower Spirit answered that if it was inside the tower, that person was not his opponent, but outside the tower he could not leave, so there was no comparison to be made. As soon as those words came out, Bai Dike looked at him in some shock. Why could he not leave? The Tower Spirit sighed helplessly and said that he truly could not leave the tower. He did not even know how many years it had been. Bai Dike glanced at Principal Chin for a moment, then turned back to the Tower Spirit and mysteriously said that he might be able to help. The moment Principal Chin heard that, he knew Bai Dike wanted to use his dad's skill to bring the Tower Spirit outside. Hearing about this skill, the Tower Spirit was somewhat doubtful and frowned as he asked whether Bai Dike meant using that skill. Bai Dike nodded without hesitation. If he used it, it should be able to break this restriction, though it would probably last only 1 second. Principal Chin curled his lip when he heard that. What could be done with just 1 second? But the Tower Spirit was already very satisfied. No matter what, he could at least try the method Bai Dike had mentioned. Bai Dike smiled faintly, then clasped his hands respectfully. He politely asked whether the Tower Spirit would be willing to accept him as a godson. The Tower Spirit gave a soft laugh and agreed. In just 1 second, the bond with Godfather Tower Spirit was successfully established. Next time, Bai Dike would be able to summon him. Seeing the notification, Bai Dike spoke up. "Godfather Tower Spirit, you can go out now." But the tower spirit suddenly shook his head and said there was no hurry. Then a pale golden orb of energy suddenly appeared in his hand. He pointed his index finger at the center of Bai Dike's forehead, and a stream of energy slipped into Bai Dike's body. This was Bai Dike's reward for clearing the stage. Bai Dike stared wide-eyed at the energy flowing into him. This time, he received 105 free attribute points, 105 skill points, and even an additional expanded talent. When the stream of energy had fully merged into his body, Bai Dike finally asked doubtfully whether this was too much. He had only cleared one floor. The tower spirit let out a soft chuckle. With your talent, the following stages won't be too difficult either. Hearing that, Bai Dike shamelessly admitted with pride that those questions really had not been hard for him. The tower spirit looked at him for a moment, then suggested they try that method. Bai Dike nodded lightly, and energy began to gather in his hand. He asked whether there was somewhere the tower spirit wanted to go. The tower spirit did not insist on anything. He only wanted to see the outside world. Not long after, a gust of wild wind swept in. The miraculous door appeared before the three of them. Bai Dike had intended to open the door and leave, but a notification suddenly appeared saying that opening the door this time would cost 60 skill points. Bai Dike was furious inside. This was outright robbery. Even so, he still opened the door. He and Principal Chin stepped outside, and before them lay a vast city packed with towering buildings. One glance was enough for Principal Chin to know this was the most famous place in Tienfu City. Let's just choose this place. Bai Dike naturally had no objection. Then he shouted loudly, "Summon Godfather Tower Spirit." The duration would last only 6 seconds. At that moment, the ground suddenly began shaking violently, startling both Bai Dike and Principal Chin. Then a powerful wave of energy descended from the sky and struck the ground. The tower spirit appeared along with it. Looking at the surroundings, he burst into delighted laughter. At last, he had been able to come outside. He glanced at Bai Dike beside him and asked how much time he had left. Bai Dike looked a little awkward. In truth, he only had 3 seconds left. The tower spirit did not force the matter and said 3 seconds was enough. He had originally wanted to tell Bai Dike that if he encountered difficulties in the future, he could come find him. But before he could finish speaking, he vanished from the sight of the two of them like a gust of wind. Principal Chin stood there blankly for a moment before sighing. He suddenly felt a little sorry for the tower spirit. Bai Dike felt the same way. If he had time, he would bring the tower spirit outside more often. Principal Chin glanced at Bai Dike, then said gratefully that if not for him, they would never have realized that they themselves were merely frogs at the bottom of a well. Bai Dike only chuckled softly, then advised him not to lose heart. "Give me a few years. By then, no matter what they are, they still won't be my match." Bai Dike returned home. Sitting in his room, he saw a notification appear on the panel. "Do you want to exchange 1,000 divine power points and turn Yensei Yuli into materials to upgrade Dad to level 3? Warning, this operation cannot be reversed. Please proceed with caution." Bai Dike chose yes. The system immediately sent a notification. "Upgrade successful. Congratulations on reaching Dad level 3. Effect: when the incantation is shouted, you can summon your father, including your adoptive father, to your side, transcending distance, space, and time. Duration will be determined based on the spatial distance and level difference, with a minimum unit of 6 seconds. You may choose up to 2 people to summon. Restriction: can only be used once per day. After all, Dad's time is very precious." Bai Dike looked at the notification and broke into a wicked grin. So that means he could summon 2 dads at once in a single use? Hee. Then he rested his chin on his hand and thought while scrolling through the notification panel. There were still 240 skill points left, so what should he do with them now? In the end, he decided to upgrade his skills, then started tapping the display repeatedly. A notification came in. "Congratulations, 60 skill points have been successfully deducted. Guards Protect Me has been upgraded from level 2 to level 3. Force control duration increased from 5 seconds to 6 seconds. Congratulations, 90 skill points have been successfully deducted. Look Straight at Me, Brat has been upgraded from level 1 to level 3. Minimum duration increased from 3 seconds to 9 seconds. Cooldown reduced from 5 minutes to 1 minute. Congratulations, 90 skill points have been successfully deducted. What are you barking about? Has been upgraded from level 1 to level 3. Minimum duration increased from 1 second to 5 seconds. Bai Dike let out a long breath and flopped onto the bed. At last, he had finished dealing with all the reward from the past 2 months. He was just about to take a nap when the doorbell suddenly rang. He looked at the clock in confusion. It was already 9 p.m. Who could it be at this hour? He walked to the door. On the screen, all he could see were 2 cat ears, with no person in view. He looked around, but there was no one there at all. Could it be that he had run into a ghost? A voice came from outside the door. "You're the ghost." Baidish blinked blankly. Why did that sound like that silly cat girl's voice? The door opened, and there she was, clutching a stack of documents and looking very angry. "Baidish, did you do that on purpose?" Then she pointed right at his face. "It took you that long to open the door. Don't tell me you were doing some A, B, C nonsense in there." Baidish lowered his head and mocked her. "Isn't it just because you're too short for the camera to capture you?" He invited the cat girl inside and asked, "What wind blew you over here?" She replied, "I came this time on Commander Chio's behalf. There's a mission that needs you to carry it out. Of course, the reward won't be small either." Then she handed the file to Baidish. He took it with a puzzled look. What kind of mission is so mysterious? The scene shifted to a building engulfed in flames, looking utterly devastated. The cat girl explained, "At the border between Huaxiao and Hagua, a horrifying incident occurred. After investigating, Chiu Kaiga and the others suspect it was done by the right-wing faction within Samaida, but there is no direct evidence. When we tried to enter their territory to investigate, their people refused us. At the same time, they warned that if they discovered anyone entering on their own to investigate, they would treat it as a declaration of war." The scene cut back to a house filled with corpses lying everywhere. Baidish threw the paper to the floor. He clenched both fists tightly. "I'll take this mission. The culprit must die." The cat girl continued, "Right now, they're still negotiating with Hagua, so they sent me here. Also, because this is a covert operation, you and your teammates will all have to be careful over there." Mew. On the table was a picture of a little girl lying in a pool of blood, looking pitiful. Baidish said through gritted teeth, "Don't worry. Whether or not they did this, judging from their attitude, they're definitely involved." The cat girl drank some water and said, "This time, the number of people can't be too large. 3 to 5 people at most." 3 to 5 people? President Xia, do you want to join the mission too? Baidish asked. The cat girl smiled. "Even though I really want to go, people in Hagua are very sensitive about demi-humans. If I go there, I'm afraid it'll be easy to leave traces, Mew." "Don't tell me you've never heard of Hagua's famous Beast Ear University? If this young lady went there, I'd definitely be the prettiest cat girl around." Baidish was speechless after hearing that and gave her a thumbs up. "You really are narcissistic." The cat girl handed him a photograph. "All right, I've delivered the mission. When you get there, find this person. He'll tell you the information related to the mission." Baidish took the photograph and turned to leave. "All right, I need to go recruit teammates. President Xia, make yourself at home." Seeing this, the cat girl quickly said, "Wait, I'm coming with you." The scene shifted to a crowded street at night. A man dressed in black, looking highly suspicious, hurried along with his face lowered the whole time. He went to a shabby old house in an alley and stood before the door, muttering something under his breath. A blond man immediately opened the door. "The password is correct. Kumain." As he poured water, the blond man asked, "So your excellency, the special envoy, came here this time to deal with the investigation team from Huaxia?" So this man in black was a Hagua special envoy who had infiltrated the area. He replied, "Wasn't this information passed to us by you?" The blond man was Bao Jinshui, "My dear spy comrade." He clasped his hands together and softly said to the envoy, "I'm just an intelligence merchant. Whoever pays me more, I sell my life to them." After finishing his glass of water, the special envoy snorted and opened a box of dazzling gold. "This is the deposit. Once those brats are captured, there'll be another half." Jin Shui's eyes lit up at the sight of the gold. "Thank you, Your Excellency." He bit the gold with his teeth, his face full of greed. "Rest assured, Your Excellency, as long as those brats come looking for me, I'll notify you people immediately." After hearing Baidish recount the matter, Dixien flew into a rage. "These people are disgusting." The orange-haired classmate was equally indignant. "That's right, Brother Dyke. When are we leaving? We absolutely can't let those Hagua bastards live a few more days." Baidish crossed his arms and pondered. "I feel like this matter isn't that simple. Ruashi, what do you think?" Ruashi seemed hesitant. "I feel the same way. Logically speaking, Hagua's strength can't compare to Huaxia's. Even their emperor-level powerhouses number only 3. But right now, they're acting with such confidence. Either someone is backing them, or there's some hidden factor." Baidish nodded, holding the photograph in his hand. "Right, I think so too. And furthermore, my intuition tells me this person has probably already betrayed us." He stared suspiciously at the photograph. "You mean we're not going to meet him this time?" Ruashi asked doubtfully. Baidik answered, yeah, the matter at the border has already been investigated by the higher-ups. There's no need for us to go there again. This time, I'm planning to go straight into Shower City. Everyone went back to make preparations. At midnight, we depart. Hearing this, they all responded in unison, understood. By midnight, the four of them had gathered in a room. Dressed head to toe like ninjas, they looked incredibly cool. Baidik asked if everyone was ready. He summoned the magical door and thought to himself, Shower City, Shower City. The door immediately opened and carried the whole team to Shower City. When Decien stepped out, he was utterly stunned by the surroundings. Good grief, this place looks kind of terrifying. Baidik could only scratch his head. Sorry, this door of mine always likes to appear in strange places. Xingde immediately asked, Brother Dike, where are we going now? Bai Jishen did the Xianla photo. For the next few days, keep an eye on this person. See if there are any clues on his side. Decien took it. Got it. Just leave him to me. Bai Dike instructed everyone. We split up and act separately. Try not to speak our native language. At this moment, an insect landed on Jide's finger. Brother Dike, something's happened. Bai Dike and the others immediately sprang into action. All right, let's go. On the road, at an intersection, a black car and a white car were stopped at a red light. Ruashi and Baidik chased after the black car. Looking through the car window, Baidik said, It's him. On the sidewalk, two men were talking to each other. The blonde one was Xiao Jiaoyu, a spy from Hagua. Baidik told everyone, Get ready and follow this man. There's only one person in the car. Once we reach a deserted stretch of road, Ruashi used electricity to disrupt his communicator. He looked at Ruashi and reminded her, We're about to begin. Then Baidik stepped on the gas to accelerate. He chased after Jiaoyu's car and quickly caught up. The blonde man seemed to suspect he was being followed and stared at the rearview mirror. Baidik overtook the spy's car. Seeing this, the spy became extremely annoyed. Who was this clueless fool daring to pass his car? At that moment, the two cars were driving side by side. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she suddenly leaped out of the car. The blonde man stared in confusion. Then she flew through the air in pursuit of him. Realizing he had come under attack, he was furious. He reached out and pressed a button in the car, trying to call for help, but it didn't work. He cursed under his breath, yanked the steering wheel, then opened the car door and jumped out to flee. But unfortunately for him, Decien was already waiting there. You're not getting away, Brad. Decien kicked him so hard it nearly broke his neck. Clutching his neck, he ground his teeth and asked, Who are you people? From behind him, Baidik slammed a red brick hard into his face. I'm your dad. He immediately blacked out. Baidik summoned the door, hoisted the man up, and moved toward the magical door. It's not convenient to stay here long. Let's leave first. The door carried the group to a room, where Decien splashed a basin of water in the man's face to wake him up. He woke up coughing from the water. Baidik's group stood in front of him. Pretending to be confused, he said, Who am I? Where's this? What am I doing here? Baidik tossed the brick in his hand while threatening him. You're a prisoner now. Spill everything you know, or you know what'll happen. The man wasn't obedient at all. You people are from Huaxia. How could you possibly appear here? Baidik slapped him so hard his jaw nearly fell off. Cut the crap. If you don't want to suffer, then immediately tell us the whole sequence of events. The man clutched his cheek, but still sneered. What? Are you going to kill me? This is Semaida, not your Huaxia. Decien, angered, kicked him hard in the stomach. You're nothing, yet you still dare to show off. Someone in the group immediately held Decien back to stop him. Forget it, Brother Cien, calm down. Don't beat him to death. The man hugged his stomach in pain, but still laughed mockingly. You idiots. If you got the guts, then kill me. If you want me to reveal the truth, that's impossible. Baidik, hearing that, sighed in exasperation. Oh my, didn't expect you to have some backbone. Let's broaden his horizons a little. On hearing that, the man screamed, W, what are you trying to do? A buzzing sound was heard as a bee flew over and landed right on his nose. He screamed, ah. Baidik's group hadn't even done anything much. They were just letting the bees play with him. At the sight of an entire swarm of bees, the man screamed in terror, nearly wetting himself. I'll talk. Baidik immediately threatened him. Speak. If you dare lie by even a single sentence, I'll have these insects fly straight through your pants. Hearing that, he hurriedly confessed. Hagua discovered an egg with strange patterns on it at the border. Some radicals on the right wing learned of it and immediately sent people to wipe out that entire village. As soon as Baidik heard about the egg, he thought to himself, an egg with strange patterns? If it were only an ordinary monster egg with Hagua's national strength, there was no way they would dare offend Huaxiao over it. But the fact that Hagua dared to act so brazenly was enough to prove that the rank of this egg must be extremely high, so high, perhaps, that it could change the balance of power between the two countries. Ruo, she asked him, "What does your country have to do with another country's business?" He replied, "I'm no longer a citizen of that country. I've already taken Hagua's citizenship. Our main duty is to help them research the data." Ruo, she asked further, "So that means you know what kind of egg it is?" He slumped down. "Unfortunately, up to now, we still haven't figured out what exactly it is." Suddenly, Teacher Qin appeared, killing an entire village of our people over one unidentified egg. This was definitely done by that man Park Work-zhang. Bai Dike immediately turned and asked, "Park Work-zhang?" Teacher Qin explained, "Yes, the leader of Hagua's right-wing faction. If it's him, then I'm afraid this matter won't be easy to resolve." Bai Dike immediately said, "If they're doing all this because of the egg, then could it be that we can?" Bai Dike's meaning was clear. In a rather crowded district, Bai Dike's group noticed something unusual. There were people encircling the area. The orange-haired guy spoke up. "There are at least 3 Hagua agents around us. We can't act rashly and cause a disturbance." Xi and Jide proposed an idea. "I can try sending insects to spread out and trigger explosions in other areas. Maybe that'll draw these agents' attention away." Bai Dike and his girlfriend exchanged a glance, as if calculating something. Bai Dike agreed with Jide's plan. Not a bad method, but be careful not to hurt any innocent people. Jide clasped his hands together and prepared to summon them. "Just trust me." The swarm of insects flew out and quickly began carrying out the mission. Jide said, "Everything's ready. I've covered the pipelines with bomb insects. These insects will detonate the pipelines and cause explosions without leaving any traces." As soon as Bai Dike heard that, he moved at once. "Good, then get ready to begin." Jide also reminded him, "Get ready to enjoy the fireworks." Loud explosions rang out one after another at different points. Then came a domino effect, followed by a continuous chain of blasts. The whole crowd panicked and ran. Several agents shouted into communication devices, "Attention, attention, terrorist attack. Quickly call and notify the relevant departments." Bai Dike raised his hand in praise of Jide. "This skill is amazing." Jide scratched his head shyly. "Just a small trick." The scene shifted to inside a bar. Bao Jinshui was sitting alone, fuming. "Damn Huaxia. They said a squad would come see me yesterday, but in the end they broke their promise. Do you know how much gold that cost me?" At that moment, Bai Dike's group had already come up behind Bao Jinshui. He was raising his glass to drink when he sensed something off. Suddenly, a brick flew straight at his face. Luckily, he dodged it in time and immediately demanded, "Who are you people?" Ruo, she immediately used her move, Golden Thunder Snakebind, to capture him. He was instantly tied up tight, unable to struggle, with foam even bubbling from his mouth. Then he collapsed right beside Jide, who was already holding a sack. Bai Dike and Ruo, she clapped in celebration. "Nice teamwork." Ruo, she said shyly, "It's not just you who's been improving. I've always been trying hard to catch up to you." Hearing that, Bai Dike nearly got a nosebleed. His Ruo, she was just too adorable. The scene shifted to Bai Dike's home. The whole group stepped out of the magical door. Xian asked worriedly, "We weren't discovered, were we?" Bai Dike replied, "Bao Jinshui's disappearance will definitely arouse suspicion. Everyone, go find Principal Qin and start a meeting immediately. Wait for my call." Then he opened the information panel. Locating the military base of that country this time would cost 100 skill points. On the other side, the Hagua special envoy was sighing furiously. "Damn it, who the hell did this?" A subordinate reported, "Your Excellency, we just checked the cameras around the area. We didn't detect anyone entering or leaving the bar at all. Do you think it might have been a space-type powerhouse who came and took Bao Jinshui away?" The special envoy said through clenched teeth, "Impossible. If someone had that level of ability and wanted to take him away, there'd be no need at all to draw our attention first. Just don't let me find out who's messing with me, or I'll make sure they learn what it means to wish they were dead." Bai Dike's group brought Jinshui to Teacher Qin and forced him to kneel. Ruo, she reported to Principal Qin. "Principal Qin, Bai Dike told us to tell you that you can start the meeting first. He'll call you later." Principal Qin gave a gentle smile in reply. "You've all worked hard." Then his expression changed at once, and he lunged forward to seize Jinshui by the collar. "You traitor, speak. Tell us everything you know at once." Jin Shui broke out in cold sweat. "I definitely won't hide a single word." Principal Chin turned to Bai Dike's group and instructed them, "You all should go back and rest first. Leave the remaining matters to us." The scene shifted to Hagua's military research base. Bai Dike and Xiao Jiao, you were secretly observing the front gate. After watching for a while, Bai Dike started calculating. Jiao, you warned him. Inside the base, there is 1 Emperor-level powerhouse, 2 King-level powerhouses, and 3 Venerable-level powerhouses. I'd bet that if you went in right now, they'd warmly invite you to be sliced up for research. Bai Dike immediately replied, "Only an idiot would charge indirectly. At a time like this, we need a plan." Xiao Jiao, you rubbed his hands and forced a smile. "Well, now that I've brought you to the base and told you where the egg is, does that mean you can let me go now?" Bai Dike turned to look at him with a smile that looked a bit sly. "That's true. No problem. Bai Dike, always keep my word." Bai Dike swung his hand hard and struck him. Xiao Jiao, you only had time to gasp out 2 words. "Why you?" After hitting him, Bai Dike said calmly, "So I've decided to send you back to Mother Earth." Back in the interrogation room, Bao Jin Shui was in handcuffs and reporting everything to the deans. Trembling, he recounted the entire matter. "That's how it happened. What I know is only this much." One of the interrogators spoke up. "So the truth is that people from Hagua's right-wing faction slaughtered the entire village just because of a strange egg. Bao Xin Su not that." "That's right." A bald man continued questioning him. "What kind of egg was it? What rank was it? Do you know?" He replied, "Oh, I don't know." Even they themselves didn't know. The long, white-haired man who remained was furious and shouted, "How hateful! Whether it's because of that egg or to avenge the villagers, we absolutely must settle this grudge." Someone suggested, "Then I'll call the others back right now. We can't let those villagers die for nothing." Everyone agreed. "That's right." Teacher Chin, who was standing nearby, immediately responded, "We can't call them back. If we're missing from the battlefield against the foreign races, chaos will definitely break out." Everyone asked Teacher Chin, "Then do you have a better solution?" Teacher Chin raised his phone. "Don't forget, we have a very resourceful adopted son." Bai Dike's voice came from a phone. Ahem, foster fathers, here's the situation. This plan could work, but Bai Dike, you have to be careful." He answered confidently, Foster fathers, don't worry. We can't drag this out any longer. We'll set off in a moment." Inside Hagua's military research base, a red-haired man was listening to a subordinate's report. "What did you say?" Bao Jin Shui was taken away by someone. The subordinate replied, "That is indeed the case." The moment he finished speaking, the red-haired man kicked him straight into the wall. He cursed at the subordinate. "Useless trash. What am I even keeping you around for?" The subordinate collapsed to the ground. "My lord, spare me. Please give me one more chance." The red-haired man frowned. "This can't be entirely blamed on you. If the other party could silently capture Bao Jin Shui, then they're probably someone extremely proficient in spatial abilities. Take him in and seal off this entire base." The subordinate accepted the order. "I absolutely won't let even a fly into this research base. Please rest assured, my lord." Then the red-haired man told him to get out. That lord walked over to look at the glowing, strange egg. "Little brat, come out already. I've taken a lot of risks because of you." On the streets, people were in an uproar over the news that had just appeared on the bulletin boards. "What is this? Has something big happened?" The broadcast reported, "According to the latest news from our television station, at 6:32 p.m. local time, Huaxia suddenly gathered hundreds of thousands of warriors at the border. Clearly, this is no good sign. What exactly do they mean by such an overt move this time? Let's wait and see." And that was not all. More related reports kept pouring in. Breaking news. An emperor-level powerhouse of our nation has appeared at the border, suspected of preparing for confrontation. Our station has contacted an authoritative domestic expert. Please let him explain the situation for us. The citizens were deeply alarmed. What is going on? Wasn't everything peaceful just this morning? In the lower realm, the forces of Huaxia and Tienfu were facing one another, representing the human world. Unable to endure it any longer, the manager of Hagua's right-wing faction, Jiang Yujin, spoke first. "Wu Ziki, what exactly is Huaxia trying to do? Humanity is currently united against a common enemy. Are you people trying to start a civil war among humans?" he shouted, extremely furious. Then the representative of Hagua's left-wing faction spoke up. "Kim Jong-ku, Brother Wu, why have you deployed your forces like this? What exactly is the reason?" Both of them were still very confused. By now, Wu Ziki finally began to explain. "What reason? Don't you two, and the people standing behind you, know perfectly well what the reason is. Kim Jong-koo and the others looked baffled. Wu Ziki continued accusing them. Don't rush. First, explain this clearly. The image showed the scene of a street in Huaxiao that had been utterly wiped out, with horrific casualties. If you can't explain this, then anyone who offends Huaxiao will surely die. Kim Jong-koo knew he was not joking, and immediately became uneasy. Behind Wu Ziki stood countless heroes ready to rise up over the violation of their country. Huaxiao's people were struggling to restrain their anger, and everything around them was in utter turmoil. Hearing this, Kim Jong-koo turned back to look at his two companions. There was clearly something suspicious here. They must have done something shameful in secret again. Wu Ziki was growing more and more impatient and asked whether these people still had anything left to say. His expression was extremely stern. Jong-koo did not want the situation to spiral out of control, so he cupped his hands and negotiated with Wu Ziki. Brother Wu, I'm afraid there may be some misunderstanding here. Besides, this matter is extremely serious. We can't trust a one-sided account alone. Why don't we all calm down and form a joint investigation team? What do you think? Wu Ziki seemed to be a reasonable man after all. He calmed down enough to reconsider and agreed to the proposal. Fine, then let's discuss it together. On this side of the front, Principal Chin and Bai Dike were also doing everything they could to resolve the crisis. After receiving the information, Principal Chin informed him that the other side had agreed to negotiate and that only Parkwork Zhang remained inside Hagwa's base. Bai Dike understood and readied himself. It was time for them to move out. Now that Principal Chin had become a foster father, the naughty son, Bai Dike handed him a stocking. Foster father, here, put this on. You'll be the most dazzling one of all. It turned out the stocking's purpose was to be pulled over the head, making the wearer's face hard to see like a robber. Bai Dike even demonstrated first, urging Principal Chin not to hesitate and to put on quickly. Principal Chin was so angry he almost exploded. You little brat, you're wearing a black stocking, but you hand me a fishnet one? Do you think they won't recognize me? Ridiculous. Bai Dike still looked proud and heroic, ready to step through the magical door. Oh, come on, don't sweat the small stuff. After all, you're the real protagonist of this novel. His face was full of smug satisfaction. Principal Chin was still very worried about this reckless child and reminded Bai Dike to be extremely careful. No matter what, nothing is more important than you. Bai Dike reassured him, don't worry, I know my limits. The system chimed in. Congratulations, host, on successfully selecting the tower. You have obtained 35 of the target's bonus attributes, lasting 15 minutes. Bai Dike continued, 15 minutes is enough. I'm going now. If I summon you later, just attack with everything you've got. As he spoke, he opened the door. Today, he did not want anyone else to die in this base. Principal Chin, still behind him, called out again, Diker, be careful. After stepping through the door, Bai Dike entered an unknown location. Why the hell is this the women's restroom? Embarrassed, he covered his red face. Damn it, why did I end up in the women's bathroom? But he quickly pulled himself together. All right, time to work, omnipotent and all-knowing one. Current location, women's restroom, 2nd floor of the base. Target location, research room on the 4th floor of the base. Opposite the research room was Parkwork Zhang's office. Looking at the defenses here, Bai Dike praised them. They really are being careful. In the 4th floor laboratory, 2 young doctors were in the control room, researching and guarding the position and transmission lines. They did not hesitate to mock Huaxia. Ha ha, those stupid Huaxia people. By the time we finish investigating, this egg will already have hatched long ago. The other one agreed. Isn't that right? This morning, Director Park specifically said it had to hatch as quickly as possible. Speaking of that, the Hagwa special envoy really had terrible luck. The two of them were still extremely pleased with themselves. Completely unaware that their doom had arrived, they did not notice Bai Dike quietly appear behind them. He walked up without hesitation and whispered by their ears, "That's right, really terrible luck." Hearing a voice out of nowhere, the 2 doctors were suddenly startled. The moment they turned around to ask who he was and where he came from, a hand had already locked onto one of their heads. Next, Bai Dike twisted both doctors' necks with force. The 2 men died with their necks snapped. Upon receiving the information, the system announced, "Congratulations, host, on killing a level 32 CEO. You have gained 9,600 experience points and 6,400 divine power points." The other target was level 23, 10,500 experience points and 7,000 divine power points. Seeing the two men he had just dealt with collapse to the floor covered in bruises, Dyke felt a little guilty. Sorry about that. I didn't control my strength very well. But the guilt did not last long. He quickly focused on destroying the enemy's communication link. Well, they were going to die anyway. Let me check the exact location of the egg first. So he sat down to study the base map. The system informed him that they made contact once every 3 minutes and recommended speeding up. As soon as he finished checking, he smashed the transmission line. 3 minutes later, that should be enough. After saying that, he immediately rushed off. Arriving at the target location, Dyke looked around and saw a powerful guard force stationed there. Dyke panted heavily as he looked at the number of soldiers on standby. He felt a little regretful. If he had not tried to save a few points for using the magical door, he would not be this drained right now. The situation was a bit difficult. In the end, Dyke could only try to sneak along another route to reach the front of the facility. Right before his eyes was the egg he had been looking for. It was currently being studied. It was enclosed in a glass chamber, while the researchers were still pushing hard to complete their study of it as soon as possible. Dyke felt there was no better option. He could only charge in recklessly. Looks like I'll have to gamble on this one. Suddenly, the system issued a warning. Ahead is a Grandmaster-level tower defensive formation currently in operation. Even ordinary Emperor-level experts would need time to break it. If you charge in directly, wouldn't that be pointless? Clearly, this was not a promising method at all. Dyke stopped at once. Dyke panicked. A Grandmaster-level defensive formation? At this point, there's no other choice. He decided to use his power to summon the magical door. He was still very confident. As long as he moved quickly enough, no one would notice him. However, contrary to Dyke's expectations, with so many researchers currently in the laboratory, all those eyes turned toward him at once. The room instantly fell silent, and the atmosphere became painfully awkward. Dyke could only flash a very confident smile. Ha, let's just pretend nobody saw anything. At this point, Dyke decided to smash open the glass chamber containing the egg under study. He grabbed the whole egg and ran like the wind, even breaking through the program barriers. The guards immediately sprang into action and chased after him. However, the research facility guards were genuinely skilled. They fired straight at Dyke. He dodged, but the egg flew out of his hands. Annoyed, he cursed, "Damn it, a sneak attack." When the boss heard the news, he rushed over. Seeing the scene, he shouted, "Damn it, hand over the egg right now." Watching the egg fall freely through the air, Dyke looked like he was about to cry. The egg kept falling with its momentum, and thus the plan to destroy it succeeded. The entire room fell silent as they stared at the shattered egg. Dyke laughed awkwardly. "You were the one who told me to hand it over." The boss was beyond furious and ordered Dyke captured immediately. Dyke could only bolt away from the guards as fast as he could. Dyke ran for his life, trying to escape the pursuit of the research guards. "These people are so persistent," he shouted. "Stop chasing me already. Don't you ever get tired?" Driven into a dead end, the boss still wanted to finish him off. Today, he was determined to bury Dyke together with the egg. In his urgency, Dyke quickly summoned the magical door. Suddenly, a surge of power shot over and blasted Dyke's magical door to pieces, destroying it mercilessly. He nearly cried from heartache. Dyke was truly angry now. He stopped running. He was no longer going to flee. These people really have some nerve. Who's going to be buried with whom is still far from certain. Dyke turned around and first sent a mocking taunt at the enemy. "You Hagua mongrels, I'm right here. If you've got the guts, come and get me." The boss and the Hagua people were fully prepared, determined to finish Dyke off. No matter what, they were certain he would die by their hands today. The moment the words fell, the crowd rushed in from all directions. Dyke looked at these people who couldn't tell right from wrong, his eyes full of contempt. As the incoming force drew near, Dyke gave the order, "Guards, protect me." In the next moment, the boss was somehow dragged over to take the hit in his place. He was immobilized in stunned disbelief, while the protagonist casually moved out of the way. Unable to move, the boss panicked. "What is this? Why can't my body move?" Then he was blasted by fire and burned black. Dyke walked back over to inspect him, confirming the enemy had indeed been hit. He could not help marveling that it had been so easy. Suddenly, a powerful force struck him. It turned out the boss was not dead after all. He had been waiting for a chance to ambush Bai Dike. Fortunately, Si reacted quickly and blocked the blow. That was not the end. The boss launched another palm strike from above, pouring all his anger into it, with power that seemed capable of shattering the earth itself. But this enemy had underestimated the slippery Bai Dike. He showed off the battle armor hidden beneath his clothes instead. It was the 9 Phoenix Golden Crow armor, made of superb material, and his gaze was openly provocative. The boss was furious to death and kept threatening him. "You're about to die, and you still dare talk so wildly?" Bai Dike was no less sharp. Is that man talking about himself? The boss drew his dragon-slaying saber and performed several moves to gather all his power. "Arrogant brat, take one strike from me." Blinded by rage, he was still not as fast as Bai Dike, who yanked another Hagua man over to block the blow. That terrifying power split the unfortunate man clean in two. Even Bai Dike, standing behind him, was shocked by the force. But Bai Dike still refused to yield and even mocked the boss. "Would you look at that? You Hagua people kill your own people without even your hand trembling." The boss shouted for Bai Dike to stop spewing nonsense and to attack him directly if he dared, while swinging the blade at him once again. Bai Dike did not dodge at all. He rubbed his head and gently reminded the boss, "Why don't you look up?" The boss only laughed smugly. "What is this little brat trying to do now? Ha ha ha. You're about to die. Calling your daddy won't help either." He gathered momentum and charged from afar, his saber blazing as though coated in fire that could burn a person to death, lunging straight at Bai Dike. Yet Bai Dike still stood there without moving. Suddenly, a deep, warm voice rang out. Before everyone's eyes, the saber was stopped with just 2 fingers. Someone had appeared to save Bai Dike. A tremendous force blasted the unlucky demonic boss back, and hundreds of slashes shot out as though tearing across space itself. The demonic boss was struck by a chain of slashes and had no time to defend himself. Wounds opened all over his body, blood gushing non-stop as he screamed in pain. After the sudden ambush, the boss had even lost an arm. He was covered in injuries, blood splattered everywhere. In shock, he cried, "How? How is this possible?" It turned out to be the master of the Tienfu Tower. This protector was truly formidable. He declared loudly, "A frog at the bottom of a well. There are still many things you don't know." Bai Dike stayed silent beside him. Then Bai Dike obediently lowered his head and thanked this somewhat fierce foster father. The man was also very polite. "This little matter is nothing. I'll leave this place to you. I should be heading back now." As soon as he finished speaking, the tower master vanished with a spell. After seeing his foster father leave, Bai Dike scratched his head and smiled with narrowed eyes. "Sorry about that, foster father. Next time I'll try to let you stay out a little longer." It seemed the tower master had gone too long without being able to come outside, and a mission this small was probably not enough to satisfy him. Gravely wounded, the boss finally conceded to Bai Dike. This time, they had lost to him, and he could leave now. Bai Dike felt insulted. "Leave? In that sense, sure, someone can leave, but it should be you people." The boss looked somewhat pitiful, not understanding what Bai Dike meant. "What do you mean by that?" Bai Dike pointed upward again. Who was it this time? It turned out foster father Chin had arrived. Laying a hand on his son had been their mistake. He was gathering all his power into a fireball. He gently reminded Diker to leave that place. Seeing this, the boss panicked in alarm. Yet he still showed no remorse and even dared to provoke them. Isn't Principal Chin afraid of triggering a civil war among humans? Bai Dike found that utterly ridiculous. A civil war? When you slaughtered the people of Huaxia, did you never think of that? Right now, I'm avenging them in their place. The boss was nearly driven mad. Bai Dike stepped through the door, and a massive explosion truly erupted, seeming to burn everything away. In the heavenly realm, the 2 human sides were still in the middle of negotiations. Wu Ziki asked Captain Kim, "Captain Kim, what's wrong with your people? Did they eat something bad and get stomachaches or what?" It turned out the 2 men behind him looked absolutely terrible. One of them could not hold back and spoke up. "Wu, do you people even know what you've done?" Captain Kim calmly stopped his colleague and explained, "Brother Wu, we were in the wrong first, but anything can still be discussed. You took advantage of this chance to separate us and then launch a sneak attack. Isn't that basically declaring war?" Over on the other side, someone else explained that they had no idea what those people were talking about. "Could it be that something happened in your country?" Kim Jong-ku said angrily, "Brother Wu, Hagua has been attacked. Councilman Parkwork Zhang, who is guarding the country, is most likely dead. I asked Brother Wu to let us leave." Wu Ziki was also being courteous. Since things had already come to this, they certainly would not make things difficult for the people on this side. But one matter was one matter, and another was another. As for what happened at the border, shouldn't the people of Hagua give them an explanation? Captain Kim understood this clearly. Facing 4 Huaxia powerhouses of the highest level, if he could not provide a satisfactory explanation, they would never let them leave. Captain Kim endured it once again and stepped forward to apologize. They were deeply sorry for what Huaxia had suffered. This matter might have been caused by an underground organization within their own country. They would definitely investigate the truth thoroughly and, within 3 days, give Huaxia a public answer. Moreover, this was also their dereliction of duty, so Hagua would compensate Huaxia as well. He wondered whether that would be enough. Hearing this, the 4 old powerhouses were somewhat satisfied. Is that so? For the sake of the people you just lost, one of whom was also a powerhouse, we'll leave it at that. News of Hagua's underground organization's plot quickly spread far and wide, and the people were stunned. My God, Hagua actually did something like this? That's truly hateful. One little boy even looked on in admiration, saying that when he grew up, he wanted to be a hero like Mr. Qin. At the battlefield that Principal Qin and his son had just dealt with, only 2 people were left alive. Principal Qin spoke with praise, saying that this time it was all thanks to Bai Dike. Otherwise, it would have caused incomparable losses to Huaxia. Bai Dike was a little modest. In truth, everyone didn't need to be so polite to him. This was simply what he ought to do. Principal Qin then brought up the matter of merit. Surely the credit for this time wouldn't be written under Principal Qin's name again, would it? This was another opportunity for Bai Dike's reputation to rise to an unprecedented height in Tienfu and even across the whole country. Bai Dike refused. He felt that he was only a passerby, and for a passerby, the happiest thing was simply to remain a passerby. After saying that, he turned and went back through the miraculous door. All right, it's time for class. I should go back to school too. Principal Qin was helpless. What a brat.